Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. Latest broadcast, tomorrow is 515, the starting point anniversary, the day with the most benefits. 1. Novel. In addition to gift bags and school bags, this time, 515 red packets crazy flip must be watched. There is no reason to not grab red packets, set an alarm clock, tilde, you. The powerful shockwave set off a violent gust of wind, carrying countless gravel in the middle as well as the heads glowing with cold light, which swept in all directions. Bullfight cloak. Seeing the airwave catching up, Diamante was in one body, propped up his cloak and stood in front of him. Don't look at this cloak, being extremely soft and light. In fact, it was made of hard steel, but it was turned into cloth-like by Diamante's fruit power. Raoji, on the other side, also stopped his body shape. Because of his speed, the soles of his feet on the ground made a sneer-rubbing sound, accompanied by a trace of sparks. It's just that Raoji didn't turn around to resist, but glanced at the figure in the smoke and dust, and then put his eyes on the sky. Cough, 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 cough. After coughing up 4 mouthfuls of blood, Lin Tian stopped. The cost of avoiding Raoji just now was not small, and suffered a lot of internal injuries, and Lin Tian forced the star ring to make the injury worse. In midair, Lin Tian stood at an altitude of several tens of meters, wiped the blood from his mouth, and carefully looked at everything that was worn below. Although the bottom was covered by the smoke and dust caused by the explosion and Lin Tian's attack, I didn't know what was happening inside what. But Lin Tian still didn't dare to relax his vigilance. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel that his trick, Xingyu, could solve these 3 people. At this time, Lin Tian could use a bit of energy to observe the injury on his body. The observation was really horrible, far from being seriously injured. This kind of injury is completely the most serious injury Lin Tian has suffered in the past few years on the Great Sea Route, and his whole person will be abolished. Shoo. Several swelling gray stone casters appeared to break through the heavy smoke and attack towards Lin Tian above. Sure enough, these 3 people are fine, and they can attack. Grim Reaper. Several death gods appeared in front of Lin Tian. Directly greeted him, a series of loud noises, and the sparks from the explosion made Lin Tian's pale face flushed. Stop this attack. Lin Tian didn't stay longer, but immediately turned around and flew towards the naval base. Since the 3 of them were fine, he couldn't stay longer. Anyway, he is not the opponent of those 3 people, let alone what it is now. It's better to go first. Lin Tian is not a person who will never retreat. Just as Lin Tian turned around, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Tian. It was Raoji. What? Lin Tian asked in surprise. How could Raoji get here? Lin Tian was afraid of being attacked by 3 people, but he was deliberately at a height of tens of meters. How could he break into such a high place? Suddenly, the black figure of Raoji, a flash of light, flashed in his mind, and Lin Tian suddenly reacted. It's those swelling stone walls. Raoji blacked himself out. Then, with the help of those stone walls, while blocking the figure, he could reach such a high place. Boy, it's too late to understand. Take my last move, the G engraving. Bang! Under Raoji's move, Lin Tian's body fell heavily towards the ground like a meteorite. After Raoji finished this move, his body immediately changed to its original appearance. This is really his last and strongest move. Lin Tian fell to the ground. Reluctantly controlling his fingers, he arranged several layers of space shields to cover the entire battlefield. Then another imprisonment was imposed on him, but he was too fast and the kinetic energy was too great. Once touched and broken, Lin Tian could only keep imprisoning himself. Imprisoned. 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 Lin Tian understood that if he really fell to the ground, he would really be finished. Diamante and Udelos were down there and prepared everything. Once he fell to the ground, a series of fierce attacks were waiting for him, and he could not hide. Click, 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 click. 5 middle shields. Lin Tian smashed 4 pieces in an instant, and every time he smashed into one, that powerful kinetic energy would instantly be transformed into a powerful force and transmitted to his chest. Bang! Lin Tian finally hit the last floor, and there was a burst of cracking sounds like broken glass, but in the end the last floor was blocked. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Funeral for half a month. A wave of sword aura several meters wide slashed away the thick smoke, like a sharp arrow towards Lin Tian, extremely powerful. Dark Blade Storm! With a loud shout, there was no black round blade tens of centimeters long, surrounded by Lin Tian, and the high-rotating black round blade stirred up wind around Lin Tian. These round blades were getting faster and faster. Slowly, with Lin Tian as the center, a powerful tornado was formed out of thin air, and the thick smoke around was instantly blown away. The situation below was clearly presented in Lin Tian's eyes. Diamante was panting loudly, with a long sword in his hand. And Udelos was standing on the side, standing where he fell. Around him, several grounds on the ground continued to swell like a pot hanging on the ground. If you fall on the ground, what awaits you is a powerful explosion with Diamante's attack on the side. It is a pity that Lin Tian is still suspended in midair and these preparations are wasted. Ah. Lin Tian laughed and said, Diamante, it seems that you are not working anymore. You still need to use this trick. Let's see me next. Hearing Lin Tian's ridicule and the contempt in his words, Diamante was immediately furious. If it hadn't been for the stinky kid to float up at every turn, and it was difficult for him to use his abilities, he would only be able to carry out a long-range attack for a half-month funeral. This kid would have died, and now this kid dares to despise himself. Funeral for half a month! Diamante flew up, and with a wave of his long sword, another powerful wave of sword energy attacked. The 2 waves of sword energy merged together, and their power increased several times. Dark Blade Storm! Lin Tian let out a roar, and the tornado, composed of huge round blades, greeted the sword Kai wave without any weakness. Boom. Boom. Wherever the 2 attacks passed, the atmosphere was torn apart, as if meteorites collided. Under the collision, lightning bolts appeared between the 2 of them, and the air was full of strength, creating cracks. A powerful shockwave swept in all directions, and the ground was under the shockwave, being scraped off layer by layer until the soil was scraped away, exposing the hard gray rock below. Udelos, who was leaning on the side, was blown to the ground in an instant, but he still grabbed the hard boulder in time and was not blown away. Seeing the battle between the 2 in the air, there was a shock in his eyes. Diamante is one of the only 3 senior Katers in the family. Among many Katers, the combat power is extremely strong. This kid can actually fight against it after being seriously injured. It is not weak at all. This kid is in the end. How strong is it? After the shockwave raged for a minute, the energy disappeared. As the sword wave and tornado disappeared, the ferocious shockwave also disappeared. With a puff, a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Diamante couldn't control his body and fell towards the ground. Eurydice, who was hiding by the side, watched this scene. His complexion changed, but he didn't expect Diamante to be defeated by this kid. His figure flashed and appeared next to his body, supporting Diamante to slowly fall to the ground. At this time, Raoji, who was rushed by the shockwave just now, rushed over, but seeing the wounds all over his body, he was also injured. Goodbye! Doflamingo's men, there will be some time later. The 3 of them looked up. A figure was flying towards the naval base in the air, barely able to see. Lin Tian turned around and waved at them. Seeing this scene, the 3 were very angry. Udelos still wanted to catch up, but Diamante caught him. Don't worry, that kid was hurt more severely than I was in the move just now. Although we didn't catch the kid this time, the injury is so serious that it will not be difficult to recover within a few months, and it may leave a lot of sequelae. Don't bother us for a short time. After a pause, Diamante said gravely, now what I am worried about is This kid has fled to the naval base. His teacher Lieutenant General Garp, seeing his disciple hurt like this, felt angry in his heart. I know, if we trouble us, it will have a great impact on our plan. Yes, poor Diesto said with a solemn chin, and this time the three of us shot together. We were all injured and the kid escaped. How can we explain to the young master? Not to mention the worry of the three due loss, Lin Tian held his chest with his right hand in midair to stop the blood that kept flowing. As Diamante said, Lin Tian was injured more severely than him. Sword Kai struck his chest again, and a deep wound appeared. The most serious was the internal injury. Several ribs were huge in the collision. The strength was broken, and the 5 internal organs were also stabbed. After a rush, Lin Tian appeared over the naval base within a minute. Seeing the naval base below, Lin Tian had been holding on his eye so that he could not close it. Finally, he could not hold it and closed his body like a leaf. It fell toward the naval base below. PS.5.15. Starting point is raining red envelopes. Grab around every hour, starting at 12 noon. A large wave of 515 red envelopes depends on luck. You all go to grab the starting currency you grabbed and continue to subscribe to my chapter. To be continued. Latest broadcast, tomorrow is 515, the starting point anniversary, the day with the most benefits. One small, say, in addition to the gift bag school bag, this time, 515 red envelope flip must be seen. There is no reason to not grab the red envelope. Set an alarm clock, tilde. After half a stick of incense, Lin Tian's injuries all over his body healed, and even the 4 huge wounds had healed, but these wounds were too serious, and there were still scars on them. Doctor, I have almost recovered from my injuries. Why didn't Lin Tian wake up? Garp asked. The doctor who was testing Lin Tian's heartbeat put down his hands, took off his mask, and said, the patient's heartbeat and pulse are all back to normal levels, even stronger than normal. As for why I didn't respond, it should be due to the huge physical exertion. Although I don't know what I gave birth to. But with years of experience, the patient must have experienced unimaginable fierce battles, and the patient's physical strength must be exhausted. Everyone nodded their heads. As for the doctor's statement, everyone also agreed. For the people who are fighting in a single suit, they know better than the doctor how high-intensity battles consume physical strength. Gently put the white quilt on Lin Tian. And then the doctor ordered several nurses next to him to inject a series of medicines for Lin Tian to promote body recovery. Then he wiped the sweat from his head and turned back to everyone and said, now the patient is fine, but just in case, I still need to observe it, and the patient also needs to recuperate. If you have nothing to do, we will take the patient back to the hospital. Jonathan said, yes, the medical level of our base is very good. Coming to the hospital is also a good opportunity for Brigadier Lin Tian. Well, thank you, doctor, he said before Garp could speak, and Garp nodded. The doctor waved. Several nurses hurriedly sorted out the medical equipment. 2 of the nurses were standing next to the beds, pushing Lin Tian to the hospital. Stop. Wait a minute. At this moment, Lieutenant General Crane, who agreed, suddenly stopped him, looked around for a week, and finally put his eyes on Yin. In the eyes of everyone puzzled. Explained, the nurses also have things to do. They can't stay with Zyoshin all the time, and we can't disturb others' work. Lieutenant General he did think more thoughtful than them. Although it seemed that Lin Tian was cured, Lin Tian didn't wake up, and no one knew what was there. It would be better to send someone to guard by the side. Let's do it. Yin is a girl here. The girl is more careful. Can you go and take care of Zyoshin for me? Ah, me. Ayan pointed his nose with a finger. His face was full of surprise. Obviously he didn't expect Lieutenant General Crane to suddenly make such a request. Ah, what should I do? I want to go, but I have already decided not to do that. What should I do now that he has suffered such a serious injury and needs other people's care? What should I do? Struggling appeared on Ayan's face, her hands clenched tightly and her white fingers became purple. But Ayan still didn't notice it at all and was sitting in a fierce ideological struggle. Seeing the struggling color on Ayan's face, he thought she didn't want to, so he spoke. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter. In this case, I will ask someone to take care of it. No. No. Hearing these words, Ayan stopped thinking without thinking. Crane originally wanted to meet someone alone, but he didn't expect Ayan to be so emotionally fluctuating. A trace of puzzlement appeared on Crane's face suddenly. What the asterisk was going on? Why was the difference between the front and back so big? The people on the side are also very strange. What exactly is happening? After saying these words, Ayan's face collapsed immediately, and she secretly cursed herself for being unwilling, especially when so many admirals were watching. Well, I just thought I hadn't studied nursing, and I was afraid that I could not take care of Lin. People, Ayan quickly lowered his head and explained. He smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I don't want you to do any nursing work, I just want you to take a look next, and let us know if there is anything." Oh, if so, I should be able to do well. Taking a peek at Lin Tian lying on the hospital bed, Ayan whispered. In that case, thank you, Ayan, Crane thanked. With a low mumble, Ayan quickly trod a few steps, rushed to the front of the bed, supported on the edge of the bed, and followed the rest of the medical staff and walked towards the hospital. After watching Lin Tian leave, Garp instantly showed anger on his face and walked back. But without taking a few steps, a figure slipped, and Garp appeared suddenly, blocking Garp's path forward. Suddenly he was blocked by someone, and Garp, who was already angry, became more angry, but after seeing the figure, Garp couldn't get out of anger. Zio, what are you doing? How are you blocking my way? Garp roared with his loud voice. Ask me what to do. Crane glared at Garp, folded his arms and said, this should be me asking you what you don't want to do. Don't tell me you go to sleep. As soon as Garp wanted to say this reason, he was pushed by Crane. After thinking about it, with his cleverness, I'm afraid I've guessed what I want to do, so I might as well tell her honestly. You guessed what I wanted to do? That's right, I'm going to help Lin Tian find the place and almost beat my disciple to death, or even abolished it. As a teacher, I can't find the pirates to get it back. Place. After a pause, Garp said solemnly, if you are not good at learning and be beaten like this, I won't say anything even if you are killed. I can only blame Lin Tian for not doing it. But you know the strength of Lin Tian. If you can beat Lin Tian like this, I don't need to say any more. This time I want to let them know that I can deal with my disciples, that I can deal with a junior regardless of my status. Blame me. Ah, Garp made a scream before he finished speaking, covering his ears and said puzzledly, Zio, why are you twisting my ears? Loosing his hand, Crane said angrily, you are really amazing. The disciple was beaten, and the teacher is going out to find the place. You think it is revenge? We are the Navy, do you understand? We are the Navy. Garp whispered, it is because we are the Navy that we are going to deal with the pirates. Seeing that Garp dared to talk back, and the Crane was about to make a move, Garp quickly stepped back, a distance he thought was safe. Cusan also spoke out, to persuade Lieutenant General Garp, now is not the time for you to make a move. If you make a move, the plan of the Marshal of the Warring States period is difficult to realize. Garp was still puzzled just now. He went to teach the pirate who wounded Lin Tian how he and Cusan stopped him. It turned out to be because of this. Garp smiled slightly and waved his hand, so you are worried about this. Don't worry, I won't make much noise and will not affect the Warring States plan. We are just worried about you, so we won't let you go. when you get excited, no matter which movement is too small, then you will be agitated. I am afraid that Torrid City will be destroyed in your hands. He glanced at Garp, who was smiling, and he said casually. He knew all about Garp's temper after so many years. Hearing the words of Lieutenant General Crane, the other lieutenants also nodded secretly. Most of the navies had fought with Lieutenant General Garp, and they also knew something about the behavior of Lieutenant Garp. Before it was over, he suddenly looked serious and said, "Moreover, do you think you are really good to Lin Tian by doing this?" Regarding the question of Crane, Garp couldn't help but ponder. If he did it, would he really treat Lin Tian? Don't say anything else. This situation is not a warning to Lin Tian. A warning that he should not act without authorization in the future. www.com. This time, he almost died. It should make him understand that he is unauthorized. The danger of the action, at least, let it converge in the future. Hearing the analysis of the Crane, Garp couldn't help but nod, and because of Lin Tian's temper, he was abused like this. This kid will definitely not let anyone interfere in the future and go to the meeting place by himself. Forget it, since that's the case, I'll go to dinner, but it's really shameful to be abused this time. My face had to be lost too. If the people in the Warring States period knew it, they would definitely say that I can't teach, and they don't know how to teach students. These people have long been salivating for Lin Tian. It seems that I will increase my training level in the future. This stinky guy has been a bit lazy these months. Also, after seeing the scars on Lin Tian's body earlier, I almost knew who the people who wounded Lin Tian were. He rested his chin, set in thought, with a cautious expression. He didn't expect Lin Tian to encounter the group of pirates. PS.5.15. Starting point is raining red envelopes. Grab around every hour, starting at 12 noon, a large wave of 515 red envelopes depends on luck. You all go to grab the starting currency you grabbed and continue to subscribe to my chapter. To be continued. In the ward, Lin Tian Yoi woke up. Her closed eyes had not yet fully reacted, and everything in front of her was blurred. Smelling the pungent smell of potion in the air, Lin Tian suddenly realized that he should be in a hospital now, and only hospitals have such a pungent smell of potion. It seems that I still fled to the naval base. I should have been rescued. I don't know what the old smelly man will be like when he sees him like this. He will definitely be very angry, Lin Tian thought with a wry smile. Who would have thought that Doflamingo was more decisive than he thought? After discovering his identity, he didn't hesitate to send someone to kill him when he came out after he was unable to do so in the war, and he valued himself so much that he actually sent 3 strong subordinate. In that battle, if it hadn't been for walking fast, it was very likely that the ship would have been capsized in the gutter, but since I was seriously injured, the injuries would not be much lighter than myself. But this was not what Lin Tian felt sorry for. He was so badly injured, Tian Shangjin was completely out of touch with him. Not to mention participating, he couldn't even stand up now. A surprise sound came from Lin Tian's mouth. Just touching his index finger lightly, Lin Tian realized that he did not feel as weak as he imagined. Instead, his whole body was full of strength, and his arms were able to move freely. I don't even have any pain in my body. You have to know that I have suffered so many injuries and wounds on my body, so there is no pain at all. What happened when I was in a coma? Lin Tian thought in surprise in his mind. It's not that he still has clothes on him, Lin Tian still wants to take off his clothes. Look at what happened to your body. Chang dang, the sound of an object falling to the ground, remembered in the empty ward. At this time, Lin Tian found that besides himself, there were others in the ward. Looking to the side, an iron water cup fell to the ground, rolling towards his bedside. Sweeping his eyes upward, a light blue cloak appeared before his eyes, followed by a long blue scroll like the sea. Lin Tian didn't know the rest, because the girl was facing her back, so she couldn't see her specific face clearly. Looking at his rugged figure, one can guess that this must be a beauty. Of course, this cannot be ruled out as a killer from behind. Before, Ayan was absent-mindedly sorting things out, always thinking about what Lin Tian should say when he woke up, and how he should face it. I knew I didn't agree with Lieutenant General Crane, so I wouldn't be able to see it as long as I did, but I can't go if I want to go, Ayan thought nervously. But Lin Tian's surprise sound. Ayan woke up immediately, and Ayan suddenly didn't understand what to do, whether to stay or go out directly to inform Lieutenant General Crane and the others. At last, after struggling in his mind, Ayan gritted his teeth and put down the white cloth in his hand. I'm going to run outside. But Ayan, who was extremely nervous, took a step forward. The retracted right hand accidentally hit the water cup and fell directly to the ground. There was a crisp sound, and the water in the cup splashed all over the floor. Hey, hello, please. In the end, I couldn't bear the anger, it was too depressing, and he said. But when the nervous Ayan heard Lin Tian speak, before Lin Tian could finish speaking, he quickly lowered his head and turned around, not wanting Lin Tian to see her. Sorry, I was thinking about something just now. I accidentally knocked out this glass of water. I picked it up right away. I would also mop the water on the ground with a mop. While talking, Ayan took a few steps quickly, squatted down, and grabbed the slowly rolling water glass. Seeing this girl keep her head down, and her behavior full of panic, Lin Tian couldn't help showing a strange expression on her face. Is her voice so scary? Ayan had just grabbed the water glass and was about to get up to open it, when a question came from the front. Excuse me, where am I and when is it now? How did you find me? Ayan paused for a second, and then answered Deo Lin Tian's questions one by one. It's about 8 o'clock in the evening. This is the hospital at the naval base. At that time, you fell from the sky and were sent to the hospital. After listening to the girl's answer, Lin Tian also had an understanding of the matter, and it seemed that he should have shocked many people. Thank you, it has been so hard for you to take care of me here. Lin Tian smiled and thanked you. It's okay, it's just my duty. If there is nothing wrong, I will go out first. There are other patients around who need me. Ayan, who was extremely nervous, couldn't help lying in order to leave quickly. The moment Ayan stood up, Lin Tian glanced away and finally saw the face of the woman who had been bowing her head. She is indeed a beautiful woman, her big piercing eyes, a trace of panic. She has a beautiful face, a lavender shirt and a pair of short shorts. Thank you then. It's okay. Before finishing speaking, Ayan turned around and walked behind in a panic. Seeing Lin Tian didn't find himself, Ayan breathed a sigh of relief, but there was a trace of disappointment on his face. He couldn't recognize himself so close, it seemed that he had really forgotten himself. Stop. A heavy voice suddenly remembered behind him, being so loud in the quiet ward. Ayan was startled, and Ayan didn't know what to do. Before Ayan had enough time to engage in fierce psychological struggles, Lin Tian had already made a choice for him. Carly, what the casters is going on? The heavy voice came from behind again, and the tone was full of puzzlement, surprise, and blame, and all kinds of emotions were wrapped in it. Hearing that she was recognized, Ayan also knew that she could not hide. She turned around and looked at Lin Tian blankly, but her eyes didn't dare to look at Lin Tian at all, her eyes kept hiding. Ayan gritted and said, a trace of determination flashed across his face, and he met Lin Tian's deep eyes. This patient, you must have admitted the wrong person. My name is Ayan. I have never heard of who Carly is. Presumably you should be the wrong person. Really? Lin Tian lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking, suddenly raised his head with a trace of anger on his face, looking at Daozi. Carly, my own situation, I know it myself. Although I was seriously injured, my eyes are still not blind, my mind is not broken, is it, Carly? Lin Tian used these last two words to roaring out of his confusion and anger, as well as the pain in his heart. Lin Tian hadn't recognized Ayan as Carly before, but Carly hadn't seen him in 3 years. The change was so great, she changed a person completely. Her hair, appearance, and clothing changed drastically all over her body. Lin Tian didn't react to this change. What made Lin Weather most angry was that she knew her identity, but pretended not to know herself. Lin Tian. There are many people who look the same in this world. It is possible that you have misidentified the person. I am not Carly. My name is Ayin, an ordinary Navy. Lin Tian left. The same person, Ayin, since you are a Navy, how can you call me that way? Only acquaintances would call me that way. Brigadier Lin Tian. I just made a careful mistake in one step. Actually. Unfortunately, Lin Tian had long understood that this person was Ayin. Before Ayin could say anything, Lin Tian waved to interrupt. In the past 3 years, what have you experienced, Carly? The comfortable sea breeze comes up from the sea, the blowing windows squeak, and the white curtains are also dancing with the wind. The speed of the sea breeze does not decrease. It crosses the forest sky and blows towards Ayin. Mid-air. In the entire ward, the two of them remain silent like this. Lin Tian now wants to know what happened to Carly and how it became like this. Under Lin Tian's gaze, Ayin's head lowered lower and lower. Ayin was not afraid of Lin Tian's eyes, but didn't know how to face it. Carly was dead back then, and now only Ayin, Navy Ayin survives, Ayin said in a low tone, and anyone could hear the sadness in that tone. Say, what happened? His eyes sank, even though he knew that there was something unspeakable in Carly's heart. Lin Tian still forced that there are some things that a girl should not resist. He must understand everything that happened. Say what I said. I said that Carly is dead. This means that I have nothing to do with you. We are just a stranger. Now it is only a relationship between superiors and superiors, Brigadier General Lin Tian. For some reason, Ayin's tone suddenly became anxious, with a hint of anger and sarcasm. Hearing the sarcasm in Carly's tone, Lin Tian showed a trace of puzzlement in his eyes. You reading www. Does you can't you come have anything to do with me? But since that farewell, I have been wandering on the Great Sea Route and never went back. Lin Tian said calmly, in my heart, no matter what you become, you are still the same Carly in your heart. No, people will change. That Carly has also disappeared. Now there is only a rebirth of Ayin. After thinking about it, Carly clenched her silver teeth as if a girl was losing her temper and said unconvinced, moreover, what qualifications do you have to ask me to tell you everything? You are not mine. After speaking, Carly glanced at Lin Tian cautiously and quickly, but it was a pity that Lin Tian didn't have any expression on his face, which made Ayin feel a little disappointed, but it disappeared from his face in an instant. You said, do I have a chance to know this, Carly? You say. Lin Tian took out the jade pendant Carly gave him and pressed forward step by step. Don't force me, Lin Tian, please, don't force me. Carly's eyes were filled with tears, which made Lin Tian feel very distressed. This girl has endured things that she shouldn't have in her heart. These things should come by herself there. To be continued. Tips, computer access into mobile phone login. After some inquiries, seeing that Carly still did not answer, Lin Tian hugged Ayin regardless of so much. One novel. Woo woo woo. Bang bang. The lips of the two were in close contact with each other, and the cold lips collided together, and the two of them seemed to be electrocuted, and their bodies trembled. Whether in the previous life or in this life, Lin Tian and the girl hold hands are very few, not to mention the close action of kissing, which has always been in the imagination. Today I got a hot mind and I kissed it for some reason. The cold pink lips are so soft, and the breath exhaled from the nasal cavity is so warm on the face. The kiss came so suddenly that Ayin didn't have any preparation. At that moment, Ayin was shocked. The touch on the lips and the current flowing through the body made Ayin's body tremble unnaturally. I want to talk, but my lips have been blocked by Lin Tian. So I can only make a whining sound, clenched fists with both hands, and kept beating Lin Tian's back with a bang, hoping that Lin Tian could let go. Lin Tian's tongue quickly searched Yin's mouth to cover the thunder, and when he touched Yin, they entangled together, tasting the fresh and moist tongue tip, which made people inevitably indulge in the taste. The sudden kiss was caught off guard like a storm, thickly sliding between the tangled tongues, and Yin's mind was blank. She didn't know what to do, and her instinct moved with Lin Tian's tongue. His eyes were blurred, and the whole body's snow-white skin instantly climbed into patches of crimson, so touching, there was a heavy breathing from the tip of his nose. Yin, who was awake, looked at Lin Tian in front of him, and the tongue that ransacked in his mouth, her cheeks were extremely red. Instinctively, his teeth lied hard and a scream suddenly sounded. The messy object finally left his mouth, and a fishy smell appeared in his mouth. Loosening the hands that hugged Lin Tian tightly, he didn't know where the power came from, and his palms pushed hard towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian pushed away in one fell swoop. After recovering, Lin Tian only heard a whimper and crying, and looked towards the direction of the cry. I saw Yin pushing away Lin Tian, holding his hands around his knees. Leaning on the head of the bed, his head very deep in his knees, the sea blue head was also dangling casually, covering Yin. Can only hear that cry. There was such a desolate, sad and heart-stucking breath all over her body. She wanted a little girl, curled up alone in a corner, without any support. At this time, Yin also suddenly stopped crying, raised her head, wiped away the tears on her face with her hand, without the slightest expression on her face, moved to the bed, stood up. During this period, he hadn't looked at Lin Tian before and said with his back to Lin Tian, Brigadier General Lin Tian, I will not pursue the matter just now. I hope you can forget what happened today. Also, I am just Yin. Carly was dead back then. There is no such person in the world now. After that, Yin would not walk back, just taking a step. Before taking the second step, one hand firmly grasped Yin's shoulder. That hand was just a light touch, but there was a powerful force on the arm, and Yin didn't have the slightest resistance. Turning around was another heavy fall in Lin Tian's arms. Before Yin struggled again, Lin Tian had already hugged Yin tightly and embraced him in his arms. He lowered his head, leaned his chin tightly on the supple head, and said softly, but there was an indisputable tone in his tone. Why did you join the Navy? Why did you pretend not to know me? I want to know everything about these 3 years. Don't think about avoiding. You stayed in the Navy for a while, knowing that if I make up my mind to investigate, I can still know probably. Hearing Lin Tian's domineering declaration, he hugged Yin, who was struggling, stopped, as if lost in thought. But what Lin Tian waited for was not an answer, but a pain in his chest. This time, Yin didn't show any mercy under her mouth. The bite was so hard, the bite was so heartache, and the bite was so sad. As if to let out everything buried in her heart through this bite. Lin Tian neither backed up nor made a sound, but silently endured the pain, gently stroking the sea blue show, because from this pain, Lin Tian felt that the pain in Yin's heart was 10 times heavier than this. With such a weak girl in her arms, she can endure the pain alone for 2 years. Can't she even stand this moment? Boom. Yin waved his hands, patted Lin Tian's sturdy back, released his mouth, and cried in Lin Tian's arms. Why? Why? Why did I meet you again? I have forgotten you, and forgot what happened back then. Sorry, it's all my fault. Why do I even think about it? Why endure that kind of pain? Why? Sorry. Lin Tian. You bastard, you are a big bastard, big bastard. Feeling the coolness in the chest, and the sentence, why, there are injustices to fate, helplessness in life, and disappointment in life. All this caused Lin Tian to hold a lot of words in his chest, and he could only express his guilt and apology without stopping. I'm sorry. Why Carly became Ain. All of this has to be talked about 2 years ago. Lin Tian and Carly often communicated with each other, but there was an accident with a carrier pigeon. The letter happened to be obtained by a group of pirates. The letter mentioned some memories of him and Carly, so the information about treasures was mentioned above. Therefore, this group of pirates came to the island where Carly was located through this letter, and the result can be imagined. The pirate asked the residents about the whereabouts of the treasure, but apart from Lin Tian, how could those residents know that? So a massacre came and countless people died there. Carly was chased by the pirates and separated from her father and sister. The only one who managed to escape from the island was Carly. Carly, who was drifting in a coma at sea, was rescued by Admiral Kai and Zephyr. When Carly led the navy back to the island again, there were ruins everywhere. Except for some people who were lucky to survive, the others were dead. There were many people whose bodies were burned to ashes. It was difficult to count the identity. My sister and my sister were not found either, and they are probably dead. To be honest, when Lin Tian heard this incident, he felt a little bit listening to the story. This incident was too strange, it was like a joke, made by fate. This is nothing www.com, When Lin Tian heard the name of the group of pirates, the idea at the time was beyond words. The group of pirates was actually the Captain Faker group in the bar. Now Lin Tian wanted to take revenge, but there was no way, because the group of people had been killed by Brother Ming, so it was ironic that he was still his benefactor. These all just floated gently in his mind. It was Carly who really moved Lin Tian's guilt. No, it was Ian now. Everything is in Ian's heart, the pain of the death of her relatives, the guilt in her heart, and how to face her own struggle in her heart. Lin Tian can't imagine what Ian, who carries these things, has hurt her heart. That's it. If I could take the time to find out what happened at the time, instead of sending someone to ask the Naval Headquarters intelligence personnel to investigate, I wouldn't know in this situation. In fact, the Naval Intelligence Department had long ago investigated that Carly had become Ian's passing, but the last news was suppressed by former Navy Admiral Zephyr at Ian's plea. This is why Lin Tian has never heard of Carly. If Lin Tian took the initiative to search for it, the situation would be different. To be continued. Boy, what's going on? 1. Novel. Garp, who reacted after a long time, looked at the two people holding hands and asked in confusion. The rest of the people on the side also looked confused, pricked their ears and listened to Lin Tian's answer quietly. What happened in just over an hour? Was it because they were slow to respond, or the world was changing too fast? Lin Tian had expected the expressions of these people, so Lin Tian ignored everyone's eyes and spoke very casually. Smelly old man, did you forget that this is Carly? Carly? Who is Carly? It's the girl I met on the island of the pirate for the first time when I went to sea, and I asked him to report to you. The girl, Lin Tian said helplessly after patted his head with fear. Carly. Garp whispered a few times. When Lin Tian reminded him, he suddenly recalled. Carly. It turned out to be her. I said how I felt that she was so familiar before, but I just can't remember it. After a lot of details, Garp pointed to Ian and wondered, but what's going on now? How has it changed so much in 3 years? Not only the look has changed, but also the name has changed. It's nothing. After 3 years, a lot of things can happen. It's normal for such a big change. Don't make a fuss. Lin Tian didn't want to tell the reason of the matter in front of so many people. He just said a few vaguely and brought the topic over. Garp also heard Lin Tian's worries, a trace of puzzlement flashed in his eyes, and did not ask more. Lin Tian said that for his own reasons. There must be some things this kid doesn't want people to know. At the same time, Garp felt very surprised, since Carly is Ian. Why did Ian see Lin Tian in front of him and there was no sign of movement, and when Crane asked him to take care of Lin Tian, he also looked worried and behaved a little strangely. Not only Garp, but Crane and Fusen are also very strange. The other admirals don't know, but they both know a little about Ian, because of certain things. Both had spent a while with Ian, and had never heard of Ian mentioning Lin Tian. There must be something happening between the two. Especially Fusen. The teachers for once wanted to cover up the investigation of Yin. Kyuzan felt strange at the time, but it was the teacher's account. Kyuzan didn't say much, but used his position to suppress the matter. Now it seems that the incident is likely to be related to Lin Tian. However, after he could understand what happened, Garp couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect the two of you to meet in this situation. I remember that Lin Tian was worried about what happened because of that. Hearing Garp's words, the Lieutenant Admiral's present couldn't help laughing. Everyone was familiar with Lin Tian, so they didn't have so many worries. The eyes kept sweeping over the two of them, revealing a meaningful smile. But Lin Tian had a black line on his head instantly, and his whole person was no good. The smelly old man actually said this kind of thing. This was Kai Lulu's revenge. Zyoshin, what's your injury? Do you have any bad feelings? Crane asked with concern. Yes, yeah. How do you feel, brat? Lin Tian bent his hand slightly and said with a relaxed expression, it feels good, and all the wounds on his body are scarred. There is no major problem. There is no feeling of tightness in the chest, and he feels that his whole body is full of strength. Seeing that Lin Tian was okay and his face looked pretty good, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before, everyone was worried about the side effects of that kind of potion. After all, Lieutenant General Crane himself had not used it, and he didn't know how. Lin Tian smiled and said, however, I really have to thank Grandma He this time. If Grandma He hadn't used that kind of potion, I wouldn't know the consequences of the injury. Lin Tian knew better than anyone about how serious his injuries were. The trauma was okay, important internal injuries, and he used a lot of his strength at will. That backlash is really serious. There was nothing during the battle. These consequences would come out after the battle. Otherwise, Lin Tian would not have the physical strength to perform such big moves before leaving the battle. After that, within a minute, the whole person passed out. This is nothing. He smiled and shook his head slightly. Suddenly his face was serious, and he reprimanded it. However, Zyoshin, you did something wrong this time. Although your strength is good, but this time the evenly rolled incident gathered so many powerful pirates, you actually went to Crowder City alone to investigate intelligence alone. Do you know how dangerous this is? This incident is the consequence. I suffered such a serious injury. If I hadn't just grabbed the potion from a group of pirates, you didn't have a few years to recover this time. Not to mention fighting, even a little heavy training. Get on. Lin Tian grimaced, with a warm current flowing in his heart. He lowered his head and said, you know, Grandma He, don't say anything. I know it's wrong. I'll be more careful next time. Bang! Garp slammed Lin Tian's head with a fist, slamming Lin Tian's head straight, and said angrily, you want the next time, brat. If this injury is not healed, you want the next time. Lin Tian touched the big bag on his head, and a painful color appeared on his face. Smelly old man, knocking on my head again. You are ashamed to say, it's not that you don't let me go, I will act alone. Everyone was quite surprised at this scene, and they had seen it before. Ayin looked at the big bag on Lin Tian's head and felt distressed, but now that there are all the generals of the Navy headquarters and being watched by so many people, Ayin has a thin face and can't touch it with his hands. Boy, you dare to talk back. It seems that you haven't talked a lot for a few days. You dare to confront the teacher. Garp rolled up his sleeves and started to act. Although you can't win, you can't lose face in front of so many people. Let go of Ayin's weak little hand and roll up his sleeves without showing weakness. Okay. Can you two speak well? You just do it at every turn. This teacher is the same as a student. He really couldn't stand it. The pair of masters and apprentices are doing things according to their moods. Now they are talking about business, and the two of them are actually going to take action. He both spoke, and the two of them quickly stopped their movements. In fact, Lin Tian and Garp would not really fight either. His words are just a step. Lin Tian said with a smile. However, Grandma I didn't expect you to come this time, but I have always been thinking of you. He lightly nodded Lin Tian's forehead, and he smiled and said, don't want to say something nice, just let me stop scolding you, you are really bad this time. Lin Tian said with a bitter face, I know, I didn't deliberately cause any trouble this time. Who knows that luck is so bad. I met a group of powerful pirates there, and finally they were recognized by others. As a result, they sent 3 caitors to ambush me on the periphery of the naval base, and only then experienced a great war. Lin Tian. What is the name of the pirate group you encountered? It has such a high combat power, but the caitors can beat you like this, Fusen asked in confusion. Fusen still knows about Lin Tian's strength. Although Lin Tian is still only a brigadier general, his true combat power should be higher than that of the major general, and he is still worse than the lieutenant general. Although this kind of strength is not very strong, it is already good in the first half of the Great Route. It is possible to almost kill Lin Tian with caitors. How can such a powerful pirate group stay in the first half of this period? It stands to reason that they should all go to the New World. That's right. Garp suddenly remembered that Crane had said that she knew, and asked aloud, Little Crane, don't you know who the pirate group is that injured Lin Tian? Crane nodded, turned his head to look at Lin Tian www.com, and said cautiously, Zyoshin, it should be the Don Quixote family pirates who injured you. It is Ming brothers who shot you. Caitors, one of them is called Raoji. Hey! Grandma Crane, how do you know? Lin Tian asked in surprise. He hadn't said it, and there were no other people in the fight. Hearing the answer from Crane, everyone's face showed a trace of understanding. Everyone had heard of this infamous pirate group. Only Garp looked confused. The pirate group Garp had never heard of it. He explained, I have been hunting them down, and I have fought with them many times. I know their way of fighting very well. Seeing you have the G shape, I guessed it. So that's it, Lin Tian Deo. But I remember that this group of pirates is not in the New World. How could they appear here? Lieutenant Mole asked in doubt. This is the latest information about the Navy, which will be explained together with a plan at the meeting. There are meetings. Hearing the words, meeting, Garp felt he was all right. To be continued. In the meeting room, on the top floor of the Naval Base office building. 1. Novel. A large group of admirals are among them. Because of the importance of this plan, the content of the meeting is of course the less people know the better. Those who are eligible to participate in the meeting are generals above Rear Admiral, and those below Major Admirals are not eligible to enter. Of course, except for Lin Tian. For some reasons, Lin Tian's authority and status in the Navy were higher than his rank of Brigadier General. In addition, Lin Tian had been to Karad for investigations, and Lin Tian was also among them for this meeting. In the meeting room, everyone turned their eyes to the front, and he was explaining information. Among the people present, only Crane knew about the Navy's latest intelligence and combat content on Sea Heavenly Gold. This is one of the reasons why Crane came here. In addition to being a Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters, Crane is also a Chief Naval Staff Officer. As long as the Navy has consulted her on important plans, even the Warring States period should consult Crane when doing something. And this time the Warring States sent Cranes to take charge of the overall situation, which shows how much the Warring States attaches to this Evenly Gold incident. Snapped. Crane took out a wanted order and pasted it on the whiteboard behind him. The picture on the wanted order was Doflamingo. Shen Sheng introduced Doflamingo, the captain of the pirate group of the Don Quixote family pirates. This person is offering a reward of 340 million Baileys. He is extremely powerful and above the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters. Hearing the introduction by Tsuru, the faces of the Navy were cautious. The strength is above the head of the Lieutenant General. The only person who can deal with him is the lieutenant admiral, but the strength of the Navy head is comparable to the general. There is also the naval Lieutenant Garp, who is known as the naval hero, and the strength is guessed as the Vietnamese Navy admiral. And everyone must have heard of this man's brutality. He has destroyed 3 cities and towns. This man is cunning and treacherous, and he is also powerful in the underground world. Therefore, the Navy arrests him every time, for some reason. And he escaped. Now Messi asked in a loud voice, what is the relationship between this group of pirates and this evenly gold incident? This is what I'm going to say next. Crane glanced at the intelligence in his hand and then said, according to the latest naval intelligence news. This time, Doflamingo is behind sea evenly gold. Speaking of this, Crane stopped and glanced down, revealing that most people's faces were calm. This heavenly gold event is so strange. The news was leaked for no reason. There must be a pair of black hands pushing behind it, as long as a sane person knows. It's just that the black hands behind this scene are a bit too deep, and everyone hasn't seen it, but it was unexpectedly this group of pirates. This Doflamingo didn't know what to use to impress Kato, the beast of the 4 emperors. He actually made Kato active in the New World, leading to a series of riots, and the Navy had to send generals to suppress, and then passed in this way. The combat power of the guards carrying sea evenly gold will be weakened, so that his goal can be achieved. After listening to Crane's explanation, the naval generals present were all in deep thought. If the most powerful pirate is this pirate group, then there is not much problem with this mission, but the Navy has generals' combat power. The Don Quixote family is powerful, and the entire pirate group apart from Brother Ming. There are also a series of powerful caters, and there are 14 such caters. He suddenly turned the topic to Lin Tian. As for the specific combat power of the Don Quixote family caters, everyone should have understood the situation of Brigadier Lin Tian's injury before. Lin Tian turned his head to the admiral present. It was the 3 caters under Doflamingo who attacked me this time. The combat power of the 3 of them is almost at the level of Rear Admiral. The rest of the personnel don't know, but in my opinion, those 3 people should be very strong among the dozen or so people. However, even though I was badly injured in that battle, they wouldn't be much better than me. This time, they don't want to join. After listening to Lin Tian's words, everyone nodded, and if 3 were abolished, 11 were left. Although there were a lot of them, it was not a big problem for the Navy. Only need to send a lieutenant admiral and 6 major generals should be able to block those caters. At that time, as long as Lieutenant General Fusen moves faster, he can completely eliminate this vicious group of pirates. Lieutenant General Crane said, in addition to this group of pirates, there is also a powerful group of pirates. Brother Heyo pirates. The captain is named Shizu Heyo. He is also a powerful master. The threat is not less than that of the Don Quixote family. On it, the strength of his subordinates is also very strong. In addition to these, there are many powerful pirate groups, but they are not as threatening as they are. At this time, the heavy Navy on the scene showed a trace of caution. If there are 2, the Navy's strength will be a little bit tight, and a lot of troops will have to be spent to protect the Golden in the sky ships. As for the other weak pirates, they are not within the scope of the Navy's consideration. This time they are only equipped with soy sauce, which is not much harmful. After all, most of the Navy's combat power was transferred to the New World to suppress it, and it was not easy for the Warring States Marshal to draw them out to support. Everyone looked at Garp, and if Lieutenant General Garp made a move, it would not be a problem for Lieutenant General Garp to deal with the 2 pirate groups alone. Garp found that everyone was looking at him, deliberately yawning, and then threw himself on the table to sleep. Within seconds, he remembered the snoring in the meeting room. Got it. Judging from this situation, everyone understood that Lieutenant General Garp seemed really determined not to go. Fusen sitting in front of him asked, Lieutenant General Crane, now that he has introduced the strength of these pirates, what plans does the Marshal of the Warring States period have? The Marshal of the Warring States period knew the information and sent them, so he should have a detailed plan. The Marshal of the Warring States period liked to act according to plans. Crane said, this plan of the Marshal of the Warring States period is mainly centered on two purposes. One is to try to solve these pirates. The opportunity for so many pirates to gather is rare. The other purpose is to safely the heavenly gold. This purpose is to achieve the purpose. For this purpose, you can give up the previous purpose at any time. After a glance at everyone, he said in a deep voice, and said the specific implementation steps of this plan. Generally speaking, this plan is divided into two parts. First, the Navy escorted the fake Golden in the sky ships to leave the port, attracting the attention of the pirates, and then led these pirates to a place far away from Karat Island, using it as a battlefield to fight to eliminate the pirates. During the war, the real Golden in the Sky ship will be escorted by Lieutenant General Crane, leaving the port carefully and driving along a route that only Lieutenant Crane knows. After Cusan solved the high-end combat power of the pirates as soon as possible, the Navy was able to deal with the remaining pirates at that time, and then the Lieutenant Admiral Mullen Cusan would catch up with the guards of the Golden Ship in the sky as soon as possible. The Warring States plan is indeed perfect, but all of these prerequisites depend on Cusan. Whether this plan can be realized perfectly depends on Cusan's combat power. Whether Cusan can solve these pirates in a short time, this time the heavy burden is it's all on Cusan. After being watched by so many people, Cusan felt a little bit interesting. He touched the back of his head and said lazily, I'm not sure, but I will try my best. As for whether I can solve the pirates quickly, I have to see. How strong are the two captains Mingji and Shizuheo? Lieutenant General Cusan said that it is indeed true. After all, the plan cannot keep up with the changes, and there are too many changes. That's right, Lieutenant General Crane added, there is a very important link in this plan, and that is the ship used for fraud this time. Ship Pelmavilcom fake. Everyone looked puzzled. This time, in addition to bringing intelligence and plans, I also have some bombs. These bombs were developed by Dr. Vegapunk. They are very powerful. I brought a total of 4 bombs, one on each ship. Everyone heard that it was a bomb, developed by Vegapunk, with curiosity on their faces. Vegapunk is the smartest person in the world, and the things he studied must be very powerful. After hearing the 4, everyone couldn't help but lose their faces. How much has changed in the game with 4? Crane glanced around and saw everyone's expressions in full view. This time each bomb has an explosive lethality of 5 kilometers. Sin. Hearing this power, everyone couldn't help but breathe in air conditioning. 5 kilometers? This power is also too great, and it can be used well enough to influence the whole battle, and it is not very helpful to them. Lin Tian secretly thought, it seems that this is the Marshal of the Warring States period, at the same time realizing the annihilation of these pirates, and the confidence to protect those ships carrying sea-heavenly gold intact. P.S. Thank you readers for your support. To be continued. In the conference room, everyone felt relaxed when they heard that the Warring States Marshal had prepared such things. One novel. With the presence of such weapons of mass destruction, the disadvantage of insufficient navy can be reversed, so that the shortage of troops can be resolved. With a snap, Crane posted a picture on the whiteboard. On it was a huge black ball, which looked like it was tightly placed in the cabin. The whole black ball was not as large as everyone imagined. It was only about half a meter in diameter. Has a strong power. In this plan, this kind of bomb will be an extremely important part. At that time, every fake ship will carry this kind of bomb. At the beginning of the battle, all navies must show the illusion of desperate resistance, and then after a certain period of time, pretend to retreat, so that those people cannot see that we are pretending, and when all the pirates approach the bomb range, and then detonate the bomb. Although this kind of explosion will not have much impact on many strong people, but when the ship is destroyed, most of the fruit abilities can only be captured with nothing, and many small fish can be destroyed. Until now, Lieutenant General Crane has briefly explained all the plans. Although this plan looks simple, it is difficult to implement. The time difference in each link must be grasped well, and everyone must perform the trick well. If a flaw is discovered, the operation will be ruined. It is also a question of whether there are masters among these pirates. However, the overall plan is still perfect. As long as there are no major changes, the plan is highly successful. Next, do you have any suggestions for improvement? He looked at the people below and asked. Everyone thought about it, but they didn't think of anything bad, and there was no place to comment. The performance of these people was also expected by the Crane. It was almost the same for these lieutenants of the Navy headquarters to kill people. They wanted them to think about plans. They really did not have this talent. Just when Crane thought that no one had put forward an opinion and wanted to confirm the plan, he raised a hand. This person was Major General Jonathan. He quickly stretched out his hand and said, "Major General Jonathan, do you have anything to add?" Jonathan stood up and said, "This plan is indeed perfect, but one thing is difficult to do, and that is to pretend to withdraw from this section of the plan. In order to prevent the plan from leaking, we must know the specific content of this plan. If that happens, if we suddenly propose to retreat, it will definitely have a great impact on morale. Even if we explain to all the soldiers at that time, the soldiers who were not prepared at all would still make big mistakes in doing so. The pirate we are facing is Doflamingo. But for someone who has planned to sway the entire great route, small mistakes may also be spotted by the other side. And there are so many pirates in this sea area, we really protect the team. It is difficult to hide. If we are discovered, we will be extremely passive." After listening to Jonathan's words, it is hard to be afraid that the lieutenants, who only knew about the battle, also realized the huge loopholes in this plan, but this situation is difficult to solve, and it is difficult for Crane to think of a solution for a while. Cannot help but ask, "Major General Jonathan, do you think of a solution?" Jonathan shook his head. "Our strength is a little bit small, it's a bit difficult to achieve these two goals, and we have a little bit of chips in our hands and don't have much initiative." "No, Major General Jonathan doesn't need to worry about these 2 points," Lin Tian, who had been meditating in silence, suddenly said, attracting everyone's attention. Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Tian calmly explained, "As long as the heavenly gold is in our hands, the initiative is entirely in our hands. These pirate skulls are all heavenly gold. So no matter what we do, these seas, all thieves, can only follow our routine." Everyone nodded and continued to listen to Lin Tian's statement. This time the gold incident is so big, presumably the pirates also know that the Navy must move this time. But these pirates continue to stay here and do not give up. One is the greed of human nature. The wealth of gold in the sky completely fascinates these people. Even if they appear, they will pounce like moths into the fire. The other is strength. They have the strength to believe that they can succeed. So what we are worried about now should be the strength of these pirates, and whether there is any strong hidden inside. After listening to Lin Tian's explanation, everyone couldn't help showing a hint of admiration. Lin Tian completely stated the greatest advantage of the Navy, which is the absolute initiative. As long as these pirates want to get the gold, they must act according to the Navy's ideas. And the second point, you don't need to worry that the real casters ships will be exposed. When it came to this, Lin Tian's voice became a little heavy. At Karad, I learned that Doflamingo is gathering those weak seas. Seas, prepared to form an alliance. Everyone couldn't help but become more cautious. If those weak pirates also joined in, the number of pirates would increase sharply. Although these people do not have much combat power, they can also cause a lot of trouble to the Navy. Actually, we can also find someone to help, Jonathan said slowly. Obviously he thought about this proposal for a long time. The rest of the people looked puzzled. Where is the support from the Navy? They are the support sent. Only Lieutenant General Crane seemed to think of something. Well, that's right. Jonathan nodded and replied, World Food Gudrit. Hearing this famous name in the world government, everyone quickly reacted. As a Navy, I am afraid that no one has never heard of this name. Every time an arms purchase, Gudrit, who was chanted by the warring states, bitterly hated it, was scolded as a vampire. Crane touched his chin and said, if he can make a move, our combat power can be much stronger here, but in this way, the price to pay may be very high. This is also the reason Jonathan has never wanted to say it. After all, Gudrit's reputation as a vampire is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Susan said, in fact, this kind of price does not need to be paid by us. Each of those pirates is very valuable. We can pay the bill with the spoils obtained from the pirates. As for the proportion, it depends on the proportion. We negotiated it. This method is really good. Although the loot will be reduced by more than half, those things are completely empty glove white wools for the Navy, and it will not be too distressed. I think this possibility is gone, Lin Tian said, once again, attracted everyone's attention. After a pause, Lin Tian took himself to Corid today and rescued a girl. In the end, she found that this girl was Gudrit's only daughter. She helped the girl escape the assassination. Until the end she was ambushed by Brother Ming. Once again, Lin Tian still didn't say something inappropriate. After listening to Lin Tian's experience, everyone was amazed. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian had experienced so much in just half a day, and he actually became Gudrit's benefactor. How lucky it is to make Gudrit a favor. Lieutenant General Vastal said in a puzzled way, in this way, Brigadier Lin Tian is Gudrit's benefactor, then Brigadier Lin Tian will take the initiative, and Gudrit will definitely take action, but why? Here, these assassins used a weapon. Speaking of this, he glanced at everyone's expressions. Power rock. What? The Lieutenant Admiral present sounded without discomfort. In the Navy, only lieutenant generals and above are qualified to know the existence of the power rock. Lin Tian is a special case. The power rock is one of the Navy's heritage and one of the most powerful weapons of the Navy. The power rock is generally guarded in a heavily defensive naval base, and few people in the entire Navy know the existence of this base. Once the power rock touches oxygen, it will produce a huge explosion, powerful enough to compare with ancient weapons, and easily move a small island. It is precisely because of this that the Navy present was shocked. These assassins were able to get the power rock attack. It is conceivable that there are people behind these assassins who have acted. There must be the shadow of the world government behind. Gudrit is not an idiot. The world government sent to assassinate his only daughter, so he doesn't need to destroy it later, and he wants help from others. Brigadier Lin Tian. Are you sure this is true? Susan couldn't calm down at this time, and said aloud to confirm. Well, I saw it with my own eyes at the time, but it was not a complete dynamic rock, but was cut into a bullet size and shot from a specially made bullet for assassination. At that time, in front of the peak, the two bullets were made of power rock. Otherwise, a small bullet and the explosive power would make the ground collapse in a radius of more than 100 meters. P.S. I was busy with the exam yesterday, so I can only update one chapter. A lot of meaning, readers. To be continued. The news of Lin Tian can be said to have set off a big wave in the hearts of many lieutenants. In fact, when Lin Tian found out that those bullets were power rocks, Lin Tian was also shocked. One novel. The other rear admirals looked at the face of the lieutenant admiral in the Navy headquarters, but they were puzzled. They couldn't help but wonder what this power rock was. When the lieutenants heard this name, their expressions changed so much. Although they didn't know it, these rear admirals had already kept this name in their hearts. In fact, the lieutenant admiral did not hear that the name has changed so much, but the meaning behind it. Except for the Navy, the world government can get the power rock. The Navy cannot use this thing against Gudrit, an only world government. And the meaning is self-evident. The world government has always considered Gudrit a great threat, but the world government has not yet determined to move him, so it can only use this method. Lin Tian felt uncomfortable with this approach of the world government, not only Lin Tian, but also the generals on the court. It seems impossible to seek help from Gudrit, he said. Now we can only follow the previous plan. Let's go back and prepare separately. Tomorrow night is a big battle. Yes. Somewhere in the naval base, Lin Tian and Ayan are walking together, and the naval soldiers passing by will all have a smile on both of them. Regarding Brigadier Lin Tian and Ayan, the incident spread to the entire naval base in an instant that shocked both parties, and the two could only laugh bitterly. Sorry, Lin Tian. My sisters are a little too excited, Ayan whispered. Boom. Touching the knocked head, Ayan looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression. Lin Tian pretended to be serious and said, I am such a person who is easy to get angry. Those are punishments that made you think about it, but they are too enthusiastic. Thinking of the previous scene, Lin Tian really huffed. After the meeting, Lin Tian talked to him, the smelly old man. I went directly to Ayan. After all, I am leaving tomorrow, and there is not much time left for the two to get along. Even tonight, Garp understands this. He didn't say anything, just warned Lin Tian not to run out. As the matter between himself and Ayan had spread throughout the naval base, the matter came. Most of the girls liked gossip, so when Lin Tian found Ayan had been surrounded by a large group of female Navy soldiers asking what she was born with. As soon as Lin Tian left, she was caught by the female Navy soldiers. Asking these questions, she couldn't help but answer them. Even if everyone had one question, Lin Tian would have to answer for a long time before answering so many people. In the end, Lin Tian couldn't help but took Ayan and ran out until he couldn't see those people. Lin Tian was relieved. Ayan, What's wrong, Lin Tian? Ayan raised her head when she heard Lin Tian shout and looked at Lin Tian with joy. Ayan, When Lin Tian saw Ayan's happy cheeks, he suddenly realized that these words were really hard to say. Suddenly, Lin Tian felt his hand being held by the palm of a small hand. Lin Tian looked at Ayan, puzzled. I saw Ayan lowered his head as if paying attention to the ground that was all attracted by the bluestone slabs, and whispered, Lin Tian. I can probably guess what you want to say. You want to say you leave tomorrow. Well, how do you know? Although he didn't say it himself, Lin Tian still didn't know how to face Ayan, so he could only look ahead. Ayan raised his head and said with a smile, This is the cafeteria in front of me. Hearing those Navy talks, Lieutenant General Garp will leave tomorrow, so you will leave with Lieutenant General Garp. Lin Tian replied in a low voice again, and did not continue to speak, because Lin Tian didn't know what to say. The two of them held hands tightly and walked slowly. Relax, Lin Tian. I don't have. It's not that Ayan didn't want to finish, but that Ayan couldn't say it. Lin Tian suddenly gave a strong hug, instantly making Ayan confused, not knowing what to do. Holding the tender body in his arms tightly, Lin Tian whispered in Ayan's ear, I'm sorry, Ayan. Hearing Lin Tian's apology, Ayan finally couldn't pretend. Her eyes were filled with tears, her hands clasped tightly on Lin Tian's shoulders. Ayan's look of nothingness just pretended, but in fact, Ayan's heart was very sad about the separation. After 2 years, they finally met again, but only one night. He kept cursing, bad Lin Tian. Smelly Lin Tian. You actually left, leaving me alone. Lin Tian didn't refute, embraced Ayan's white cheeks with both hands, did not say much, and kissed them affectionately. Woo. Bang. At this sudden kiss, Ayan only struggled a little and was indulged in the deep love. For the two people in the kiss, everything does not need to be expressed in words. In the sky, the beautiful white moon was also ashamed to hide behind the clouds. In the early morning of the next day, the sky was still slightly bright, and a red sun was slowly rising at the junction of the sea and the sky. All the admirals of the navy gathered by the port to see Garp, Lin Tian and others who were about to leave. "Zio, I'm leaving, don't think about me anymore," Garp said with a bit of a donut in his hand, and of course it was only in his eyes. Ignoring Garp, Crane said to Lin Tian, "Zio-san, you still have to pay attention to your body recently. Although you don't feel anything wrong now, you still have to pay attention. If there is fighting in the past few days, it is best. Don't participate, just leave it to your teacher and it will save him sleep every day." "Well, don't worry, Grandma-he, I will pay attention. Grandma-he, you should also pay attention to your body," Lin Tian said with a smile. "Smelly boy." He patted Lin Tian casually and said with a smile, "Your grandma-he has lived such a long time, how can you teach this matter?" When Garp saw this scene, he sighed deeply and expressed his feelings. The feelings of decades are not worth the sweet words of this stinky boy. Gently retreated, avoiding his hand, Lin Tian smiled slightly, turned his head and said to the sleepy Lieutenant General Cusin, "Lieutenant General Cusin, you owed me a meal last time. I almost can't remember. You didn't pay it back yesterday. You have to pay it back to me next time." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Cusin suddenly looked bitter. "Hey, Lin Tian, can invite you to dinner, but can you find a cheaper place? I don't have that much salary." Hearing this, the people present couldn't help but laugh, and Lieutenant Mole also looked bitter. There is actually a story in this. Once Lieutenant Mole also owed Lin Tian a meal. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian specially invited the chef of the Holy Land Maria Joa for that meal, and that meal was directly eaten in Mole. Will be 2 months' salary. For this reason, Lieutenant Mole had to borrow money from the other lieutenants. At that time, this incident caused a lot of jokes in the Navy. In those days, Lieutenant Mole almost dared not go out. Lin Tian waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. When you become a general, the salary should be enough." Cusin rubbed his head. "It seems I really can't run, I need to drink less." After talking with Cusin, Lin Tian walked a few steps and came to Ayin, gently wiped a few tears from her eyes, and said softly, "I gotta go." "Yeah." Ayin held back the tears in her eyes and replied in a low voice. The two of them had finished speaking last night. They were on the top floor yesterday, under the moonlight, and said all night, but when it was time to separate, they seemed to have a lot to say. "Goodbye." Lin Tian waved his hands and said goodbye to the crowd on the shore. The warship slowly drove out of the naval base. When everyone was left with only one shadow, Lin Tian stopped waving his hands and turned around, but the outlook seemed to scare Lin Tian. "Ah. It hurts." Robert slapped Lin Tian's hand, covering his eyes, breathing in air conditioning as he was hurt. "Roberts, what did you do to be beaten like this by a female soldier? You are enough." Lin Tian looked at Roberts' black eyes and couldn't help laughing. Go. Seeing Lin Tian left, Roberts waved his hand quickly. "Is it a brother? Don't let me comfort me, even laugh at me." "Okay, I won't laugh anymore," Lin Tian said, covering his mouth. Tough, "Roberts, I really can't help it. You are enough. How come you want to find someone else's female soldier to confess?" Roberts said angrily, "Isn't it because of you?" Everyone didn't know that you knew that girl www.com, and thought you directly used a domineering confession to capture someone. So, did you really go to the female soldiers to confess? Okay. Lin Tian smiled with a stomachache. "You are really cows, you all dare to try this. I said, why so many people have the same eyes as you today, but, Roberts, have you succeeded?" Roberts pointed to his eyes helplessly. "If it succeeds, will it be like this?" Lin Tian stood up, patted the dust on his buttocks, walked towards the cabin, and shook his hand towards Roberts. I stayed on the top of the building all night yesterday and didn't sleep all night. I want to go to bed first. You can help me see it today. Roberts knew exactly what Lin Tian was sitting with his sister in his arms last night, because the room where Roberts slept just happened to be able to see it. Looking at the back of Lin Tian, Roberts only jumped out the word for a long time. Beast. To be continued. The sun shines on the sparkling sea, like putting a golden coat on the sea. The sky is divided into two parts, one is the fiery red sun, and the other is covered by darkness. Inavo. In the sunset, the entire sea was calm and beautiful. Above, a white light flew over the sea with extreme speed, stirring up waves of air and leaving a clear trace on the sea. Lin Tian, who was flying close to the sea, was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty. At this time, Lin Tian was thinking about the plan in his mind over and over again, improving again and again. There is no way, if you want to catch fish in troubled waters under the eyes of so many powerful people and then retreat all over, it is really difficult to do without a perfect plan. Not only a perfect plan is needed, but there are also some partners who can keep secrets. Otherwise, Lin Tian alone, even if he enters, how could he get away with the treasures of heavenly gold? However, Lin Tian would not be too worried about his identity being revealed, because everyone knows that they have left Corid, and they have already told Roberts that they have to stay in the cabin and sleep, so don't let people disturb yourself. Of course, even if he was really successful, no one would doubt himself. Who would have thought that a teenager would do that kind of thing? When Lin Tian thought about this, a huge island shadow slowly appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. Corid, Lin Tian is back again! At this time, this serious, tense, and murderous atmosphere really filled the sky over Corid. The residents of the island all returned to their homes under the notice of the Navy. Even the busy peak today is not crowded. Most shops are the door has been closed. The air was filled with an unusual atmosphere, and the pirates, who appeared in groups on the street, everyone felt that this evening was not easy. At the peak, Gudrit stood on the highest floor, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, looking at the light-filled naval base in the distance. Uncle Tang and the four men in black also stood by. Old Tang, how is the boat prepared? Gudrit asked directly without turning around. Master, the ship is ready, but in this case, shall we really go to the side to watch the battle? Said Uncle Tang. Gudrit drank the red wine in the glass and said with a smile, isn't it a pity to miss this kind of thing? In a huge pirate ship, the cadres of the Don Quixote family gathered in a conference room. Mingji said with a sullen face, this time the plan has changed. Kulos, Raoji, Diamante, you three, go to lead the trash pirates. Yes. The three of them responded quickly with a trace of shame on their faces. Originally, Brother Ming was going to let Buffalo, Dillinger, and AB5 go. The strength of these three people is relatively weak. It is not very important over there, and the strength of the cadres who go does not need to be too high. But Brother Ming didn't expect the three of Diamante to deal with a kid. When they came back, all three of them suffered a lot of injuries. They lost more than a small amount of combat power, and they hadn't killed the kid. Brother Ming was really angry. Extremely. Brother Ming didn't expect it. I underestimated the kid, and the three cadres were seriously injured. This made Ming, who thought he was in control of everything, extremely unhappy. I originally thought that with the strength of those three people, Lin Tianxian would be able to solve Lin Tianxian without knowing the ghosts. I did not expect that the little ghost was so strong. Not only did he not kill the little ghost, but also offended the little ghost and capped you to death. My life will be very difficult in the future. Mix. This time the plan can't be lost, only today is done. Our next plan can proceed, understand? Understand. At this time, there is still a force that has been hiding, but the strength is stronger. That is the Revolutionary Army. At the southeast corner of Korea, beside a small beach, there are countless beaches of this kind on Korea, but there is a huge ship docked here, which is the temporary stop of the Revolutionary Army. On the deck, the mysterious man dragon. Leaning against the railing, looking at the dark sea, I don't know what I was thinking. A word suddenly came from behind. Dragon, are we really going to participate in this competition for gold in the sky? It turned out to be a cater of the Revolutionary Army, and the monster King of Bangkok walked over with Lazalomi there and asked from behind. Lon replied with an extremely firm tone, well, in order to achieve our goal very quickly, we must participate in this evenly gold incident. Bangkok said, however, our strength is still a little insufficient. If we hijack the heavenly gold, then we will be completely exposed to the world. At that time, our goals and goals will also be exposed. I am afraid that nobles all over the world will be exposed. Enemy with us. It is because of our lack of strength that we need these things, Long turned and said to the two. This time I thought about it carefully. See, evenly gold is a huge wealth. I don't need to say more about the specific value, you all know. The treasures of 100 participating countries in the world tribute to the world government. One can imagine how much it is worth when converted to peel. This is a number that everyone will face, otherwise these pirates will gather here. What are you doing? What we lack now is money. Arms, food, and some plans need money to advance. If we can get this wealth, our goals and plans can be much faster. Even if exposed to the world, it is worth it. Moreover, being exposed to the whole world is not without benefits for us. More partners who have the same dreams as us can join us. Bangkok thought for a while and then said, hip-hop, since you have made up your mind, let's do it. Anyway, with our strength, none of these pirates can compare with us. In this way, we have to start preparing, but tonight is not peaceful. Bangkok, who turned around and was about to leave, suddenly remembered that he had come here and wanted to report the latest information to Long. He quickly turned around and said, oh, yes, Long, this time my fellow in the Navy. Here's the latest information. Oh, what kind of information is it? Long asked curiously. It is not important information. Companions in the Navy will not risk it at such a moment. Since last night, the Navy did not know what to do to keep the entire naval base from outside the passage, and the dragons lost contact with their Navy companions. Therefore, only now did they find an opportunity to spread the latest information. After receiving it, Bangkok came to look for the dragon inside. Just last night, the reinforcements sent by the naval headquarters arrived at the naval base. There were 9 warships, 5 lieutenants, namely Vastal, Crane, Cusan, Mole, Dalmatia, and 10 major generals, and a total of 60,000 naval soldiers. Moreover, that night, all rear admirals and above generals held a meeting together. The specific content is unknown. After listening to this information, Lon also had to be cautious. He didn't expect that the Navy headquarters valued this place so much this time. He did not hesitate to send these reinforcements. It seems that the pirates have suffered this time. That Navy hero, Lieutenant General Garp, Long asked aloud. He had already left this morning. If he were there, the success rate of our operation this time could be almost 0. Bangkok has certainly heard of the reputation of Lieutenant Admiral Garp, but it stands to reason that at such a time, how could he leave? Bangkok looked puzzled at this. An incident was born last night, and it has something to do with us. What, us? Long said with a puzzled look. Everyone was here last night, and there was no injury or accident. Bangkok did not answer, but asked, do you remember the kid who helped us last night? Tilda. Remember, isn't he the strongest genius in the Navy? Did he give birth to something? Long asked. Yeah. Bangkok nodded and replied, the kid was ambushed last night, was seriously injured and fled to the naval base, almost died. Oh, is it? Hearing this news, Long's face also showed a hint of surprise. Ivankov sighed. It seems that his teacher, Lieutenant General Garp, was so furious that he almost shot the gang of pirates, but was finally stopped by Lieutenant General Crane. It would be nice to have a strong teacher. Long just hummed and didn't say much. He just looked at the front and didn't know what he was thinking, and the Vazalomi there on one side had not spoken, just quietly listening to the conversation between the two. At this time, a bang sounded from the cabin, and the three of them couldn't help but put their eyes there, and immediately took them back. Everyone knows that the only thing that can do this kind of thing on the boat is the kid. Unexpectedly, the Revolutionary Army would actually talk about my navy. To be continued. This sudden sound shocked the revolutionary soldiers on the ship. They quickly picked up the weapon at hand and kept scanning their eyes to find out who the sound was. And the three main cadres of the Revolutionary Army, discussed above, were even more shocked. Who did not even come to them at all. You must know that all three of them are very powerful masters, and even none of them has appeared. How strong is the strength? However, their mental qualities are much stronger than those of ordinary Revolutionary Army personnel, and they don't have much panic expressions, but their whole bodies are already vigilant, and they are always watching around. As the most powerful dragon among them, it is also the most sensitive in observation ability. It was instantly seen that something was wrong with it. When he looked up, a small figure was standing on the observation platform on the main mast. Ivankov and Zion also quickly raised their heads and looked up. They could see the figure clearly. A sigh of surprise and relief flashed in their hearts. Shouldn't this Brigadier Lin Tian and Lieutenant General Garp leave? How did it appear here? Although I don't understand why the Commodore appeared here and looked for them, but from helping them in the war today, the Commodore is not their enemy. Seeing the movements of the cadres, the rest of the Revolutionary Army also quickly raised their heads and saw Lin Tian, who was smiling at the people below. Click, check. Suddenly, there was a sound of raising guns. Seeing the hundreds of black muzzles below, Lin Tian quickly raised his hands and said nervously, "I have no malice, I just want to talk to you about something," but his tone is full of casual and casual. The Revolutionary Army below has never seen Lin Tian. And because of one sentence, he believes that Lin Tian is not hostile, and in the words just now, he said that he is a navy. We are the Revolutionary Army. We are of course the naval enemy against the world government. Everyone does not believe that the enemy will come to them to discuss important matters. Put down the gun, this kind of thing is of little use to him, you are not his opponent. Long said. Everyone was not satisfied with these words in their hearts. This is just a little devil, how could it be their opponent to so many people, but they understand. Everyone must obey the order. Lin Tian smiled slightly, and in the stunned eyes of everyone, he jumped directly from above, stopped his figure in midair, and then went out of midair like this. Walking down step by step, as if there were invisible escalators in this transparent void. This move was made by Lin Tian deliberately in order to deter everyone, and to make it more convenient to discuss cooperation later. It is a pity that this end can only shock the ordinary members of the Revolutionary Army. As for Long and the other three, there is no expression on their faces, and no one knows what they are thinking. I don't know if Brigadier General Lin Tian, the strongest genius of the Navy, does not protect sea evenly hold. Why are you here? You want to talk to us about the appropriateness of cooperation? Long opened the door and asked these two questions directly. Wow, this tall man. Are you a giant? It's too tall to grow like this. Lin Tian looked up at the nearly 6-meter-long bear, exclaimed, now Lin Tian's height is almost even his knees, the gap is too big. Hey, kid, are you listening to us? Ivankov shouted loudly, with a huge deep purple explosion. Lin Tian turned his head and looked at the dragon, thinking hard to himself, you just asked me two questions. Which one should I say first? Then I'll do it in order. Seeing this kid ignoring him, Ivankov suddenly felt upset. Is his sense of existence that low? Is this explosive head still too small? I had already left, but now I am coming back secretly. Of course, Heavenly Gold does not need me to protect, and I am still looking for you to cooperate in matters related to Heavenly Gold. Long asked puzzledly, Heavenly Gold, the Navy and a group of people who are going to casters the Heavenly Gold. I can't think of any cooperation. Lin Tian smiled and said, of course it can. For example, we can cooperate on how to grab the Heavenly Gold. You have the strength, and I have the most perfect plan for the Navy. What? Ivankov heard Lin Tian exclaimed immediately. His face was shocked. Even the bear's face showed a hint of shock, and it disappeared from his face in an instant. After listening to Lin Tian's answer, Long felt it was difficult for him to guess what the smiling young man was thinking. As the Navy asked someone to casters the Navy escort, this was the first time Long felt he was shocked by a young man. Lin Tian baby, you are sure that there is no problem with your head? I am a very powerful doctor. Do you want me to check it for you? He said, reaching out to touch Lin Tian's forehead to see if there is really any problem. Lin Tian retreated gently, avoiding Ivankov's hand, and said helplessly, with a smile, don't worry, I am very awake. This time I came to you for this purpose. Navy. Do you know who we are? Lin Tian replied when he was born. The Revolutionary Army, a group of people who have been mutilated by this old world order and those with great dreams, are gathered together in order to overthrow the world government and change the world to erase the rules that do not need people. Build harmony, freedom, equality, and a world full of dreams. Organization. In the current world, you are a group of people who oppose the world, a group of people who struggle for dreams, a group of awakened people, a group of people who promote the world exhibition. Hearing these words, it is hard to be afraid that the dragon, who is calm in the face of any situation, has a shocked face, let alone the other two. Because what Lin Tian said was a theory he had been pursuing for many years, Lon always thought that he was the only one in the world who really understood this, and the rest of the Revolutionary Army did not fully realize this. But today I didn't expect that this 13-year-old Navy kid understood better than himself, and said it was more complete and detailed than himself. Some of them were not thought of by himself. How could this be possible? As Lin Tian, who has lived under the red flag for more than 10 years, said these words, is a trivial matter. It's not that he will scare the dragon too much. Lin Tian can say even more awesome words. It is precisely because of living under the red flag since childhood that Lin Tian has an indescribable affection for the Revolutionary Army from the heart. This is why Lin Tian seeks their cooperation instead of looking for others. In fact, Lin Tian's ideal partner is Gudrit, who has high enough gesture power and great power. This is his home court. It can be said that he is the best partner. The Revolutionary Army who had been observing this side was shocked when they saw the leader and the two top cadres, and looked curious about what they were talking about with that Navy kid. Dragon, what should I do? Ivankov had been frightened by Lin Tian's words a long time ago, so he could only move a few steps to Dragon's side and asked in a low voice, who are you? How could you know so much? Long stared at Lin Tian and asked in a deep voice, me? Lin Tian pointed to himself, then he thought for a while with his chin, and said with a smile, I am a brigadier admiral who insists on justice. I can't bear to see those things fall into the hands of pirates or Tianlong people. It's better to put them in useful places. Long pondered for a long time, and finally said, let's talk about how to cooperate, and how to distribute the wealth after success. Dragon, we really want to cooperate with him. Do you want to think again? Ivankov reminded in a low voice, I always feel that this kind of thing is related to a kid or a Navy kid, and there is always no such safety in my heart. Since Long directly waved his hand to interrupt Ivankov's words. Although the Navy seemed to be just a kid during the conversation just now, Long did not dare to underestimate Lin Tian. He has already placed him in the equivalent of a transaction. And it is hard to meet a like-minded person who really understands his confidant, and it is inevitable that there will be a good impression in my heart. Besides, since Lin Tian dared to work with him alone, which indirectly proved that he had enough overwhelming chips in his hands, Long had a hunch that if they followed the previous plan, they would most likely fail. The combination of these reasons made Long determined to cooperate with Lin Tian. So, then we are happily working together. Lin Tian stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Long also grasped Lin Tian's hand with a smile on his face. After talking for so long, it was the first time Lin Tian saw a smile on Long's face. For so many years, I have never had such a cooperation. I want to cooperate like this. I am afraid it will not be the last time. To be continued. Under the moonlight, the handshake between Lin Tian and Long not only represented the beginning of cooperation, but also the beginning of Lin Tian's identity. Long said, since we have decided to cooperate, then we will put the two sides' chips on the table. This is the prerequisite for continuing the talk. Just as I said before, you play the battle force and I provide intelligence. This is the bargaining chip for both of us, Lin Tian said with a smile. Ivankov interrupted and said, if this is the case, then this cooperation is of no use to us. We all know the general information. The Revolutionary Army's companionship in the Navy is not low, and the rank is similar to Lin Tian. In Ivankov's view, Lin Tian knows no more information than they know. This kind of cooperation is not good. Really? I think your intelligence personnel should know that the Navy had a meeting last night. Lin Tian asked back. Lin Tian would not be surprised that there were revolutionary spies in the Navy, but this plan is extremely confidential. Because this time the transport is gold in the sky, the Navy can't make mistakes and has the purpose of doing its best to eliminate the pirates. When the Navy's strength is insufficient, a perfect plan is an important part. In order to keep the plan secret and smoothly implement the plan, the Warring States Chief of Staff was sent out. Therefore, the people who knew the plan were not aware of the plan except the person in the meeting room last time and the Marshal of Warring States. Lin Tian didn't think their spies were one of those people in the conference room, otherwise they would have waited there a long time ago instead of preparing to rob the Navy with the pirates. Yes. Ivankov nodded and replied, could it be that the Navy has a rigorous plan this time, and the meeting yesterday was to discuss this plan? Ivankov asked suspiciously. In fact, his non-suspecting tone had revealed his belief in this inference. This time the pirates robbed only fake ships that the Navy wanted to attract attention. The ships that really carried the gold in the sky would actually come out of the harbor secretly after the war. Next, Lin Tian explained in detail the general plan of the Navy, especially those important points. The more they listened, the heavier and heavier they were. Long Shensheng said, I didn't expect the Navy to carry out this kind of plan this time, but it is the Marshal of the Warring States period known as General Zai. Fortunately, we did not act according to the plan, otherwise we spent a long time thinking and snatched only 4 bombs. If it explodes, everyone on our ship will be finished except for a few people. After speaking, Ivankov looked at Lin Tian. It seems that the naval headquarters is also ruthless this time. It actually has the purpose of destroying these pirates and has no idea of taking prisoners. With 4 bombs, with a power of 5 kilometers, how many pirates can survive this explosion? Ignoring Ivankov's eyes, Lin Tian walked a few steps and leaned against the railing, facing the oncoming sea breeze. To be honest, this time the naval headquarters approach is considered the only time I agree with how many of those pirates are good. In my native dialect, the kind of pirates who take pleasure in robbery and murder. Living is more than just living. The scumbag also wastes air, and when it dies, it wastes land. Buying them in this sea is actually a good choice for them. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the trio's eyes changed. Such murderous words came out of Lin Tian's mouth so plainly as if the death of countless pirates was just a random trifle. Although it seemed to Long 3 people. The death of that kind of pirate is indeed a good thing for the world, but this kind of self-indifference is also difficult for them to do. At this time, they remembered that this teenage boy was known as a killer among the pirates, and that was his reputation for killing countless pirates. There was a saying among pirates, when you meet Lin Tian. The asterisk of death. If you want to survive, you have to see how red your hands are. Lin Tian is famous for being a pirate. In addition to the few pirates who died happily under Lin Tian, there was another incident that shocked the entire world. Once Lin Tian was on a small island and met a group of pirates who were slaughtering the town. It was too late when Lin Tian went there. There are not many surviving residents in the entire town. The furious Lin Tian gathered all the surviving inhabitants and the captured pirates. In front of those people, Lin Tian lively stripped the captain who gave the order to slaughter the town into a skeleton with a dark blade storm. The screams during that period finally shocked Garp. This stopped Lin Tian and left the whole body for the rest of the pirates. At that time, somehow, this scene was recorded and the whole world saw this scene. All the pirates were shocked, and then the name of Lin Tian was slowly spreading out. At the same time, Lin Tian is also a must for all pirates on the list. Go on and return to the subject. After saying this, Lin Tian turned around, looked at the 3 with a smile, and said, "This chip should be enough." Long nodded slightly and replied, "Well, this chip is enough." After a pause, Long continued to say, "You actually came to us for cooperation. I think you already have a general plan in your heart, so just say it directly. However, it is a man who can lead the entire revolutionary army to fight against the world government. He is at the top, in terms of force and intelligence. Talking to him, he is guided by him without knowing it. I just heard from you that I'm afraid that participating in this heavenly gold incident will bring the revolutionary army to the eyes of the people ahead of time, right?" "Yes, what does this have to do with that?" Lin Tian glanced at the 3 of them, pursed his lips and said, "It's a big deal, and it's a big deal. I have a way to hide this ship and let you disappear into the sea." Ivankov was the first one to disbelieve. Their ship is bigger than a warship. How could it be hidden? How is it possible? Our ship is... Ah. It really disappeared. Before Ivankov could finish speaking, Lin Tian proved his words with actions. Lin Tian, who slowly appeared from the void, looked at Ivankov in amazement and said, "How about it? I think this should prove it." The silent dragon said, "It seems that your plan is to make the whole ship invisible, then move the ship close to the ship that transports the gold from the sky and stun the people on it, so that all the treasures can be transported away under the Navy's eyes. The reason why you seek a partner should be that you can make the ship invisible, but you alone can instantly subdue the people on the ship carrying the gold from the sky. Once the people on the ship find something wrong, your plan will fail. At the same time, with so much wealth in sea evenly gold, how can you move it alone, and there should be many restrictions on your invisibility." After listening to Long's deduction, Lin Tian couldn't help clapping his hands and applauding. Long's deduction was not wrong at all, it was exactly the same as Lin Tian thought. It is really difficult for Lin Tian to hide such a large ship. Although such a large shield is only used for invisibility, there are still many flaws, especially in the sea full of high waves, which is very easy to be spotted. This is the case. A master is on the side, and Long is very suitable for both strength and related abilities. Then everything is discussed now, we should say the last point, how to distribute the benefits after receiving the heavenly gold. This issue is a matter of concern to both sides, and it is also a place where disagreements occur between the 2 sides. Many cooperations are broken in this place. Lin Tian held his chin and thought, for a while, I don't care about the treasures. You only need to give me 500 million dailies at that time, and I have the priority to choose the rest as long as I need it. As for the devil fruit, if it works for me, I will give priority. Select. Seeing the three of them not speaking, Lin Tian looked puzzled. Is there a problem with his distribution plan? No, I didn't ask for a lot of things. How about you reading www.ucanshu.com, can I distribute this? Long said, no. But we are curious about this distribution plan, which is of great benefit to us, and you don't seem to want anything. Indeed, if according to Lin Tian's distribution plan, what Lin Tian got was not worth mentioning for the entire Tian Shangjin. But Lin Tian did the most in this plan, but he only needed these things, which made Long and the others very puzzled. Lin Tian smiled. Because of this, he thought they disagreed with the distribution plan. In the three puzzled gazes, Lin Tian explained, the reason why I robbed the heavenly gold was not for those wealth. I just knew that there were a lot of things I needed on it. Lin Tian had read the list of heavenly gold items. You have to do it too. In this case, you can simply grab all the gold in the sky. In fact, there is another small reason that Lin Tian didn't say, that is, Lin Tian had promised Hancock to avenge her. As a man, of course he had to fulfill his promise. If the heavenly gold was robbed, it must be uncomfortable for the Tianlong people. To be honest, you are the strangest boy I have ever seen, and also a very interesting boy. To be continued. On the deck, among all the Revolutionary Army's puzzled eyes, something that will shock the world tomorrow has quietly begun. 1. Novel. By the way, can you give me a room? Lin Tian asked. Everything is suitable for cooperation, and Lin Tian has nothing to do. Of course, he has to find a place to sleep well in preparation for the next plan. The battle last night was very physically demanding, and last night I didn't sleep to accompany in. I slept on the boat for a few hours today and ran out secretly, rushing to Karad. Lin Tian, the whole body is tired and sleepy. Now that I have time to sleep, of course, to maintain such a large invisible shield, it takes a lot of time to remove all the heavenly gold, which is extremely physical. Although he didn't understand why Lin Tian said this, Long still said, yes, it is not difficult to find an empty room on such a big ship. Hancock, you take him. Yeah. Hancock replied, took a few steps forward, and led the way. Hip hop. Please come with me. Our conditions are a bit simple and we may not be able to adapt. Lin Tian Deo, the Navy is not a pampering person. As long as there is a flat place, you can sleep anywhere. After speaking, Lin Tian walked directly up and followed Hancock, who led the way. Looking at Lin Tian's back, Long opened his mouth and said, Zion, what do you think about this matter? Is there a plan to achieve it? After Long asked, the bear, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth. The bear's voice was a bit deep and deep. This young man dared to come to the Revolutionary Army alone. This has demonstrated its credibility on the side, and what he said is highly feasible, unlike an undercover agent sent by the Navy. It's just one thing. I have never figured it out. This young man is a man in the Navy today. He will definitely occupy a high position in the Navy in the future. Why does he know the nature of our Revolutionary Army and come to help our Revolutionary Army? The dragon nodded. What Zion said was something that the dragon had been unable to figure out. In fact, Long couldn't figure it out no matter what he thought, unless Long knew that Lin Tian was a rebirth. After walking more than 10 steps, Lin Tian felt no less than 100 unkind eyes and a slight killing intent towards himself. Lin Tian frowned slightly, his face showing a heavy color. Lin Tian had never seen these people, let alone offended them. They would kill themselves because of their Navy status. Could it be that the Navy's reputation among the people has fallen so badly that it's ridiculous that the Navy headquarters still believes that they are absolutely just? Beside a wooden box that passed by a stack, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind. This figure was holding a discarded iron water pipe and slammed it down towards Lin Tian from top to bottom. The revolutionary soldiers present were so shocked by this scene that no one came out to stop it. Even if they reacted, they might not stop it. When Zion saw this scene, his eyes changed slightly and he wanted to stop the figure. But a hand suddenly stretched out to stop the bear's movement. This person is a dragon. Don't do it. This time, you can also increase the memory of this stinky boy. Let him know how big the world is, take care of his heart, and save the trouble every day. Seeing that the iron water pipe in his hand was a few centimeters away from Lin Tian, a smile appeared on the face of the figure with a hint of disdain in this smile. Still the Navy's strongest genius, just this kind of strength. Hatun Crescent also said how powerful he is, that he can't even dodge such a simple sneak attack. Watch me knock him down and let Crescent take a good look. I'm much better than this Navy's strongest genius, what? Seeing that his water pipe actually passed through Lin Tian's body, the figure could not help but let out an exclamation. It reacted in an instant. This person had already avoided his own attack extremely quickly, and what was left in place was only an afterimage, and the real person should be next to him to prepare for an attack. The figure quickly raised the water pipe in his hand. He pressed hard to the ground, and with his force, a few flying noises left where Lin Tian stood just now. As soon as the figure left, Lin Tian's fist happened to appear. Seeing that he hadn't hit him, Lin Tian was not disappointed, but smiled. Responsiveness is not bad, shave. Before the figure touched the ground, Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of the figure instantly and directly kicked at the figure in the eyes of the figure's exclaim. The figure hurriedly blocked Lin Tian's feet with a water pipe, but how strong was Lin Tian's kick? The figure without a focus in midair was kicked out by Lin Tian. Hitting the pile of wooden boxes, the pile of boxes broke apart before stopping. The reaction is good, but it's a pity that it's slow. Lin Tian, who landed on the deck, shook his head and said calmly when he saw the figure that had been shot out. Seeing that his companion was beaten into the air, the rest of the revolutionary army hurriedly raised their weapons, facing Lin Tian with a vigilant look. Lin Tian's face was still extremely calm after being pointed at by so many guns. He just glanced at Lon. Put down the guns. This boy is now our partner and partner. Hearing the leader's words, the revolutionary army looked at each other with doubts, but the leader had already said so, and everyone still put down their guns in accordance with the leader's words. At this time, the figure, kicked by Lin Tian also, crawled out of the fallen wooden box. Wearing a top hat with windshield on his head, short golden, missing a tooth on the side of his mouth, and more scars on his left eye, a man of the same age as Lin Tian. Seeing the true face of the figure who attacked him just now, Lin Tian's eyes tightened, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. This person knew him, but it was Luffy's other brother Sabo. But after another thought, according to the time, Sabo was indeed rescued by the dragon and others at this time, but he did not expect to meet him in this situation now. Slightly wiped off the stains on his face, Sabo showed a confident smile on his face and rushed towards Lin Tian again. You are a naval genius, but I won't lose to you. Really? Lin Tian stretched out his hand gently as if he could predict the location of Sabo's attack and accurately grasped the hidden steel pipe. I don't know what to do in the future, but now you are far from me. The strength in his hand increased. He pushed hard and pushed Sabo out. After a few steps back, he released the strength. He didn't want to comment. The strength is almost two. After being repelled by Lin Tian, Sabo did not give up and still rushed forward. Unfortunately, the gap between Sabo and Lin Tian was too big, and Sabo was simply being abused. Looking at Sabo, who was abused in the field, Bangkok did not know when he appeared in front of the dragon and asked worriedly, Dragon, is it really okay to let Sabo be beaten like this? Lon Pimping said, don't worry, I didn't see that although Lin Tian beat Sabo back every time, he didn't make multiple moves. If he really made a move, Sabo could not stand up. Sabo was a teenager who happened to be rescued by the dragon when he went back to visit his son. What he said at that time deeply shook the dragon. Unfortunately, he was injured by the explosion. He had lost his memory when he woke up. Put him into the Revolutionary Army. And this young man didn't let himself down. He was really good in terms of qualifications. He was able to deal with those soldiers who had trained for many years in the Revolutionary Army before he had been trained for many years. His strength improved rapidly, and he would surely become the mainstay of the Revolutionary Army in the future. It's just that he is naughty and mischievous in terms of personality, likes to mess around, likes to cause trouble. Presumably he was also a mischief before his amnesia, and now it is a good thing for him to be abused. At least he knows how big the world is. Boom! He kicked Sabo in the face again, and kicked Sabo away directly. I don't know if Lin Tian was a spoof or a momentary interest. Every punch and every kick was exactly on Sabo's face. At this time, Sabo's handsome face had long been kicked by Lin Tian. And the Revolutionary Army nearby couldn't help but breathe air conditioning when they saw it. It was really hard to recognize his mother. Are you coming? Come, Sabo said with an angry look. Although I don't know what his face looks like, but seeing the expression of the person next to him, Sabo can probably guess it. Anyone who is beaten in the face will be angry. What makes Sabo most angry is that he is about the same age as this Navy, but he is so much stronger than himself. The difference in strength between himself and him is too big. He has been beaten so many times by him, but he is even more powerful than him. The clothes were not touched. The water pipe, made of steel, swayed quickly in Sab's hand, rubbing violently with the air and making a sound of breaking through the air. Everyone could only see the after images in the void. Unexpectedly, Sab's strength has improved so fast, a Revolutionary Army couldn't help but marvel as he looked at Sab in the field. After finishing speaking, the Revolutionary Army looked at Lin Tian, who was dodged in the field. His face was full of shock. However, this young man, it is not forgiving that he is the strongest genius of the world-famous Navy. The strength is so strong that Sabo has nothing in his hands. Backhand power. Are you coming? Continue to be continued. Boom! Lin Tian repelled Sabo again. Lin Tian himself didn't know how many times he had repelled Sabo, but every time Sabo was defeated, he would rush up without admitting defeat. One novel. Less than equals. Equals. Equals less than. Equals. Moreover, from the beginning to the present, Lin Tian's and Sabo's strength has increased a lot, and Sabo could not even touch his clothes before, and now he has almost touched his clothes several times. Lin Tian was very surprised. This was the same as when he was training in the Navy at the beginning. In every battle and training, he could feel that his combat power was slightly improved. It is precisely this spirit of reluctance to admit defeat and the improvement of strength in the battle that Lin Tian will always repel Sabo without hurting him and serve as a training partner for him. After playing for so long, you should also be aware of the strength gap between us. You are sure you still have to go, Lin Tian said with a smile. Suddenly, Lin Tian's conversation turned. Also, something like a sneak attack is of no use to me. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tian's figure disappeared in front of everyone. When everyone found Lin Tian's figure, Lin Tian was already hanging in the air, raising his palm to a little girl with one hand. The girl is also suspended in midair, but looking at the little girl's constantly struggling limbs, it is obvious that the little girl is not willing to be suspended in midair. Hey, why is it a little girl? Lin Tian secretly surprised. This is a beautiful girl wearing a short dress, high heels, and a little hat with goggles. Before Lin Tian could speak, the girl caught by Lin Tian suddenly cried. As soon as he heard the girl cry, Lin Tian had a headache. After rubbing his head, Lin Tian had to put the asterisk to deck, and as soon as she regained her freedom on the deck, the girl's cry immediately disappeared. Seeing this scene of change, Lin Tian couldn't help shook his head helplessly. Is it possible that the girl in One Piece has been so awesome since she was a child? Sabo hurried over and asked concerned, "How are you doing, Kurla? Are you okay?" "Sabo, this Navy is as cruel as the legend is. He bullied me." "Hurry up and beat him up for me," Kurla pointed at Lin Weather and said angrily. Hearing Kurla's words, Lin Tian and Sabo looked at each other, then laughed bitterly. "Didn't you see that I was beaten like this? If you want me to beat someone, it will be fine if I am beaten by someone," Sabo thought secretly. Lin Tian glanced at the place where he was standing just now, the tiny picture pins all over the floor, his scalp numb. "I didn't do anything, just grabbed you, which is brutal. So what are you?" Of course, this is just Lin Tian and Sabo thinking about it in their hearts, and they dare not say it. If a girl gets angry, it will be very difficult. "Okay, I'm going to sleep to regain strength, and you guys should take a rest, too. I'm very tired tonight, so I won't talk more with you." Lin Tian waved his hand and jumped slightly. He jumped up to the observation deck on the main mast. Lin Tian thought about it, and he wanted Ivankov to lead the way. It's better to sleep inside. Anyway, there is a lot of space inside, but you can always pay attention to the situation outside. At this time, two other Revolutionary Army cadres, Sabo and Carla, who had just fought with Lin Tian, also came over. Ivankov smiled and asked, Hip hop, hip hop." "Sabo baby, how about it? Know how strong the world is, really genius." Sabo did not answer. He just gave a cold snort, turned his gaze to Lin Tian above, and made a secret in his heart that he must catch up with Lin Tian above. Next, Lon told everyone about the content and plan that he had just discussed with Lin Tian, and asked everyone to prepare separately. In the naval base, although it is already midnight, the entire naval base is still brightly lit. All navies have boarded the warships, and the first batch of navies has been prepared. "Sure. Just in case," Crane said to the lieutenant generals again, "remember, in the face of the pirates this time, you can't do it hard. What I transported is only fake evenly gold, and it doesn't necessarily cause soldier casualties. In this battle, we have to fight and retreat. The battalion will create an illusion that the Navy can't resist retreating. The timing of the final detonation depends on you. You cannot involve the Navy in the explosion." Cusan nodded at the bomb detonator. Crane had handed it over to Cusan just now, so this time Cusan has a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and this is not a test. Crane added again, "Cusan, after you have solved the high-end combat power among the pirates, after the remaining pirate navy is enough to deal with, you must hurry here." Hearing the eagerness and worry in Crane's words, Cusan frowned slightly. Lieutenant General Crane said that it must be Lieutenant General Crane that something went wrong, and he asked, "Is the plan wrong this time?" "No," he shook his head slightly and said, "It's just that I had a bad feeling just now, as if the plan will change a lot tonight." Crane's own hunch has always been very accurate. He has helped him out of danger several times. It is precisely because of this that Crane feels worried. But it's just my own hunch, and when there are mistakes, now this situation can only be acted according to the plan, and then I can only hope that Cusan can quickly resolve it. Cusan nodded and led the First Navy toward the warship, with the other three lieutenants, escorted the fake ships loaded with heavenly gold, and sailed out of the naval base first. Immediately after leaving the naval base, Cusan could feel that there were several ships in the darkness nearby, following them all the time. Needless to say, they must be the pirates' exploration ships. Major General Jonathan also sensed it, and whispered, "It seems that these pirates are completely crazy. They actually sent people to monitor the naval base at all times and follow us so blatantly." Jonathan was supposed to lead a naval battleship alone to fight, but there must be a wise general in the Chinese army who can make the best choice in the event of a sudden situation. In addition to the crane, the Admiral, only Jonathan is left. If the crane wants to protect the true heavenly gold, of course this burden can only be handed over to Jonathan, so Jonathan will appear on the Cuban ship. Isn't this exactly what we need? All the pirates are on our side, so that the plan will continue, Cuban said calmly. In this case, let's just make the noise a little bit louder, so that it will be more beneficial to Lieutenant General Crane and them, Jonathan thought. Turning back to the messenger behind, he ordered, "Order! Turn on all the lights on the ship to the brightest, and give this order to the rest of the Navy." Hearing this order, the messenger was immediately blinded. In this situation, the lights should not be turned off. If the lights were on, such a large fleet would definitely attract the surrounding pirates. Seeing that the messenger did not move, Jonathan said in a puzzled way, "What's the matter? Why didn't you convey the order?" With a stomping sound, the messenger saluted the military and said, "Mr. Major General, this order is wrong. It's hard to be afraid that if you want to remove my messenger, I will not pass this order." After listening to the herald, Jonathan couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, Mr. Herald, I know how this order is, you can just give it." Cuban also opened his mouth and said, "Follow Major General Jonathan's order." Today, his order is the highest in the entire naval fleet, and everyone must unconditionally abide by it. "Yes, Mr. Lieutenant General." Seeing the figure of a messenger, Jonathan said thank you to Cuban. It is impossible to explain so much to these Navy soldiers in this situation. Therefore, Cuban gave himself power, which is extremely important for him. Great help. Lone Leader, the naval fleet has left the northwest of the naval base. A revolutionary army trot over to report. Lone ordered, everyone started to move and set sail toward the southeast of the naval base. "Yes." Lead, the Revolutionary Army responded loudly and then ran to inform the Revolutionary Army who had been prepared. After giving the order Pelnavilcom, the dragon lowered his head and said to Savo, "Savo, you go up and notify Lin Tian." And he said that the action has begun. "No need to notify, I already know." Before the voice fell, a voice sounded from the sky, and Lin Tian floated down directly from the sky. "This sleep is comfortable, the spirit is refreshed, the physical strength is restored, and you can act at any time." On the other side, the pirates, who had been waiting for a long time also, raised their sails and paddled their oars towards the huge naval fleet on the sea. Each captain of the pirates issued the same order, toward the Navy fleet. "Master, the Navy has already started action," Navy 5 whispered. "Out, prepared for so long, and paid such a high price, just to wait for this moment." Minji stood up, and walked out of the cabin. To be continued. In the Navy fleet, 12 naval warships are placed in an oval formation, and in the middle are 4 huge cargo ships, which are not gold in the sky, but 4 powerful bombs. One novel equals less than. All the lights of the entire fleet are turned on, like a ribbon of light, so dazzling on a dark sea, this huge fleet can be seen from miles away. Outside the fleet, hundreds of light spots appeared, enclosing the fleet, and looking down from a high altitude, you saw an oval aperture, surrounded by a little bit of bright light. On the warship, all the Navy soldiers were tightly guarded at their posts, clenching their weapons and staring at the pirate ship that was just a little bit of light, not far away, and the palms were already sweating a little. Although everyone knew that there were many pirates before they came out, they didn't expect a rough count of the pirates, and there were hundreds of them, which was 10 times as many as naval warships. Faced with such a large number of people, which Navy is not nervous, but seeing the lieutenants standing on the ship, everyone can't help but calm down. Even if there are many pirates, but with the combat power of these lieutenants, it is useless to rely on the strength of these pirates. As time goes by, the distance between the pirate ship and the warship is getting closer and closer, and the long-prepared cannon, as soon as it enters the range, there is a huge roar, and the huge muzzle emits orange-yellow waves. A fire. Bang bang bang. A deafening noise echoed over the entire battlefield. The calm sea instantly became noisy and a huge naval battle began. Countless black shells instantly disappeared into the black night sky under the huge impetus of the explosive explosion. Only the sound of the shells rubbing against the air violently made a harsh sound from high above. In the dark night, not only the accuracy of the bombardment was much worse, but the black shells blended with the night and were difficult to avoid. All the Navy and pirates were trying their best to hit all shells on the opponent's ship as fast as possible. Shelling in this environment is very detrimental to the Navy, which is extremely inferior in number, although the Navy is well trained. But with a difference of 10 times the ship, no amount of superb artillery is useful. Shoo. Some superb gunners in the Navy, hearing the sound of these extremely close breaks in the air, instantly recognized the location of these shells. He hurried to the side and shouted loudly, "The cannonball is coming, avoid it." Before the Navy could evade, a figure appeared on the deck, and the sword light flashed. There were several bangs, several explosions, sounded on both sides of the ship, and the orange-red firelight illuminated the entire deck brightly. In order to reduce the probability of being hit by artillery shells and to attract pirates, all warships, including those several transport ships, turned off all the lights that could be extinguished. Lieutenant Mole, seeing the figure that smashed the shells, the Navy, could not help but exclaimed. With a scream, another cold light flashed, and the flying shells were shredded again. There were several deafening explosions, and that powerful airwave directly blew several unprepared naval soldiers to the ground. "You keep firing, I will block these shells," Lieutenant Mole shouted. "Yes. The Lieutenant General has already taken action. What do we need to worry about?" With the concerted efforts of all the navies, the guns that stopped on the warship blasted again, and they fired much faster than before. This scene was borne on all naval warships, although the number of the Navy is at a disadvantage this time. But the Marshal of the Warring States had already anticipated this scene, so they were all elite generals from the Navy headquarters, hoping to offset the gap between the numbers with elites. For these Navy generals, they have already mastered the domineering. Blocking these shells in the dark can still be done easily. There are too many pirates. At the beginning of the naval battle, hundreds of pirate ships fired together, and the number of shells was too much. The accuracy of pirate shelling is poor, but with so many shells hit the hull. The admiral had to protect the warship, otherwise the warship would be destroyed by shells before the pirates approached. The rest of the missed shells all fell into the sea. With a dull sound, the orange-red fire flashed under the sea, and the entire sea surface was brightened under the orange-red fire. The shock waves, produced by countless explosions, raged under the sea, and the calm sea suddenly boiled. The waves of several meters high continuously shot on the ship wall, and even the huge naval warship shook under the waves. Many weaker naval soldiers can only hold on to objects on the side in order to stabilize their figure. Faced with this situation, everyone still tries their best to stay in their posts, and the artillery is still blasting. The pirates on the opposite side were not so good. The naval bombardment accuracy was not comparable to these weak pirates. In the first wave of naval bombardment, several pirate ships were hit. These pirates seem to be in large numbers, but most of them are the bottom pirates in the Great Route. The highest bounty in most pirate regiments is only 20 to 30 million. In this way, there will be any masters in the pirate regiment who can block the shells. This kind of pirate group was originally not capable of participating in the battle for gold in the sky. They also knew what level they were. However, under the instigation of Brother Ming, these pirates thought that they would be a very powerful force together, and they would surely be able to keep the Navy together. The rest of the pirates are resolved, and finally they are the gold of heaven. But among the Navy and powerful pirates, they are just cannon fodder. The role of cannon fodder is to consume the opponent's strength and push the entire battlefield. Little ones, let me speed up and rush up. Now we are at the forefront. The naval forces are all involved in the New World. The Navy above is very weak, so rush up and kill those navies. That great wealth is ours. On a pirate ship, the captain held the golden book on his right hand and said with a frantic expression, The faces of the pirates below were also filled with crazy colors. Boom. Several explosions sounded, the smoke dissipated, and the pirate had become pieces of wreckage of various sizes floating on the sea. Those pirates who survived the explosion could only float on the sea. The pirate ship that came from behind would not be so merciful, no matter whether there is anyone in front of you. Directly hit these pirates in the water. This scene was born in a corner of the entire battlefield. Looking at the 4 huge transport ships protected by the Navy, all the pirates are crazy. No one knows how much wealth such a large transport ship can hold, but as long as a little bit of it, there is no need to worry in this life. Outside the encirclement, the 16 pirate ships landed at the rear, and there was no shelling, just quietly watching the spectacular sight of hundreds of cannons blasting together. Most of these are the first half of the Great Route of Megatron, the truly powerful pirates. Each bounty has reached hundreds of millions of dollars, but somehow still stayed in the first half and did not enter the New World, but their strength is beyond doubt. This time the clown did a good job. Although these garbage are not very powerful, they gathered together as cannon fodder, and it really caused a lot of trouble for the Navy. A big man took a bite of the roasted leg in his hand and said wildly. Then he turned his head, glanced at a man next to him, and asked loudly, "Military officer, do you see anything now?" The man nodded, retracted his eyes, and meditated. The clown intelligence is not wrong. www.com. The accuracy of these naval bombardments is much higher than that of the Navy we usually encounter, and so many shells have not hit a single ship. Naval warships. These warships have powerful naval generals. It seems that the Navy reinforcements really came last night. It was the elite Navy headquarters. This time we have to be careful. The big man snorted heavily. Of course, Lao Tzu is 10 million Baileys. If the clown dares to lecture me, I will not be able to spare him with a hammer. Others are afraid of him clowning. I am not afraid. After finishing speaking, the big man glanced at the Navy warship in the pirate encirclement and said in a deep voice, "What about the elites of the headquarters?" I scanned the pirates on the same side and continued, "The first half of the powerful pirates are almost here. As long as there is no Admiral's combat power, the Lieutenant Admiral cannot stop us at all." There was a scream, a white glow flashed, and then 2 explosions were remembered in the sky. The man put away the sword in his hand expressionlessly and said, "No matter what, we should be careful." Okay, this kind of wasteful thinking is up to the military division. Anyway, I will just fight when the time comes. The man touched his head and said with a smile, "To be continued." The screen moved to the battlefield, and countless explosions echoed in the air, and the orange-red firelight illuminated the entire battlefield red. Equals fiction? Less than? Equals? 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 Less than equals. In this case, turning off the light has no effect. It is better to turn it on, which is helpful for combat. As time passed, the pirate circle gradually shrank. Many fast pirate ships were only a few hundred meters away from the Navy, and their muzzles were still blasting, but most of the pirates were already standing on the ship. They are holding weapons in their hands, their faces are full of madness, and the infinite greed in their eyes. The fear of death in their hearts has long been suppressed by that greed, and they just want to break through the defense of the warship in front of them and climb up. Those transport ships. This kind of pirate dared to rush to the forefront, attacking the Navy and snatching the gold from the sky. Lieutenant General Bastel carried a long-handled saw blade on his hand and smashed several shells into pieces, watching that it was not far away. The pirate roared. Holding the long-handled saw blade with both hands, he slashed hard at the pirate ship. The sharp blade brought the air to shake violently. A powerful slash slashed straight towards the pirate ship. Wherever it passed, the sea was covered. A huge gap was cut out. The seawater, stirred up by the slash, was slapped on the face of the pirates. Seeing this powerful slash, the pirates woke up and quickly ran to the side. Although the helmsman tried his best to adjust the direction of the ship moved slowly. How can the degree be compared to that slash that is faster than the wind? The blade flashed, without any sound, turned to the pirate ship and stopped. The waves slapped, creaking sounds around the entire pirate ship, followed by the cracking of the plank. The entire pirate ship suddenly split into two ends. There were more than just boats that were divided into two halves. Some unlucky pirates were directly cut by a knife. They died instantly without any reaction, and their bodies were already in two. Catcha, boom. There was another huge noise. It turned out that after slashing and splitting a pirate ship, the prestige remained undiminished, and the pirate ship behind was also split in half. No loss is the lieutenant general of the vessel. Split the two pirate ships with one move, the Navy soldier on the warship exclaimed. That is, the sharp-cutting knife of Lieutenant General Vastal can even split sea kings, let alone a pirate ship. Just when the Navy soldier sighed, a loud explosion sounded from the nearby warship, which was the first warship hit by a pirate. Vastal hurriedly said, "Contact the warship above and ask what happened to Lieutenant Mole." Lieutenant Mole is not weak, he is also among the best in the Navy. His ship was actually hit. Could it be that those powerful pirates couldn't help but secretly take action? Vastal couldn't help thinking in secret. The fire from the explosion burned the wooden warship, and within a few seconds the fire was extinguished. It should have been extinguished by the Navy on board. A Navy captain rushed over and came to the Lieutenant General of Vastal, regardless of the heavy breath in his mouth, reported. The situation has become clear. As the distance between the two sides narrowed, the mainmast on the Lieutenant Mole ship was accidentally hit by an artillery shell. The explosion light ignited the canvas above. Now the fire has been extinguished. Except for several naval soldiers who were seriously injured, and there were no unnecessary casualties. On the other side, Lieutenant Mole watched the fire on the ship extinguished, and he was relieved. He was accidentally hit. The pirates on the side all pointed their muzzles at this side and stopped the shells. Lieutenant General Mole had a lot of strength. Looking at the pirate ships that were already extremely close, Lieutenant Mole flashed a trace of caution. The closer the two sides are, the smaller the Navy. The greater the disadvantage. In this case, these pirate ships must be eliminated. You step. The Mole lieutenant jumped slightly as he fell. With his right foot kicked into the air, his figure rose again. With a Navy 6-style moonstep, Lieutenant Mole seemed to be flying in the air, heading towards the pirate ship. Captain, someone is flying above. A crew member pointed to the sky. With a shocked face, he stammered. The captain directly slapped it down, cursing, "Fly, there are people flying." While speaking, he looked at the sky and saw Lieutenant Mole in midair. Really? Someone is flying. Lieutenant Mole glanced at the pirate ship below, dashed straight down, put his right hand on the hilt of his waist, quickly pulled it out, and rushed twice. A huge cross appeared on the pirate ship, and the four-section pirate ship slowly sank into the water. The pirates who had not been killed were also caught in the whirlpool and died. Lieutenant General. This is actually a Lieutenant General of the headquarters. Didn't it mean that the naval forces have been restrained by the New World? This time the naval reinforcement is only Rear Admiral. How come there are Vice Admirals, clowns and clowns deceiving us? While watching this scene, the slightly smarter pirate immediately reacted. The clown was deceiving them. This time the reinforcements were not only the Rear Admiral, but also the Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The clown was using them as cannon fodder. It's a pity that they are too late to react now. The Mole won't give them time to sigh here. With one foot in the air, it stopped the descent form, and the figure flashed, appearing above the pirate ship next to it, counting again. Deo slashed away with a powerful slash, and this huge pirate ship instantly sank into several pieces. As for these weak pirates, with a bounty of tens of millions, how could they be opponents of a Lieutenant General Mole? Mole was completely crushed by them. The mole, which used the moonwalk to move in the air, sent several pirate ships into the sea with a powerful slash with extremely fast speed. When Lieutenant Mole returned to the ship, the sea area in front of the warship was clear. The wreckage of the pirate ships was still on the surface, and everything else had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. As the distance got closer, the accuracy of pirate shelling increased rapidly. Since the Lieutenant Mole ship was hit, most naval warships have been hit, with flames and thick smoke coming out of them. The Navy soldiers are trying their best to put out the fire. The battleship under his feet was also hit by several artillery shells in the short time he left just now. More than a dozen naval soldiers were killed in the explosion, and many were seriously injured. There is a pool of bright red blood everywhere on the deck, and every step you take will leave a bright red footprint. These footprints are formed by the blood of those joking companions just now. But these were not shocking to the naval soldiers present. They were all elites in the division. This situation has been seen a lot, and they had already prepared for this kind of sacrifice for justice. The pirates, who were surrounded by the side, seeing this, finally showed joy on the face of fear, and their actions accelerated. In the shelling just now, the pirates did not even hit a naval warship, but on their side they were killed by the opposing navy more than 20 ships, some of which were destroyed by artillery shells. In some cases, because the sky was too dark and the vision was too dark, they didn't see what was happening at all. The pirate ship that had fired a good shot suddenly sank. This scene of the situation caused the rest of the confident pirates to gradually become worried and afraid. If they continue to fight in this situation, then there is no need to fight. I am afraid that all the pirates will be solved before they get close to the Navy ship. But as the first naval ship was hit and more naval ships were hit, everyone's confidence was back again. Although they already suffered heavy losses, the number still occupies an absolute advantage, which is still 6 or 7 times that of the Navy. As long as the Navy is defeated according to this advantage, it will surely be able to kill all of these navies. Captain www.pelnavilcom, the clown is coming. We want us to take this opportunity to speed up the offensive and kill all the navies. The clown will also send out his caterers to play forwards to make a way for us. Every captain on all the pirate ships received this news. Everyone looked at the front of the team. 3 ships with a pirate flag of the Don Quixote family appeared at the front of the team at no time. Degree headed towards the Navy. There is a powerful Don Quixote family pirate group. What else do you need to be afraid of? Rush to me to kill the Navy and grab the sky gold. As long as we grab the sky gold first, the big pirates behind will also. Don't dare to do anything, brothers, charge. Such words sounded on every pirate ship, and the pirate ship began to improve, and followed the Don Quixote family towards the Navy. Looking from the high school, the pirate boats that had originally scattered gradually gathered in the middle like a sharp cone, using the powerful Don Quixote family as the cone to gouge towards the Navy ahead. It's a pity that those pirates, who had already wanted to be deceived by the clown, were buried in the sea. These pirates were still under the control of Brother Ming and were willing to carry on the task of cannon fodder. To be continued. In the Navy fleet, there is a warship in the middle, surrounded by transport ships, and there is no movement, no guns, no counterattack, just moving with a fleet. A novel? Greater than? On the ship, Lieutenant General Cusin and Major General Jonathan stood quietly, watching the fierce naval battle beside them, without any expression on their faces, as if everything was expected. The rest of the Navy soldiers were not so calm. They gathered on both sides of the deck, watching the warship on the side, being hit by pirates from time to time, but they did nothing here, just quietly watching their companions fighting their bloody. Everyone's faces can't help showing a heavy color. The eyes also glanced at the ship from time to time, but Lieutenant General Cusin had not issued an order yet, and everyone could only wait for it anxiously. As the staff and commander of this battle, this kind of scene was foreseen in the plan. Given the gap in the number, the shelling would have been detrimental to the Navy. Now being hit is only just beginning, and it will be even more tragic when the distance between the two sides approaches. Although the situation is moving toward a disadvantage for the Navy, there is no panic formation from the Navy and the pirate ship that was hit by shells from time to time. It can be seen that with the generals of the Navy headquarters, the Navy is still comfortable and able to counterattack appropriately, and it is not yet the time for Cuban to take action. Moreover, these pirates are just cannon fodder. The truly powerful pirates have not yet appeared, and the opponent's whole cards have not yet been shown. How could Lieutenant General Cuban, who is the Navy's trump card, take out so early? Cuban's mission is to deal with those pirates. Those pirates did not move, and Cuban did not need to move. Now Jonathan waited for the opponent to lose his breath. As long as the opponent moved, it was the moment when the plan began to be executed. At this time, the pirates' formation suddenly changed. Most of the pirates in the surrounding divisions began to gather towards the Lieutenant General. Under the leadership of the 3 pirate ships bearing the Don Quixote family logo, they charged toward the Navy aggressively. The admirals who are familiar with the plan looked at this scene with a smile on their aggrieved faces. There was an artillery battle just now. However, many admirals were frustrated, and all of their combat power was used to chop the shells. But after waiting, the order was not issued, and the generals couldn't help but turn their eyes to the middle warship. According to the plan, isn't it time to fight these pirates in close combat? Only in this way can the Navy's superiority be brought out. Although the number is small, each is an elite Navy and will fight in close combat. The strength of the pirates can completely destroy those pirates. On the warship, Cuban also looked at Jonathan with a look of doubt. Puzzled, didn't the plan start at this time? Why, Jonathan hasn't issued an order yet. Cuban didn't speak, but chose to believe in Jonathan. Jonathan, who is known for his resourcefulness in the Navy, suddenly changed his plan. There must be a purpose in doing so. With the sound of footsteps coming out from a distance, a naval correspondent rushed over. Gasping for breath, he said, "Report to Major General Jonathan. Chiruga will have news in the future. They have arrived at the place." Hearing this news, Jonathan's calm face finally began to change, and he immediately uttered the command that he had thought of several times in his heart. Order all navies act according to the original plan. Form a front. Give me the strongest combat power against those pirates. Let them see the elite combat power of the Navy headquarters. Yes. The Navy replied loudly, with a hint of joy on his face. Everyone has long been waiting for this order. At this time, Cuban understood that the reason why Jonathan had not issued a counterattack order was only to attract the attention of these pirates and wait for Lieutenant General Crane to leave the naval base safely. If there are no worries, the Navy should fight back. At the same time, all navies received this order, and the navies who had already been prepared in their respective positions immediately acted. More than a dozen huge oars protruded from the warship, and the wheels beside the warship began to turn. Under the full impetus of hundreds of navies, the naval warship, which was originally moving slowly, has greatly improved. The entire huge warship, also under the control of a highly skilled helmsman, descended extremely quickly on the sea, and it drifted extremely fast. More than a dozen behemoths, hundreds of meters long, drifting on the surface of the sea. One can imagine how shocking the scene is. In just a few minutes, all naval warships lined up to form a long formation, facing the pirates, and behind them were 4 huge transport ships. At the forefront of the formation, a warship is ahead and a hull stops at the forefront. On all warships, admirals wearing cloaks of justice stood. Everyone had no expression on their faces, and their eyes were fixed on the pirates in front, and the Navy soldiers in the back were high-spirited soldiers. On the opposite pirate ship, the cannon also stopped. All the pirates gathered on the ship, their faces were full of craziness. As long as they break through these navies, the gold in the sky behind is theirs. On the first 3 ships belonging to the Don Quixote family, Diamante, Piraeus, and Rauji stood on the deck, watching the pirates, who followed closely with smiles of disdain. Dover is right. These people have been crazy by the heavenly gold. We are just taking the lead. They all followed and rushed forward, Diamante said with a smile. Raoji frowned and reminded aloud, don't get too excited about Diamante. After these pirates and the Navy confront the Navy, we will act according to our plan, take advantage of the chaos and stay away from the center of the battlefield, and then rush there. Support the young master. Although we have suffered a lot of injuries, but the combat power is still stronger than the baby five them. They are there, I cannot rest assured. Relax, I know, Diamante replied. Piraeus snorted coldly, touched the painful wound in his lower abdomen, and resented it. Don't let me run into that kid. We wouldn't be like him if it wasn't him. Next time I will kill that kid by myself. Speaking of Lin Tian, all three of them showed resentment on their faces. If it weren't for that kid, they wouldn't be sent here to do this kind of thing. The powerful pirates in the back can't hold back their breath at this time. If they don't take action anymore, if these cannon fodder really break through the naval line of defense, they will lose a lot by then. Captain, the artillery battle between the cannon fodder and the Navy has ended, and now the cannon fodder has gathered under the leadership of the Don Quixote family to break through the naval defense line. A pirate bent over and whispered. I saw that the pirate was facing the direction. A sturdy man, different from the other pirates, was wearing a neat blue-clad suit and a pair of gold-framed eyes. He was looking at the hook in his hand attentively. If it weren't for the pirate ship, it's hard to imagine that this man is the captain of the famous Brother Pirates in the New World with a bounty of 400 million, a big pirate who is higher than Ming Shai Zuheo. Originally, the naval power was poured out to suppress the turmoil in the New World, and it was difficult for the New World pirates to break through the naval blockade and leave the New World. But Brother Heo pirates left the New World just before the turmoil, and this happened to catch up with a heavenly gold incident. Several groups of pirates, who also came out of the New World, also caught up with this heavenly gold incident. However, none of them are as strong as the Brother Heo pirate group. Among all the pirate groups, the Brother Heo pirate group is the strongest. Brother Heo slowly closed the hook in his hand, removed the pair of eyes, looked at the pirates in front, and said with a smile. The clown is still the same, and he knows that he uses these conspiracies and tricks to make others kill his life, but he hides behind and does nothing. Thinking about the power of the fisherman, this time it is not so easy. Brother Heo stood up and waved his hand suddenly. Brothers, the wealth of the enemy is in sight. As long as these navies are solved, the 4 transport ships full of treasures are us. That's it. Wealth is right in front of you. Now it depends on whether you want to get it. Tell me loudly whether you want it or not. Yes. The pirates below reached in unison. Think. That's good, then rush to me and kill all those pirates and navy. The most powerful Brother Heo pirates group started it without much consideration. Those who had been watching for a long time, and the pirates, who couldn't bear it, all rushed towards the battlefield. When Major General Jonathan watched this scene, a smile appeared on his face. As he expected, when the Navy moved, the pirates behind couldn't help but act. The pirates in front of him were not what Jonathan was worried about. In fact, at the beginning of the battle, Jonathan's attention was on these pirates. They were the strongest enemy of the Navy in this battle. It is only now that this battle has entered the most tragic stage, which is also a stage to be continued. Seeing that all the pirates have joined in, and some old cards don't need to be hidden anymore, now is the time to use them. 1 small equals say less than. Less than. Less than. Take that thing out. It's time for him to use it. Cusan waved his hand. I saw more than a dozen naval soldiers moving out of the cabin, a 2-meter high, weighing several tons of behemoth. Just let it go and it made a bang. You can imagine how heavy it is. When he walked to the behemoth hidden by the black cloth, Jonathan took a look, turned his head and asked Cusan, this thing, Lieutenant General Cusan, is as powerful as Lieutenant General Crane said. Cusan shook his head and said, I don't know. This thing was given by the Marshal of the Warring States period at the time. As for how powerful it is, I haven't had a chance to try it. Grasping the black cloth covering it, Fusion pulled hard and snapped, and the whole piece of black cloth slowly fell off, and this behemoth appeared in front of everyone. A 2-meter-high cuboid, plus a 6-meter-long cylinder with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters on the outside and a diameter of only 2 centimeters in the middle. This is what a huge monster looks like, which is too different from what everyone expects. And such a thin muzzle, no! Perhaps a muzzle should be used to describe it more accurately. What kind of bullets can be shot from this muzzle? Fusion was not surprised at the changes in the expressions of the people, because it was the same when he saw this. Fusion thought that the Warring States period was teasing him. If it weren't for the Warring States Marshal and Dr. Vegapunk's promise to be useful, his engine won't bring it over. This behemoth is a laser cannon. The laser cannon, developed by Dr. Vegapunk, borrowed from the General Wang Yuan's sparkling fruit ability. The laser cannon is no less powerful than the Yellow 8's laser beam, enough to destroy a pirate ship in one blow. Of course, this look is just an experimental product, developed by Vegapunk for more than a year. It has just been roughly assembled in the laboratory, just for the success of the experimental theory, so other issues such as appearance and reduction are not considered, but the power is unnecessary. Doubtful. It was shown once on the shooting range. At that time, the power was comparable to the attack by General Wang Yuan, which shocked the Navy headquarters personnel who came to watch. Then there was no more, and he was directly drawn here by the Warring States to increase the strength of this reinforcement. Originally, Vegapunk disagreed. Because this is only a roughly assembled test machine, it is prone to accidents if there are too many shots. If this behemoth explodes, the warship will have to be destroyed instantly. But at the time the Warring States period said a word, Vegapunk suddenly didn't know how to stop it. The best test place for weapons is the battlefield. And this weapon is used on the next battlefield, but it saves the lives of countless naval soldiers. Therefore, the Warring States period pulled the giant laser cannon over as one of the Navy's cards. You Kai think so much here, it's better to experiment immediately. Now is an excellent opportunity, Jonathan thought to himself as he looked at the pirate who was approaching. Jonathan patted the muzzle. Come here, aim this laser cannon muzzle and aim at the pirate ship in front. Let's see the power of this behemoth. Under the control of several Navy soldiers, the entire huge fort slowly turned, and the muzzle gradually pointed at the front ship, the pirate ship of the Don Quixote family. A group of golden light squeaked out from the muzzle, and the light became brighter and brighter. After some energy storage, there was a bang, and a tiny yellow light shot out from the muzzle. Everyone's eyes quickly moved towards the pirate ship, with curious expressions in their eyes. Is this thing so powerful? Bang! There was a loud bang into the air, and then a huge explosion, accompanied by orange-red firelight and thick smoke before the pirate fleet. The pirate ship instantly disappeared from the world. The pirate boats suddenly slowed down, and everyone was stunned by this scene. In particular, the 3 domesticators of the Don Quixote family were shocked and sweated. They were rushing through the great route, and they immediately recognized that this was the laser beam of the General Wang Yuan, and only the General Wang Yuan was like this. The Don Quixote family would not take part in this battle. They were just to lead the cannon fodder, so the 3 of them were not on the front ship if they were hit. They are probably finished here. In any case, this laser beam suppressed everyone, whether it was the pirates, who were about to enter the battlefield, or the Don Quixote family who was behind the scenes dare not move forward. Everyone thought that the Admiral Wang Yuan was here and he was hiding in the Navy fleet. Even the Navy thought so, and it was strange that there was no Admiral Wang Yuan in the naval reinforcements. What about the captain? The general is here, we still can't enter the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Shizuheo, the big pirate who was full of confidence, in front of him, his face became heavy, quietly looking at the foremost ship in the Navy formation. How is it possible that the Admiral is still involved in the New World? Why is Admiral Wang Yuan here? Does the Navy headquarters ignore the New World riots? Although Shizuheo is confident of his own strength, he still doesn't think he can win the Admiral, but if all the pirates are gathered here, even the Admiral can't win. This is the Admiral of the Navy, the highest combat power of the world government. It is just a similar attack that has deterred countless navies before he even appeared. Especially the pirates behind the front thought that the heavenly gold was secured this time, but before they entered the battlefield, you and the others appeared as a Navy general. You embarrassed everyone. No, if the Admiral's combat power is really good, he would have taken a shot long ago. How can it be until now, and it is only a shot, but the laser beam just now is indeed correct. Seeing that the Navy was immersed immediately after shooting the laser beam without any action, many pirates present suddenly felt wrong, but no one was willing to use their lives to test this inference. Just when the two sides are in a stalemate, Captain Shizuheo, captain of the Brother Heyo pirate group, came to a message of cooperation, a pirate reported. Cooperation information. The pirate captains later received this news at the same time. Probably the content was that the Admiral might not have come, but it was not certain. Everyone could not help but cooperate and try it out. Even if there is an Admiral, it is not impossible for everyone to cooperate with the Admiral. At that time, it depends on the situation, and then decides not to retreat. Holding a blank piece of paper in his hand, the big man asked the military division on the side, "Military division, how are you? Tell me soon. Should we cooperate to deal with temptation or retreat?" Cooperation. Cooperation. It seems that this laser cannon has a good effect. It is not only powerful, but also more powerful. Jonathan looked at the pirates in front and stopped and exclaimed. On the side, Fusen said in a deep voice, "However, the laser cannons have been separated for too long. Those pirates should have discovered something wrong after such a long time. They just didn't move, because they didn't know for sure. Rush up again." "That's right." Jonathan nodded in agreement, and then asked, "How is it? How much time will the charge be completed?" "The report has been completed, ready to shoot." "Okay, make another shot towards the place with the most boats." With a scream, a golden light flashed, and another pirate ship disappeared in the explosion, leaving only the wreckage flying all over the sky. "How about it? The captain is okay?" The pirate turned around and asked. "Just thinking for a while. Calm, tilde, Shizuheo said two words in a deep voice. "Continue." Seeing the pirate boats moving forward, Jonathan said, "It seems that it is impossible to deter the powerful pirates behind with a shock." Fusen moved his head and put on the blindfold, and said, "Of course, if it is so easy to solve, the Navy headquarters will also pull out the elite of the headquarters to come to help at this critical juncture. It seems that a big battle is inevitable, and now is the time to play his role as a combat staff. Order, all naval ships muzzles aim at the pirates on the opposite side." The Admiral tried his best to intercept the shells and reduce the loss of naval soldiers. At the beginning of close combat, all naval ships must not act alone and must be gathered together for easy support at any time. After a pause, he continued, "Finally, we must keep in mind the content of the plan for the generals. We are not here to fight these pirates recklessly and try our best to reduce the loss of the soldiers. Okay, that's it, let's go on and communicate." In one breath, the series of combat orders came out from Jonathan's mouth in an orderly manner, and Fusen's worries in front of his heart also disappeared. It seems that this Major General Jonathan is even more powerful than the rumors. To be continued. The two laser beams just gave a great shock to the pirates, and they didn't dare to be as rampant as the previous ones. They changed the way of fighting and used their gunfire advantage to fight steadily while firing the cannon while drawing closer to the Navy. One small greater than, say less than equals, less than 10 feet. Lieutenant General Dalmesia made a light leap, and several powerful squad feet carried the air-breaking sound into the air. The flying shells above were instantly split into two, causing a strong explosion. As a lieutenant admiral who pays attention to physical skills, he used that eye to cut bombs. One can imagine how helpless an aggrieved Lieutenant Admiral Dalmatia is at this time. Fortunately, it is now a head-on confrontation. The only guns that can fire are ship artillery or on-deck artillery. The number of artillery shells has been reduced by 2/3. With the addition of most pirate artillery, the hit rate can be imagined. A yellow light flashed, and another pirate ship exploded under the laser light. You can imagine how fast the light was. These pirates could only flash yellow light, and then there was no more, only the floating corpse on the sea. The artillery battle was only a short period of 10 minutes, and no fewer than 15 pirate ships were destroyed by laser beams. Under the light, the fast ships could not escape. It's a pity that after shooting so many times, this laser cannon has reached its limit. Many cracks have surfaced on the fort, and even the barrel has a few small cracks. The laser gun almost exploded just now, but fortunately the operator shut it down fast enough, and with the addition of Cusin, the entire fort was sealed in thick ice in time. Although this laser fort was abandoned, the record was very high. It was shot 15 times and destroyed a total of 18 pirate ships. 3 laser beams directly penetrated 2 pirate ships. At this time, the powerful pirates behind also rushed up with extreme speed. The laser beam took tens of seconds to shoot. In the second time, these pirates had already understood. There is no General Wang Yuan in the Navy. That kind of move similar to the General Wang Yuan was only developed by the Navy by some means, but they didn't know that there was indeed no General Wang Yuan in the Navy, but there was a Lieutenant Admiral who had the rank of Lieutenant General but had the power of a general. These pirates are powerful. Regardless of the weak pirates, they rushed forward directly from behind. Most of the pirates watched this scene, of course, not in their hearts. You have been watching from behind, we have done so much. A lot of the Navy was wounded, and I don't know how many people were killed before the Navy was forced to defend, but you came directly to pick peaches. But this is the era of the weak and the strong. Fairness is only on the same level. If the strength is not enough, you can only endure it. Otherwise, there are only pirate ships left behind. Because they refused, they were directly destroyed by the pirates behind them, without any backhanding power. They are witties. The pirates in the first half of Megatron's Great Route are too different to be comparable. Therefore, many pirates directly stopped the shelling and let these powerful pirates pass. Everyone is holding on to you anyway. We will watch from the side just like you, and then we will come to fish in troubled waters. Therefore, a strange scene formed on the entire battlefield. The fierce pirate cannon fodder who attacked in the front stopped the attack and made way for the powerful pirates to move forward and then follow these pirates. For this kind of scene, these pirate captains, whose bounty is almost over 100 million, just showed disdain. They didn't want these pirate cannon fodder to be of any use in a real decisive battle, but hoped that they could consume the Navy as much as possible. Their task has been completed. Now is the real battle, and this kind of battle cannot be dealt with by cannon fodder. It didn't take long for these powerful pirates to finally reach the forefront of the pirates. 16 pirate ships also lined up in a battle line, looking at each other from the Navy across a sea of 1 kilometer wide. Seeing that these real opponents finally appeared on the field, the Navy, on the scene, couldn't help but show the lack of caution in front. These are the pirates that the Navy is worried about in this Heavenly Gold incident. On the ship, the Navy and the pirates all stared at each other from a distance, and everyone's eyes burst with extremely strong combat power. This was not only a grab for wealth, but also a confrontation of positions, a confrontation between evil and justice. The sound of cannons resounding through the battlefield was also forbidden at this time, and a tense and serious atmosphere quickly filled the entire sea, and the air seemed to freeze. Just when the pirates were preparing to concentrate all their combat power and break through the naval line of defense in one fell swoop, with a scream, a figure jumped from the Navy warship, and the cloak of justice flew in the air. Everyone on the battlefield was attracted by this figure, and then there was confusion. What exactly does the Navy want to do? With everyone's puzzled eyes, Kyuzen slowly fell to the surface of the sea, and just stood steadily like this. No! It should not be said that it is on the sea, but on the ice. Looking at the pirate boats in front of him, Kyuzen's figure is so small, compared to it. If you don't look at it, I'm afraid you will ignore this figure. He took a breath of cold air, his eye shrank, a light flashed from his eyes, and the lazy breath disappeared completely. Ice Age. As the voice fell, the area of ice under Kyuzen's feet suddenly increased, and the moving waves were instantly sealed by ice and kept their original appearance. The entire sea was frozen with a tendency to cover the thunder, and the blue sea changed. A white ice field. The 16 pirate ships that were tightly in front were also instantly sealed by ice, and countless ice climbed onto the ship's wall at an extremely fast speed and fastened tightly to the ship's wall. All of this was only worn for an instant, and everyone's eyes were left with a vast expanse of ice. The temperature of the entire sea dropped by tens of degrees in an instant. Many people were only wearing thin clothes, and the goosebumps all over their bodies became cold. The body trembled involuntarily. But at this time, no one cares about this. Their eyes are all staring at the figure on the ice, and the whole sea is frozen in one move. How powerful this navy is. Looking at this scene, those captains couldn't help but look like they thought that the navy had not sent a great future, but it sent such a powerful combat force, it might not be so easy to the gold. The pirates in the back watched this scene and were shocked. They couldn't help but rejoice in their hearts. Fortunately, they didn't rush to the front, otherwise it was them who were frozen. But this is not over yet. Since he has taken the shot, Kyuzen is not just to freeze these pirate ships. On his right arm, a stream of cold air surrounded him, and Kyuzen's right arm was slowly wrapped in ice and stretched forward. Although I pursue leisure justice as a navy, dealing with pirates is my task. Ice cubes, burst cone mouth. A block of ice shot out of Kyuzen's hand and quickly evolved into an ice bird, flapping the pair of ice wings, flew towards a pirate ship, and slammed into it with a bang. The entire pirate ship quickly froze, with naked eyes, and the entire pirate ship completely turned into a huge block of ice. The pirates on the deck were all frozen in ice, and they still kept the look of fear at the moment they were frozen. Seeing this scene, the pirate couldn't help but breathe in air conditioning with a look of shock and fear. For these pirates at the lowest level of the Great Sea Route, where have they seen such a powerful combat power? With one move, a group of small and well-known pirates on the Great Sea Route were instantly wiped out. Without the slightest resistance. How could the Navy have this kind of combat power? No matter what these pirates think, the Navy is shouting. For reasons of confidentiality, most naval soldiers do not know that Kyuzen is so powerful. Because the last time General Kyuzen was promoted to general failed, the headquarters did not explain the matter, so most navies thought that Kyuzen was not strong enough to be promoted to general. I just thought that Lieutenant Admiral Kyuzen was more powerful than Lieutenant Admiral, but I didn't expect that Lieutenant Admiral Kyuzen could actually freeze the entire sea. With such a high combat power, ordinary Navy soldiers felt much more at ease. Although there are 4 lieutenants and 10 major admirals, this is a very powerful combat force, but the pirates' position is not weak, and it is much stronger than the Navy. Now such a high combat force will freeze all the pirate ships as soon as they appear. After staying, the morale of the Navy increased a lot. One move destroyed the pirate group with the same strength as oneself, and immediately deterred all the pirate groups, but now the pirates are not retreating, nor are they advancing. These confident pirates are once again in a dilemma. P.S. It has been very busy for a few days, but it has been on the shelves for so long. I would like to express my gratitude to the readers who continue to support me. Thank you for your support. To be continued. Without waiting for the other pirates to think about it, on the pirate ship, with the word "Heyo brother" written on its sails, a figure jumped directly from it. Greater than 1 novel? Equals less than. Huge power spurted from both legs, and the ice cubes of more than 10 meters around the figure shattered instantly, and the cracks spread directly on the ice surface for hundreds of meters before stopping. This seemed to be a signal. More than a dozen silhouettes jumped from the pirate ship. Every time they landed on the ground, there was a huge movement, like a demonstration to the opposing navy. Do your part. How could the navy lose to the pirates in terms of momentum? At the same time, all the naval generals also jumped from under the ship, and the two sides stood on the ice like this, staring at each other. It's just a mere 1 kilometer away. For both the navy and the pirates, it can be reached in tens of seconds at their own speed. When the two armies rushed forward, the powerful admirals and captains had already reached the center of the ice sheet with great speed. Before the people arrived, the attack had arrived first, and the various powerful attacks violently collided in the center of the battlefield, and the powerful shock waves vented on the extremely thick ice. Soon, the center of the battlefield was blocked by thick ice fog, and the figures of both sides were also hidden behind the ice fog. Freezing time capsule. Several ice casters emerged from Cusan's ice-turned palms, passing through the thick ice mist. The air formed into small ice particles under the extremely cold temperature. Wherever they passed, a blur belt of ice appeared in the air. Bang! A wall of fire flashed in the ice fog, and then an explosion sounded. The thick ice fog was instantly washed away, and the figures of both sides suddenly appeared now. At this time, the two sides were only a few dozen meters apart, and behind the pirates, an ice sculpture stood standing behind, still running in a hurry. Behind the pirate watching this scene, his face couldn't help showing shock. You must know that this pirate offered a bounty of 120 million, but was solved by the opponent's trick. This is the combat power that the admiral should have. Although it was another companion, it was solved by one move. However, this was not enough to scare off the captains, especially Shizuheo, the most powerful of them. He could also do this kind of thing. Dozens of meters, both parties can reach it without an instant. The battle begins. Not much to say, the admirals of the navy had chosen their opponents long ago, and the pirates did the same. Bang, boom, file clang. A series of collisions sounded, accompanied by countless explosions, but fortunately Cusan's ice age was powerful enough. The ice layer is very thick, otherwise this first wave of impact will be difficult to resist. Shizuheo looked at the tall lieutenant general in front of him with a cautious expression and did not say much. He clenched a fist with his right hand, his power gathered on his right arm. Double burst. The degree suddenly increased, about twice as fast as before, and a faint red color appeared on the right fist, which was difficult to see if it was not carefully observed. The fist that was shook violently rubbed against the air. There was an abnormally high temperature on the entire fist, and there was a faint heat. With a bang, Shizuheo's fist hit Cusan's lower abdomen accurately, and his fist directly punched Cusan's lower abdomen, but Shizuheo did not show any joy on his face, but quickly retracted his arm. There was no drop of blood flowing out of Cusan's abdomen, instead a lot of transparent ice appeared, sealing Shizuheo's fist. Cusan, who was hit, also slowly began to change, leaving only an ice sculpture in place. Cusan had already avoided it. Shizuheo drew after the mission. I wanted to pull my fist out, but how could Cusan ice be so easily pulled out, and Shizuheo didn't dare to smash the ice for a short time. Shizuheo already felt that his hands were gradually losing consciousness. This was a symptom that the blood was also frozen. If the ice cube is broken at this time, then his arm is likely to break and become a one-armed. This is not what Shizuheo hopes to see. On the ice, not far from Shizuheo's feet, a block of ice rose slowly, and Cusan's figure slowly appeared, but the upper body appeared, and the lower body remained in the ice. Slowly opened his hands, that were longer than ordinary people, exhaled cold breath continuously, and hugged Shizuheo. Upon seeing this, Shizuheo's face turned aside, and the strength in his hands accelerated a bit, but it still didn't work, and he screamed in his heart. Double burst. The light red light on his body suddenly deepened a bit, and the slow flow of blood on his right arm also added up, and a trace of white air rose from the ice-bound place on his right arm, but this was not enough. It was not enough to break Kyuzen's ice. At this time, Kyuzen's shoulder was only 10 centimeters away from Shizuheo, and Shizuheo was surrounded by his hands. Triple explosion. With a shout of anger, Shizuheo's pale red body deepened again, turning into a pale red color, and white heat radiated from all over his body. Before drifting away at this temperature, he was frozen into ice particles and fell to the ground. Freezing time. Kyuzen's arms tightened suddenly, but unfortunately the speed was a little slow, and Shizuheo had already freed his right arm. Seeing a flash of white light, Shizuheo's figure had disappeared before he could see what was born. This was several times faster than shaving, and Kyuzen hugged Kon. Before Kyuzen was looking for Shizuheo, a white light flashed, and a red, steaming figure appeared behind Kyuzen, and his right fist was slightly raised towards Kyuzen. Kyuzen's face changed slightly. Obviously, Kyuzen dared to be surprised by the strength of this pirate. Before Kyuzen could act, he kicked his back with a well-charged punch. Like the cracking sound of broken glass, countless small pieces of ice flew in the air with a punch, like a goddess scattered flowers. Before Shizuheo could only punch through with a single punch, now it turned into countless pieces of ice. In just a few seconds, Shizuheo's strength was more than several times stronger than before, but he still missed the target. On the side, the other admirals of the Navy were also fighting vigorously with the pirates. Their physical skills, swordsmanship, and fruit abilities were dazzling. Kang Dang. A huge force suddenly came from the huge hammer above, and the Lieutenant Mole couldn't help but bend his legs, and his right hand holding the sword could not help but tremble, and the ice under his feet also sank several centimeters under this huge force. With a snap, Lieutenant Mole also held the hilt with his left hand, and with all his strength, the western sword in his hand also stopped the downward trend and gritted his teeth. Using his hands, he gradually pushed up the giant hammer above. Seeing that the giant hammer in his hand rose instead of falling, the big man hurriedly used force, but the hammer was still rising, and the mole straightened his legs. Just as the mole was about to push the hammer away, a figure appeared beside him. The white long sword in his hand is glowing with cold light on the smooth body of the sword under the moonlight, and the bright red blood is dripping slowly on the ice mountain, so dazzlingly, along the sharp blade. A terrible murderous aura exuded all over. The several wounds on his body further highlighted the murderousness of this man, which shocked the soul. Of course, Lieutenant Mole felt this strong murderous aura and turned around to take a look. I saw the man behind him and the rear admiral who was lying on the ground not far away. But looking at the blood flowing on the ice, you can probably guess that even if this rear admiral is alive, he has more air intake and less air vent. Looking at this man, the big man showed a hint of joy on his face and shouted, "Military officer, quickly get rid of this Lieutenant Admiral." Both the man and the big man came from the Blue Pirate group, and the captain was a rough man. Ming is called Bodhi Lee, and he uses a sledgehammer well. The man is a military officer named Drew. He is usually very elegant, but once he fights, the second personality, buried in his heart, will come out and become extremely bloodthirsty and warlike. The man, with a long sword in his hand, rushed straight towards Lieutenant Mole with a sharp blade, slashing on the ice. There was a squeaking sound. The long sword was lifted upwards, a sword gas stormed out, and an ice mist filled wherever it passed. Only a icy zone more than 10 centimeters deep is left. Seeing the sword attack, the mole's arm strength suddenly increased, and he pushed the giant hammer in the man's hand in one fell swoop, and quickly withdrew the long sword backhand, which was a block. Kang Dang. The mole's body suddenly retreated and pushed straight for more than 10 meters. After leaving 2 deep marks on the ice, the sword energy dissipated. "Lieutenant Mole, I'll help you." As soon as the voice fell, a slash came, and the big man who took the opportunity to approach directly forced back. Mole tilted his head and saw that it turned out to be the vassal lieutenant general who had solved his opponent and rushed to support him. On the other side, thousands of naval soldiers collided with an even greater number of pirates. As 80% of the pirates, who were considered cannon fodder, joined the battlefield, the number of Navy and pirates changed dramatically in an instant. The number of soldiers is slightly higher than those of pirates, and now the number of pirates far exceeds that of the Navy. But tens of thousands of people fought a decisive battle on flat ground, but it was not based on the number to have a decisive victory. From a high altitude, you can see that although the Navy has thousands of people, the naval formation is not messy in the charge, and the pirates are completely fierce. Rush, where is the formation? When the two sides approached 100 meters, the Navy suddenly stopped, and the guns and shoulder resistance artillery that had been prepared were raised together. Being faced with thousands of guns and hundreds of cannons, what it was like, the pirates in the front row experienced panic, in addition to panic, and the whole body was instantly wet with cold sweat. I wanted to stop immediately, but I couldn't stop it anymore. The pirates behind didn't know so much. They only knew that they rushed forward and pushed the pirates ahead, and couldn't stop, even if they wanted to. In the horrified eyes of the pirates, thousands of navies pulled the trigger together, and the ice field of the dark night was suddenly filled and illuminated by countless lights. Thousands of bullets penetrated the human body and produced a continuous series of puffs. This is the unique sound of metal penetrating the human body. It is accompanied by strong explosions and screams. What a beautiful pair of sounds. Music. Tens of thousands of gigantic performances, reading www.ucanshu.com, and hundreds of live music, a strong rumbling sound. This is a rare music event in the world. In this wave of attacks, hundreds of pirates were killed on the spot and thousands of pirates were injured. Unfortunately, the number of pirates is still higher than that of the Navy, but it is a rare achievement to achieve this victory. Kill. I don't know who screamed, and then thousands of kill roared, and the Navy took the weapon in its hand and slew towards the opponent like a rainbow. The Navy's powerful attack caught the pirates by surprise. Most of the pirates were blindfolded at the time. When they reacted, thousands of navies had already advanced more than 10 meters away, and the pirates had to hurriedly resist. This great battle of tens of thousands of people has finally arrived at this moment. At the moment of the collision, hundreds of figures fell, and it also meant that hundreds of lives had disappeared. This is war. There are no lonely heroes, and there is no such magical scene in TV and movies that rushes into the enemy and thousands of people don't hit you with a bullet. There is only one purpose in everyone's heart, and that is to kill the enemy desperately, and the matter of being alive has been handed over to God at this moment. To be continued. In this case, a well-trained Navy still has an advantage, maintaining a basic formation and having mutual support, so the Navy's loss rate is much smaller than that of the pirates. One novel less than equals less than equals 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 less than equals less than. In the first wave of attacks before the collision, the Navy showed how talented it is to directly give these pirates a head, and then take advantage of these pirates' panic, directly attack these pirates. In just over a minute, the Navy played a beautiful attack. The large number of pirates pushed directly back under the onslaught of the Navy, but these achievements were only caught off guard. After all, the true combat power of the pirates is stronger than the Navy. Although the cannon fodder pirate ships are rubbish, the captains of those pirate ships are still 20 to 30 million pirates. They are already strong in the four oceans, as well as the cadres of those powerful pirate ships. When they reacted, they immediately took the lead, leading a part of the elite pirates and attacking the Navy on a mission. How could the ordinary Navy be their opponent? Kill. Among the retreating group of pirates, a figure stood up, followed by many elite pirates, and rushed directly towards the Navy. I saw a figure with a white cloak, a light blue short head, and more than a dozen steel hoops on each arm. He raised a pair of iron fists and hit the lieutenant commander who was blocking the road ahead. The colonel hurriedly lifted his sword to block it, but Kadu was relatively slow. The figure punched directly on the major's abdomen. The clothes on the major's abdomen were instantly shattered and knocked out, hitting several Navy and pirates. The Bat pirate saw the figure clearly and couldn't help exclaiming, "This is the strongest cater of the Heyo brother pirate group, Spiral Fist Rand." Spiral Fist Rand, as the strongest cater of the Heyo G pirate group, is also very powerful, comparable to a lieutenant general, a master of physical skills, 2 punches, can strike as powerful as a spiral fist. Such a powerful master did not join the battlefield of the strong over there. This was done deliberately by Shizuheo, just for this moment. Take 11 lead the pirates to disrupt the naval formation. With this kind of combat power, there is no opponent in such a battlefield, leaving a team of elite pirates. A pair of iron fists, wielded tigers, and every punch would mean that a navy felon directly penetrated the navy formation. And this scene was born everywhere. Under the leadership of this kind of combat power pirate, the navy formation suddenly became chaotic. Had to be caught in a melee. On the battlefield, there were knives, lights, swords and shadows everywhere, as well as the blood, spattered like blood streamers flashed on the battlefield, and there was an explosion. With a puff, splashing blood straight on the face of the navy. Before the navy could draw out the sword, a pirate came directly behind the navy and raised his hand with a sword. Then, without looking, he turned to the other side. The navy cut off. This scene is very common on the battlefield. The value of being killed, counter-killing, and sneak attack is invincible. In this battlefield, there is only one rule, and that is to kill the enemy in front of you by any method, even with a bite. Human lives are worthless at this time, and dozens of lives disappear in this world every second. If you want to survive, you can only be covered with the blood of the other party. Shizuheo and Kyuzen were fighting fiercely. Seizing the opportunity, Shizuheo hit Kyuzen with a punch. But it was still just a pile of ice cubes, without any hesitation, and immediately stepped back, avoiding the ice skates cut by Kyuzen from behind. This pirate's degree and reaction power are extremely fast. Kyuzandu could hardly keep up. Since he was almost caught in front of him, Shizuheo had learned cunning. Once something was wrong, he immediately retreated quickly. Kyuzen had no choice but to take him for a while. And the pirate devil fruit ability is also very powerful. He could instantly increase his strength by a geometric multiple, but Kyuzen was unprepared for a while and he ran away. Seeing that the Navy's several attacks were useless, Shizuheo stood beside him and smiled. "I am a person who increases fruit ability, but my strength and power increase exponentially in an instant. A double burst can increase twice, double burst is quadruple, triple burst is 8 times, and quadruple burst is 16 times. After listening to Shizuheo's words, Kyuzen's face showed a cautious look. No wonder he suddenly exploded several times the strength in front of him, and now I don't know how many times he can explode. If it can continue to increase, it would be too strong. 5 times burst is 32 times, 6 times burst is 64 times. Shizuheo continued, "Although I can only explode 5 times now, it is still enough to deal with you. Don't think the Navy is invincible if it is a natural element. Today, let you see that in absolute power, everything is floating clouds. 5 times burst." At this time, Shizuheo's whole body was dark red, but the white gas scattered all over his body disappeared. The green veins on his forehead were exposed, and his head stood up like long needles. White light flashed, and then an explosion came out of nowhere, and there was no gunpowder, but the big pit on the ice proved the existence of the explosion. Kyuzen hadn't realized what was happening yet. A crisis came from behind. Shizuheo's figure was already behind him, and his black fists, surrounded by fist winds, hit Kyuzen's back. But what was broken was still just a mass of ice. Shizuheo couldn't help but snorted. "Do you know how to hide? Don't you even have the courage to fight again?" After speaking, Shizuheo made a fist with his right hand, raised it high, and slammed it down toward the ice below. There was a continuous creaking sound. Centering on it, hundreds of meters of ice was covered with cracks. With a bang, countless ice cubes on the ice surface, under the powerful force, soared into the sky, and the fighting pirates and navy nearby could not help but be affected and fell to the ground, shocked to watch this scene. The ice cubes rising into the sky did not fall. It was controlled by some kind of force and quickly smashed toward Shizuheo on the ice. In an instant, Shizuheo's figure had disappeared in front of everyone and it was replaced by a large ice pile. Cubans also slowly emerged from the ice. Watching this scene, the Navy and the pirates, who were fighting on the side, could not help but stop their immediate actions. These two were the strongest two on both sides. If either side wins, the situation will be greatly changed. Bang. Bang. A dull noise rang from the ice pile and the ugly pirates gradually showed a smile. With a loud bang, the huge ice pile shattered and countless ice cubes flew in all directions. Many people were hit by these ice cubes and were seriously injured instantly. A white figure appeared in front of everyone and a wild laugh came from inside. Navy, you run out of these moves. What other moves are there to use? If you don't use it, there will be no chance. Really? Kyuzen's face was still extremely calm. Do you think you can still act? Hearing Kyuzen's words, Shizuheo moved his body quickly. Just as Kyuzen expected, he lowered his head and saw that his legs had been sealed by ice. Coldly snorted and said with disdain, do you think this kind of ice can deal with me? Watch me break free in an instant. But Shizuheo tried several times. No matter how hard he tried, his legs were still covered by ice and the area was getting bigger and bigger. If it is so easy for you to break free, then I have not prepared in vain for so long, and such explosive strength is not without cost. It is an extremely serious burden for your body, so you want to solve the battle so quickly. Kyuzen didn't waste time here with Shizuheo. He supported his hands, looked at the struggling figure, and shouted, "Frozen cage." As the voice fell, several icicles rose from the ground, tightly wrapping Shizuheo, and finally more and more ice cubes derived from these icicles until Shizuheo was completely wrapped in the ice. Seeing the victory of Lieutenant General Kyuzen Pelnavu the Navy was very happy. The fighting spirit suddenly increased, and the momentum that was suppressed by the pirates in front also gradually increased. Heda. At this moment, a figure rushed out of the darkness. This person was Rand and punched the ice that wrapped Shizuheo. Unfortunately, there was no movement at all, and his fists did not freeze. Finally, he threw himself up. After the battle was solved by himself, Kyuzen had the energy to check the situation this time. Shizuheo was very strong, and Kyuzen had to go all out and not be distracted. Take a quick glance, and you will have a panoramic view of the battle situation. Generally speaking, the Navy is in a very bad situation and is now being crushed by these pirates. The main reason is that the mid to high-end combat power of the pirates is much stronger than that of the Navy. Under the leadership of these good pirates, the Navy is difficult to resist, and now it can barely resist the line of defense. And those pirates who waited and watched were also on the battlefield, and many pirates joined the battlefield behind. Just when Kyuzen was about to take action to solve the high-end combat power of the pirates, a number of retreat signals were ejected from the naval ships behind. To be continued. Novel Crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. On the other side, to the southwest of Coral Island, on a calm, empty sea, a huge ship was moving. One small, say, greater than, equals less than, equals Everyone on the ship watched the surprise scene, and they were all amazed. This method was shocking. It is hard to be afraid that the dragon's surface is calm and the heart is also very surprised. This ability can be called the strongest in some aspects. Lin Tian didn't explain everyone's surprise and shock. He knew his own situation. This method only had this effect in such darkness. If it was in broad daylight, ordinary people would be able to find something wrong with being careful. Where the ship travels, the continuous waves on the sea will disappear. Just like there is a circle on the sea surface with a radius of hundreds of meters, the sea surface does not fluctuate at all, and there are continuous waves of tens of centimeters outside the circle. Long said, unexpectedly, besides fighting, your ability actually has this kind of use. With a slight smile, Lin Tian proudly said, "This is, without this ability, how can I dare to find someone to cooperate and steal heavenly gold in front of the crane?" The Navy. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the question that always existed in Long's heart could not help but he asked, "In fact, there is one thing I have always been very puzzled, can't figure it out, I hope you can explain." Presumably, you should be thinking, as a Navy, why do I take such a big risk to the heavenly gold that is of little use to myself? The dragon nodded and replied, without any concealment, and directly admitted it honestly. Although you said that there are some things you need on the sky gold, you don't need to take such a big risk. By virtue of your position and background in the Navy, you should be able to get those things and allocate plans from your front. I can feel that your heart is not for the wealth of heaven, but it seems that you are deliberately helping our revolutionary army. Lin Tian smiled softly and nodded. Lin Tian did not ask heavenly gold for wealth, nor did it have what he needed. At the beginning, Lin Tian's purpose was to prevent heavenly gold from falling into the hands of the heavenly dragons, and he had to give reasons. It was the first time I saw the Tianlingren from the Navy headquarters, and I was very upset. I was going to try my best to take it away, and I would get the rest into the sea. After seeing the dragon later, Lin Tian had the idea of cooperating with a revolutionary army. Rather than let these wealth sink into the ocean, it is better to use them to do useful things. Then I can ask, why is this? Of course, Lin Tian thought for a while and replied, the longer you stay in the Navy, the higher you stand, the more you can see how much darkness is hidden in this seemingly peaceful world, but it's just those high-ranking authorities. People, they suppress the darkness. It embodies the beautiful and free side. Turning around, Lin Tian attached to the railing of the ship and said in a low voice, and this silk of beauty and freedom is only reflected in those nobles who consider themselves noble, but these illusions are based on the pain of countless people at the bottom. The justice I pursue is not the absolute justice of the Navy. In my opinion, righteousness and evil have no position, only what they do. Therefore, even though many pirates were caught in my hands, I still let them go. This is also the reason why I helped your revolutionary army. What your revolutionary army does is justice. And naval justice is just a rhetoric from those in power. To be honest, I wanted to sink all this wealth into the sea, and one thing is that I see Tianlong people upset. Very upset. I am very interested in anything that makes them upset. After listening to Lin Tian's reasons, Long's face was instantly wonderful, and he also looked helpless, just for this reason. You plan to grab the gold from the sky and do such a big thing that shocked the world. Seriously, your reason really makes me very. In short, it is a world away from my guess, Long said, shaking his head. There is another reason Lin Tian didn't say. It was that he was severely injured in an ambush by 3 Katers under Brother Ming yesterday. Lin Tian is very vengeful. Regardless of Brother Ming's purpose, as long as he grabs the gold from the sky, Brother Ming will definitely lost the wife and broke down. Lin Tian continued, as for if I use the identity of the old smelly man to get things, the old smelly man will definitely beat me to death. You must know this better than me. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Long's eye shrunk, and a shocking color flashed in his eyes, not because of the content of Lin Tian's words, but the meaning of the words revealed. For so many years, Long has never told anyone about his family. Except for himself and a few people in this world, he does not know who his family is. Could it be that my father already believed so much about the disciple he had received, and told him this kind of thing, otherwise how would he know? Long took a few steps forward, stood in the same row with Lin Tian, and whispered, it seems that you know a lot of things, even this kind of thing. Looking at Lon, Lin Tian recalled, to be honest, when I heard the teacher had a son named Lon, I was really shocked, and even more shocked after the investigation. I didn't expect to be a naval hero teacher. His son is a revolutionary leader whose goal is to overthrow the world government. Lon did not speak, but instead left and asked, so, as the only student of my father, isn't it just right to be here with me, the Revolutionary Army, to calculate the Navy and the world government? Hearing the dragon's words, Lin Tian's whole body was shocked, and then he couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. That's right, if I see this kind of scene, I think the smelly old man will beat us up. During this conversation, the distance between Lin Tian and Lon has become much closer. Although both of them are laughing, in fact, both of them feel guilt and sorrow in their hearts, and they are just covering up with laughter. The laughter stopped, and there was a silence between the two. In the end, Lon Tian said, "Is my father okay for so long?" Lifting his head, Lin Tian smiled and said to Lon, "It's okay, every day I go out to eat donuts and cook sandwich, the rest of the time is to sleep and sit bored, the body is better than anyone else." Remember, when I was this age with you, Lon looked up at the moon in the sky and recalled, the most my father said to me was to make me the strongest naval soldier, but since I walked out of the world, what I saw and heard changed me and allowed me to embark on the road of the Revolutionary Army. Although my father didn't care about me, I still knew that he was always caring about my news. Lon stopped suddenly and looked at Lin Tian Deo. However, now it seems that his dream for many years is about to come true. Regarding this topic, Lin Tian usually avoids it. He touched his head and smiled embarrassedly. He just looked into the distance. Knowing that Lin Tian didn't want to talk about this topic, Lon did not ask too much. Ivankov looked at the two people who were talking before and asked in a low voice, "Clark baby, do you know what they are talking about?" I have known Dragon for a long time, and I know that Dragon is a very controlling person. He has always been calm and steady. For so many years, I have never seen him smile. Unexpectedly, when Lon talked to Lin Tian baby, he not only laughed, but also laughed, so Ivankov was very curious about what the two of them were talking about. Kralvite glanced at Ivankov. "I'm with you, you don't know, how do I know what they are talking about?" After speaking, regardless of Ivankov's face, his eyes continued to look to the side, watching Savo constantly looking for dares to challenge him, and then being knocked into the air. Ivankov looked at Savo who was being abused, and exclaimed, "It seems that Savo baby was abused by Lin Tian baby in front of him. He wants to improve his strength and catch up with Lin Tian baby." Before meeting Lin Tian, Savo was also very hard in training, otherwise how could he have such strength? However, after being abused by Lin Tian, Savo realized that he was weak and too weak, and he had no backhand strength among his peers. Therefore, Savo is so eager to find the bear as his opponent, hoping to improve his strength as soon as possible and make himself stronger. "Lead, straight ahead, the Navy fleet is coming," a revolutionary soldier stretched out his head and shouted from the observation deck. Hearing the arrival of the Navy, everyone stopped their hands and looked into the darkness in front of them. Before long, a Navy warship appeared in front of everyone, followed by two, and the last naval fleet consisting of 4 warships and 4 transport ships appeared in front of everyone. Looking at this fleet, a smile appeared on the faces of all the Revolutionary Army soldiers. It seemed that they hadn't waited for so long here. At the same time, Lin Tian's eyes changed a little. The hatred and distrust in the front gradually began to talk. The eyes on Lin Tian were much more harmonious. Most of the Revolutionary Army did not agree with a cooperation with the Navy. How could the Navy find them, especially for the Navy? Everyone did not believe it. Now that the Navy really came, everyone realized that they had misunderstood Lin Tian. And there was some embarrassment in the eyes looking at Lin Tian. Looking at the 4 huge transport ships behind, a trace of excitement flashed in the dragon's eyes. If all of the transport ships were really all members of the world government to pay tribute to the wealth of Changchen Longren, then the Revolutionary Army would have an opportunity to take off. The plan in mind can also be carried out in advance. Turning around, Lon walked towards the ready Revolutionary Army behind him. Compared with the excitement on the faces of the rest of the Revolutionary Army, Lon's expression was calm and calm, which made Lin Tian admire in his heart that the leader needs this kind of confrontation. Everything can be calm and calm. I glanced at everyone calm, and said in a deep voice, from the heavenly gold spread to the world, we began to prepare. After so long of preparation, today is also our harvest time. If this time we succeed, we have taken a big step towards our dream. Therefore, today's plan is very important, and now our partner, Commodore Lin Tian, will explain to you the specific content of this plan and matters that need attention. Hearing this, Lin Tian opened his mouth slightly with a look of surprise. Why didn't Lon tell him of it? He had to go to the Revolutionary Army to talk about plans by himself as a navy. Isn't this kidding me? But seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Tian showed a bitter smile, so he had to bite the bullet and walked forward, drove the ducks to the shells, and chanted. This is my first time. I didn't expect that I was abandoned by your dragon leader the first time. Lin Tian said something like this at the beginning. The Revolutionary Army was immediately forced, and then a burst of laughter rang out, and the female revolutionaries flushed their cheeks and gave a light spit, but there was still a hint of smile on their faces. Therefore, it may not be good. Please bear with me. This time our plan. To be continued. On the sea, this 8-ship Navy fleet is driving at extreme speed. On the observation deck, several navies are constantly observing the movements of the sea in different directions. One novel less than less than. According to the implementation plan, with a navy with gold from the sky, they have to face all the pirates, they have to bear huge pressure on their side, and the success of the plan is on their side, so more than 90% of the naval power it's all on their side. The true heavenly gold casters team led by he consisted of only 8 ships, half of which were transport ships carrying heavenly gold, with almost zero combat power, and only 4 were naval ships. Moreover, of the 4 naval warships, only 1 is the naval headquarters reinforcements from the Navy headquarters, which is the ship that the Crane is riding on, the only naval combat unit in the Navy that is all female soldiers. The remaining 3 ships are just naval soldiers from the original Torrid naval base. Their combat power is incomparable to the elites of the headquarters, but there is no way. The plan is to solve the pirates by the elite reinforcements of the headquarters, and then leave some of them to deal with things the rest of the Navy came to support. Therefore, in the entire casters fleet, with the exception of Lieutenant General Crane, the other Navy with the highest combat power is the Brigadier General. Fortunately, the pirates outside Karad were all attracted by the rest of the Navy. This is also how the Navy dared to casters the gold with such a weak force. If you really run into a group of powerful pirates casually with the strength of escorting the Navy, the gold in the sky will undoubtedly be over. Once coming out of the naval base, the entire fleet traveled at an extremely fast speed, and it was relatively safer to leave the Karad waters. Of course, in the middle of the night in the sea, plus all the pirates are attracted to the other side, the probability of encountering a powerful pirate is almost zero, which is similar to buying a lottery ticket, but it is a different matter if there is an insider. Although the probability is small, for the Crane of the General Staff of the Navy, any small probability may occur, so the necessary preparations are still there. To this end, Crane not only ordered all the lights on the ship to be turned off except for the necessary lights, but he was originally looking at the post by 1 person, but increased to 4 people watching from 4 directions. Anything wrong must be reported. At the same time, each transport ship has a correspondent who reports every 10 minutes. Once a transport ship fails to report on time, the Navy will immediately surround it and attack it directly when appropriate. Even so, the bad premonition in Crane's heart not only did not disappear, but became stronger. But now that the sea is calm and there is nothing, how can there be such a premonition? Crane opened his mouth and asked Ayan behind, Ayan, is there anything wrong with those transport ships? Standing at the back, Ayan quickly replied, Grandma Crane, there is nothing wrong, and the communication is also out on time. Nodded. He did not say much, but looked at the front quietly, and Ayan suddenly sighed with relief. Her face relaxed a lot. Since knowing that Ayan was Ioshin's little girlfriend, he transferred Ayan to his side and asked Ayan to call her Grandma. So Ayan was a little uncomfortable with this situation. Therefore, after we sneak into the range of the transport ship, when entering the transport ship, we must pay attention to it quickly, subdue those who have communication, and find out the phone bug in time, otherwise there will be no active communication by then. Everyone knows the importance of the heavenly gold to the Revolutionary Army this time. Everyone listened very carefully. It is precisely this way. Fortunately, there is Lin Tian, who has explained everything clearly, otherwise even if they lurk up, they will be spotted immediately. Finally, Lin Tian, who was uneasy, reiterated, remember, we only have 10 minutes from the beginning to finding all the phone bugs. Once 10 minutes have passed and we haven't found them, then our plan means this failure. It will also be exposed to the eyes of the Navy. Moreover, of the 4 transport ships, only 2 have treasures on them, and the rest are empty. I don't know which one has it, so we have to control all 4 ships in our hands. If that happens, we can only take action against the Navy. Although we can hit with our strength, you will also be exposed to the eyes of the world government. When he said this, Lin Tian's tone also increased a lot, saying almost every word, and everyone nodded in agreement. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Tian said in a low voice, if you have reached that point, I hope you cannot kill those navies. Lin Tian didn't want the Navy soldiers to sacrifice their lives, for no reason. Many Navy soldiers had their families waiting for them, and they completed their mission alive and went home. Don't worry, if it is discovered by the Navy, I will take action when the time comes. I won't let the Navy fight us, and I won't hurt them then. In Long's plain tone, there was a domineering arrogance that a strong man should have. The highest combat power of the Navy is only a lieutenant general. There is no general combat power. Even with thousands of naval soldiers, it is just a piece of cake for the dragon. In this case, Lin Tian wouldn't worry anymore. As a revolutionary leader, Long's strength was beyond doubt. Although Grandma Crane's strength was also good, there was a big difference when he encountered Long. At this time, a revolutionary army trot over and said, Lead, we just received information about the latest battle between the Navy and the pirates. Time passed slowly. On the observation deck, 4 Navy soldiers were looking at their surroundings with their binoculars with their eyes wide open for fear of missing something wrong. Hey, do you feel a sudden gust of wind on your head? A Navy said to the Navy on the right. The Navy stretched out his hand and felt it. It's windy, I didn't feel it, and it's a very common thing on the sea. Is it worth the fuss? The soldier hurriedly waved his hand and said with a hint of tension in his tone, No, it's not in this respect. The kind of wind is like the wind brought up by the sweeping objects. Another Navy took off the binoculars and said with a strange look, You kid, what did you do today? Why are you suspicious and swept the object? There will be something in the sky. The soldier looked up. There was a bright moon in the sky, stars in the sky, and some dark clouds. There was really nothing. Touching his head, the soldier disappeared a lot of meaning and said, Maybe I haven't rested well recently, plus I was too nervous today. I feel wrong. Sabo and Krull on the mainmast breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the Navy's conversation and slowly readied the canvases. Among the 2 outer naval ships, the Revolutionary Army ship was sneaking cautiously. The canvas almost fell off just now, which scared everyone to death. Fortunately, Sabo and Krull, who were watching the tower, moved quickly and caught them in time. There was no accident in the next trip. This huge giant ship, in this way, quietly approached the transport ship under the eyes of thousands of naval soldiers. On the ship, Lin Tian stared at his watch closely. His face was tense, and a bunch of revolutionary soldiers at the back were already ready to stand behind Lin Tian, waiting for Lin Tian's order. Crane looked at the 4 phone worms in front, and waited quietly for the communication on the transport ship. 10 minutes was about to arrive. When the time was up, the 4 phone worms rang out at the same time. The real name female Navy soldier on the side hurriedly dialed the phone worm, and 4 answers came from the phone worm. Report Lieutenant General Crane, everything is in order, nothing is wrong, the entire transport ship is absolutely safe. Okay, continue to observe, remember to get through every 10 minutes, He Shen said. After a yes answer, the 4 phone worms shut down at the same time. Lin Tian waved his hand and shouted, the action begins. Without hesitation, these revolutionary soldiers quickly began to act. Everyone knows that 10 minutes is very small, every second is extremely important, and there is no time to waste. In this case, let's go to, Lin Tian turned his head and said to Long and the others. Although the Navy is very weak this time, there are also 2 brigadier generals and some school-level naval soldiers. With the strength of revolutionary soldiers, if they want to solve these navies silently, there is no possibility. They must shot. 10 minutes passed quietly. Lin Tian held the phone worm in his hand and looked at the Navy soldiers on the deck and the staff of the transport ship, with a smile on his face. Relying on his stealth ability, Lin Tian sneaked to the powerful navies and solved them instantly. Therefore, Lin Tian was the fastest to complete it, only about 7 minutes. Just now, news came from the other 3 places at the same time, and they also successfully completed it. Now that the plan has reached this point, it should be said that the plan has almost succeeded. As long as there are no major accidents, Tian Shangjin is already regarded as an income. I checked the time and found that 10 minutes was only a few seconds away. I quickly picked up the phone worm and dialed it. With a click, the phone worm was connected. According to the negotiated report method, he calmly said, report to Lieutenant General Crane, everything is intact, nothing is wrong, and the entire transport ship is absolutely safe. Okay, I will inform Lieutenant General Crane, and you will continue to observe. But what shocked Lin Tian was calm, a familiar voice came from the phone worm. An was picking up at the back. All thought about it, but Lin Tian did not expect the person to pick up it would actually be An. But from the other's tone, there should be no self-recognition, which made Lin Tian breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, when he was talking, just in case, he changed his voice a little. Over there, Ian hung up the phone, with a trace of confusion and doubt on his face. Even if Lin Tian changed his voice, Ian still instantly recognized that the person on the other side was Lin Tian. Although he didn't know Lin Tian who should have left, how could he come here? Still appearing on the transport ship? Why is the phone bug in his hands? But Ian was still hiding for Lin Tian. Presumably Lin Tian did this kind of thing, had his own ideas, and all he could do was help him. Now the transportation starts. Send a few people to the observation deck in Navy clothing. Don't show their feet. Remember that our transportation capacity is limited. We only need items and don't need any packaging. Yes. After finishing speaking, Lin Tian walked towards the heavenly gold behind. To be continued. Inside the transport ship, Lin Tian looked at the treasures piled up in front of him with a look of wonder, and the revolutionary army beside him was the same. 1 novel. Less than. A golden light in front of me pierced my eyes, and when I looked around, I could only see the several golden hills more than 10 meters high. There were golden yellow everywhere, flashing blind people's eyes. This transport ship is loaded with gold treasures, most of which are specially smelted gold nuggets, and a few are exquisite gold products. Although these are few, the specific value is far greater than those gold nuggets. After living for so long, Lin Tian has never seen such a scene in the photos, let alone seeing it in reality. Even if the billions of dailies he obtained on Sexton Island are not shocking, you can hardly imagine one. The pile of gold just appeared in front of you like this. What kind of taste is in your heart? After watching it for more than a minute, Lin Tian realized that there was no way. With so much gold in front of him, no one would be like this, let alone Lin Tian, who is a little bit of money. Looking at this golden mountain, Lin Tian moved his gaze to the side. On the side were some gems, pearls, precious jewels, etc. Although the quantity was not as large as gold, it was more than 1 meter tall when stacked, and the value was not lower than those of gold. Lin Tian asked in a low voice, "How are the statistics? What are the specific data and value of these gold and silver talents?" Hearing Lin Tian's question, the Revolutionary Army's combat power on the side quickly reacted. He picked up the record just made in his hand and replied to Lin Tian, "Because some gold is inlaid with gems, pearls and jewels, we only counted an approximate quantity. This transport ship is mainly loaded with treasures, of which gold weighs more than tens of tons and is worth more than 10 billion shells. Profits. There are about 2 tons of gems, about 1 ton of pearls, which is almost 10 billion dailies, and there are some other treasures that are worth less than dozens of dailies." Pushing some of the fallen glasses, the Revolutionary Army continued, "In sum, we got more than 30 billion dailies on this transport ship." Hearing these data, the people present couldn't help being shocked. More than 30 billion dailies, this is a shocking number. It is no wonder that as soon as the news came out that there was no General casters by the heavenly gold, the entire great route was crazy about it, and countless pirates gathered and cried. Because this wealth is really too big enough to make people crazy, even a little bit can make people satisfied. There are so many in one transport ship. If there are 2 transport ships, how much wealth is there? When I thought of this sentence, everyone couldn't help but breathe in the air conditioning again. If every ship was like this, it would have at least 60 or 70 billion dailies. What a fortune. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help showing a hint of excitement. With such a large sum of money, not only can the financial crisis of the Revolutionary Army be resolved immediately, even if the expenses are sufficient in the next few years, the Revolutionary Army will welcome it. Come explosive growth. Lin Tian didn't have that kind of excitement. For Lin Tian, who had seen the shipping list of the heavenly gold, he knew that the ship should be rich with all the heavenly gold. The other transport ship is basically loaded with some unique things from the major countries of the world government. After all, Tianlong people care about enjoyment. If you need so many treasures, it is of little use except to see. How many people think there are in this world? People need money to buy things, and they just take it directly. Sure enough, all the treasures are on your transport ship. A voice came out of thin air, shocking everyone. Everyone quickly picked up their weapons and turned around, looking at the back with a vigilant look, only to see a group of people walking slowly from outside the gate. Seeing the incoming person, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, put down their weapons, and showed a hint of joy on their faces. As soon as Long and the others came in, they looked at the treasures all over the floor with a shocked expression. They stopped and looked at the treasures in shock. This scene was all expected by Lin Tian and others, and did not interrupt it because they were just like this. After a while, the dragon and others who came in slowly replied, "Straw Hat Baby, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You selected the transport ship with the most treasures." Ivankov said with an unhappy expression that the transport ship he chose was empty and there was nothing at all. At the time, seeing that the defense was so strict, I thought that the ship was real and finally opened all the rooms. No. For the 3 of them, only what the dragon found was real and what the bear found was also fake. Of course, what the dragon found was only some special products of the participating countries. The most important thing was the devil fruits, and there were some things that they couldn't understand. However, Lin Tian's things here surprised Long. Although he had a guess about the wealth of Tiansheng gold in his heart, he did not expect there to be so many. Unexpectedly among us, Lin Tian has gained the most here. Lonely smiled. Luck, good luck. Lin Tian touched his head and smiled embarrassedly. However, let's transport these treasures out now. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous we are. The dragon nodded. That's why I brought everyone except the other transport ship. I anticipated that there might not be enough manpower on your side. Leaning over, Lin Tian pointed to the piles of gold and silver treasures behind him and said, then let's move, but be careful when moving, these things are very dazzling. Ha. Everyone left. Another 10 minutes passed. With the help of everyone, these hill-like treasures disappeared with naked eyes until the last batch was moved. Finally finished moving, I felt tired the first time moving money. Kral rubbed his sore arm and complained on his face. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with asking himself, a weak little girl, to carry this kind of thing. Of Bangkok side, there are tens of billions of Baileys in the sky this year. For so many years, how much money does the Tianlong people in this holy place of Mary Choi have, and how much does it stack up? How easy it is, Lin Tian said with a smile, and in the eyes of everyone puzzled, he continued to explain, wait for the future, you revolutionary army, you won't know if you strike down the Holy Land Maria Joa. Yes. Sabo answered, this is a good note. When the time comes to take down Mary Joa, I will see how rich those Dunonians are. Maybe at that time, you may be shocked, so many years of wealth, even if it is enough to use gold to build a holy place, Maria Joa. The silent dragon also joined in. The times have changed, and more people are pursuing freedom. One day, our revolutionary army will defeat this decadent rule. At this moment, in the sky of the bright moon, a figure was flying above, heading towards the cranes. On the sea, there were several pirate ships slowly approaching the navy. The flying brother Ming looked at the moon in the sky, and his mouth made a unique laugh. The navy headquarters, and the pirates are all played by me and in the palm of my hand. The navy thinks it has an excellent plan to use fake heavenly gold to attract the attention of all the pirates, and the remaining navy distorts the heavenly gold out. Also, those ridiculous pirates think they can get heavenly gold. In fact, all this is just their fantasy, and everything is under my control. Regardless of the navy or the pirates, they think they have achieved their goals, but they are all played in the palm of my hand. In this heavenly gold incident, I will be the biggest beneficiary. Wait for me, heaven is gold. Seeing all these treasures being transported to the ship, everyone's faces showed a trace of joy. When they arrived on the ship, they were already in the hands of the revolutionary army. As long as you use the method just now to slip out slowly, the revolutionary army will benefit the most from this heavenly gold incident. Not only did it cost no soldiers to obtain the heavenly gold, but at the same time, it did not reveal a trace of identity. No one would have thought of this revolution. The army has gained the greatest benefit. With these treasures, the revolutionary army will have sufficient funds. In a short period of time, the revolutionary army will usher in an explosive growth, both in terms of strength and influence, in the world. And all this is because of the person in front of him, Lin Tian, the strongest genius in the navy. Now all the revolutionary army looks at Lin Tian with kindness. Those resentments against Lin Tian, caused by the navy and the world government, have also disappeared. Now in everyone's minds, Lin Tian is regarded as a partner, not a famous navy, and they also recognize Lin Tian's identity. Of course Lin Tian felt the changes in everyone, and was a little happy in his heart. Lin Tian could get the kindness of the revolutionary army, but Lin Tian didn't expect that this also had different meanings to him. Long opened his mouth and asked, is everyone here? Are all the treasures ready? A revolutionary army quickly replied, yes, everyone has arrived, the wealth has been sorted and put away, and everything is ready. Well, evacuate according to the method just now. Now is the last juncture. Don't make mistakes in the last step of this success. Yes. Everyone replied in unison, and the two rushed to their posts. Looking at the foremost Navy warship www.com, Lin Tian secretly said sorry to Grandma. Lin Tian knew that the gold in the sky had disappeared completely. This was a huge earthquake for the world government. I am afraid Grandma will be blamed by the Navy headquarters this time. In fact, Lin Tian prefers the cranes to be blamed by the headquarters. These cranes can also retire early, and they will not be more than 60 years old, and they are still fighting pirates on this sea. But Lin Tian knew that someone would top up for them in this incident, and that was Doflamingo. The latest information obtained from the Revolutionary Army just now about the Navy and the pirates' fight only saw the Don Quixote pirates, but did not see them take action. After all, Ming is behind this time, so the Revolutionary Army is the focus of observation object. Since Ming, who is behind the scenes, is not on the battlefield, it is conceivable that Ming must also know the Navy plan. How to know the details, Lin Tian doesn't know. Anyway, Ming has spent so much energy not watching the Navy fight with the pirates. Lin Tian, baby, why did you turn back for no reason? Ivankov asked in a puzzled manner. Long and the others also looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression. Hey, I put something in it. To be continued. On the deck, Crane turned his head back from time to time, looking at the 4 transport ships behind him. His bad premonition became stronger and stronger. A novel less than equals AN. How about it? Is there anything wrong with the communication on the transport ship? He turned around and asked. No, everything is normal, and there is nothing wrong with it, An quickly replied, knowing that Lin Tian was on the transport ship. An has been helping Lin Tian cover up. Just when the crane turned his head, his eyes were not surprised. His eyes suddenly tightened, and his face showed a hint of shock. Seeing the expression of Lieutenant General Crane, An was immediately curious about what Lieutenant General Crane saw. He also looked back and saw a figure flying in the sky under the beautiful white moonlight in the sky, and this figure came. The direction is their fleet. As an old opponent for many years, Crane recognized this person as Brother Ming at once. Although the distance was far away, Crane felt the dark aura on Brother Ming, which was very uncomfortable. Before the Crane notified the rest of the Navy's defense, those observers above had already seen Ming Ji. Suddenly, the loud police sounded, several searchlights were turned on, and the entire sea area was not illuminated by the strong lights. All the lights on the warship that had been turned off turned on. Countless naval soldiers rushed out of the cabin, and the cannons began to turn their muzzles. An enemy attack, an enemy attack, an enemy attack. There is an enemy attack in the sky, but when he heard the attack coming to the sky, the Navy soldier was immediately stunned. He couldn't help but look up. As expected, a figure rushed from the sky. Got it. The attack came from the sky, and the artillery turned to fart. All the Navy soldiers quickly raised their guns to the sky, and a series of gunfire sounded, shaking in the entire sea. Although you don't know if you can hit someone by shooting indiscriminately above, this is the only counterattack that the Navy can take out. The Crane did not immediately command these naval counterattacks, because Crane knew Ming's combat power and attack methods. This method of shooting into the sky could at best cause Doflamingo a little trouble. Crane quickly took out the phone worm in his hand, which was used to contact Cusan. Only Cusan in the Navy could defeat Brother Ming. Voluvalu, Voluvalu. This is Lieutenant Admiral Cusan's troops, may I ask? Crane didn't have time to listen to this nonsense now, so he interrupted directly and eagerly said, I am Lieutenant General Crane. I quickly notified Cusan to come to support. We have been attacked here. What? Lieutenant General Crane, you have been attacked. I will immediately notify Lieutenant General Cusan. Looking at the phone worm that hung up in his hand, he looked at Brother Ming in the sky again and couldn't help but smile. 2 years ago, he could still chase the entire Don Quixote pirates. However, in the past 2 years, he has become older and older, and his combat power has also begun to decline. Since Ming's strength has grown rapidly since he entered the New World, he is no longer his opponent and can only rely on help. Such a big movement in the Navy shocked the Revolutionary Army, who was just about to flee, thinking they were spotted by the Navy, and all the Revolutionary Army could not help taking up arms and preparing for battle. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the Navy was pointing its searchlights towards the sky, and it kept firing in the sky. It turned out that someone had attacked the Navy from the sky. Everyone was curious about that figure in the sky, who was so powerful that he attacked the Navy from the sky alone. Long and the others saw the figure clearly, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. This man was actually the man he was conflicting with in the bar. Doflamingo, how did he know that the real heavenly gold was here? Lin Tian was not surprised at the arrival of Brother Ming, but a smile appeared on his face, because he had already guessed that Brother Ming was back, and Lin Tian also hoped that Brother Ming would come. In the sky, Ming-Ji casually waved a transparent silk thread, shredding all the oncoming bullets, and swooped down without any loss. Muttered to himself, "A group of humble and weak people think they can deal with me with this ordinary bullet." Classic whip. Brother Ming stretched his palm back, and dozens of silk threads suddenly spewed out of his palm. These intertwined to form a string of threads. The palm stretched forward sharply and hit the nearest Navy ship. The powerful string, carrying the sound of breaking through the air, glowing with red light, is so dazzling in the dark. This is a phenomenon caused by the rapid friction of the string with the air. Seeing Brother Ming's trick, Crane, who knew the power of this trick, hurriedly said, "Hurry up." But how fast the line is, it is instant, without the slightest block, in the stun gaze of the Navy on the warship. From top to bottom, it cuts diagonally into the Navy warship. The huge body of the warship, tens of meters wide, without the slightest limit, passes directly through the string and enters the sea. There was a cracking sound of wooden planks, and the entire warship began to shake, slowly tilting in the middle, sinking slowly on both sides, and finally sinking into the sea. Watching this blow, both the Navy soldier and the hidden revolutionary soldier were shocked and destroyed a huge naval battleship in one blow. Although Lin Tian was not shocked, he was also cautious, and he was far from Ming-Ji. As for the dragons, theirs and others, the blame is expressionless. They can do this easily, even easily. Shocking all the Navy soldiers with one hand, Ming-Ji couldn't help showing a smug smile on his face, gently standing on the main mast of the transport ship. Under the high collar, I scanned all the Navy soldiers. Suddenly I saw Lieutenant Admiral Crane on the deck. He smiled and said, "Lieutenant General Crane, we haven't seen each other for a year." "Why haven't we seen you in a year?" "I'm a lot old, but I'm all that old." In other words, Lieutenant Admiral Crane is so old and sent to perform such an important task. Isn't there anybody in the Navy headquarters? Such an old lady has been sent out. Seeing that this pirate was so arrogant, thousands of navies dared to insult the Navy in front of thousands of navies. Many Navy soldiers couldn't parry the name directly at Brother Ming and pulled the trigger in their hands. Boom. Dozens of gunshots sounded. Ming-Ji smiled slightly, his body flickered slightly, and all the bullets were perfectly avoided. Raising his right hand, pointing his finger, the Navy soldiers who fired had cruel smiles at the corners of their mouths. I hate this person the most. When I speak, I was disturbed and crossed the whip line. A thin thread pointed out from the hand, piercing the heart of one of the navies. With great speed and gently waving his fingers, the white thread led the Navy soldiers and knocked all the naval soldiers around. "Stop!" angrily rang out, and Crane looked at Brother Ming, who was so defiant, and his heart was raging. "Brother Doflamingo, I haven't seen him for a year. You are still the same as you are, ferocious and defiant." Not only was Brother Ming not angry at his scolding, but there was a smug smile on his face, as if it was an appreciation for him. He cut the thin line of his fingers, and said with disdain, "For these ants, the two-word scroll can't be used. It should be said that I am helping them to get rid of them. Let me say, Lieutenant General Crane, you should go back and retire. The battlefield is not suitable for you now." The tone and content of Brother Ming's words made the hidden revolutionary army frown, and so did Dragon. This pirate is totally a source of evil, a man who grew up with the help of evil and was born from evil. Crane frowned. Brother Doflamingo, I'm not here to tell you the old times. Let's talk. What are you doing here and attacking naval ships? Is it too arrogant? No, no, Mingji waved his fingers and said no in a row. This is not arrogance, this is self-confidence, this is confidence in my own strength. As for the purpose of coming, I don't need to say much, you should understand. Doflamingo's expression changed, and he said solemnly. Crane's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, it seems that Brother Ming has got the news, otherwise how could he know that there is real heavenly gold here instead of appearing on the battlefield over there? But what followed was full of doubts, knowing that the content of the plan was only the lieutenant generals and major generals who were in the meeting at that time. These people were the generals of the Navy headquarters. How could there be a spy of Brother Ming in it? Crane didn't believe it, nor dare believe. Crane threatened, really? Doflamingo, you are sure to asterisk the heavenly gold, so that you will not only offend the Navy, but also the world government, and the world noble Tianlong people. Do you think that under the anger of the dragon people in the sky and the world government, how long can you stay like this? I am afraid that you will be chased and killed by the Navy before you use the wealth. Crane's threat is not at all threatening to Brother Ming. If I was really afraid of it, I would have never snatched the gold from the sky. But when I heard the word Xianlingren, a kind of ignorance appeared on Brother Ming's face. The smile that is described in language. Tianlingren, and Tianlingren. Draco, what is a Draco? Brother Ming said loudly, a strong resentment on his face when he said this. But in an instant, Mingji regained his calm calm, tilde. This scene was very impressed with Crane. He had been in contact with Mingji for many years, and he had never seen Mingji like this. However, the Lieutenant General Crane, who chased me around in the past, has used such simple threats to get me away. It seems that the older people are, the more timid they are. Feeling the irony and disdain in Mingji's tone, Crane couldn't help but rise in anger, but as a Navy General Staff, Crane was still very powerful in his mental control, and he immediately suppressed the anger in his heart. The most important thing for me now is to contain Brother Ming and try my best to buy time so that Kyuzan can come over in time. Is that right? Ming brother, just like that, your strength can't stop the anger of the Navy, the dragon people, and the world government. Brother Ming snorted and said, I spent so much energy and plan for so long before you let your Navy and those stupid pirates follow my plan, and step by step toward the expectations in your mind. People threaten, just want me to give up. What? Lieutenant General Crane exclaimed with an incredulous expression on his face, you said that all this is your plan, and everything is going according to your plan. To be continued. Seeing he looked surprised, Ming's face was full of triumph. Of course, your Navy has been applauding me all the time. One novel? Less than? Equals? I gave a great price to persuade the four emperors Cato, let he plunge the new world into chaos and attracted naval power. In spreading this news to attract pirates from the first half of the Great Route. With the character of your Navy headquarters, you will definitely not let go of this good opportunity to promote traitoriousness, and you will definitely draw enough elites to destroy these navies. But the new world involves naval forces, and the navies who want to eliminate the pirates and want to protect the golden sky will definitely use this method of adjusting the tiger away from the mountain, so that I have the opportunity to take action. The Navy and the pirates are fighting there, but I sit here to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Well, Lieutenant General Crane, how is my plan? Compared to Mingji, even Crane, who was the Chief Naval Staff Officer, was shocked and didn't know what to say, whether it means brother is too good or the Navy is too trash. The dignified Navy headquarters was actually played by a pirate in the palm of his hand. He thought it was a good opportunity, but he has been honestly following other people's scripts. including the plan they are proud of. They are already expected. If this news reaches the headquarters, I don't know how much trouble it should cause. For Mingji, he knew that he was a demon, and he would not let go of this opportunity. This kind of thing would surely be spread by him, and the Navy would be completely lost. Unexpectedly, this great root, Navy, and pirates are all counted by this pirate, Ivankov said in surprise when he heard these conversations. Although Lin Tian and others did not speak, they were as shocked as Ivankov on their faces. They did not expect this shocking world. Everything was calculated by Brother Ming, and even the Navy plan was calculated by Brother Ming. You know, even Lin Tian always thought that Brother Ming learned about the plan through a Navy insider, but who could guess that all of this was actually in Brother Ming's plan? Lin Tian didn't know whether to praise Brother Ming's cleverness or use terrible to describe. Presumably, to deal with people like Mingji, you can only ask people who don't play cards according to common sense, because they don't even know what they are thinking. He suppressed the shocked Yilisheng in his heart and asked, Brother Ming, since you know that the Navy does not have the strength to the heavenly gold, why do you want to publicize the news? This will make things troublesome. Let's talk about it. What purpose do you have in your heart? People like you will definitely have a goal they can achieve by themselves. Papa. Mingji clapped his hands and praised. No loss is Lieutenant General Crane, the Chief Staff Officer of the headquarters. Everyone only thinks that my purpose is heavenly gold, and a few people will guess that I have other purposes. But when Crane thought that Brother Ming was going to give a reason, Brother Ming changed his words. Lieutenant General Crane, do you think you can ask me these things here, so you can delay time and wait for the Navy and Navy to come to support you? What? Crane's face showed a shocked look, and he thought that he was proud of Brother Ming, but he didn't notice this, but he didn't expect that Brother Ming would appear right from the beginning. Then Mingji said something that shocked he even more. Lieutenant General, you are delaying time. Why am I not delaying time? I can't carry these things alone. A wave of spray sounded, and the shocked Crane quickly looked in the direction where the sound came out, and saw a huge pirate ship slowly driving out in the dark, and the pirate flag of the Don Quixote pirates above was waving in the wind. The sudden appearance of the pirate ship shocked all the navies. Except for a few navies who are continuing to rescue the fallen navy, the rest of the navies took up arms and waited. The cannon muzzle slowly began to rotate and aimed at the pirate ship, only to be ordered by the Crane. The Navy will strike back the most violently. But Crane, who knows the strength of Brother Ming, understands that if the Navy does something, Brother Ming will not be watching it. It will be difficult for the Navy here to stop Brother Ming. The best way is to remain unchanged. In this way, this Don Quixote pirate ship, if no one passed the place where the warship that was sent by Mingji just now sailed into the Navy encirclement openly and headed towards the transport ship where Mingji was standing. The Navy looked at this scene, imaginable anger in its heart, but Lieutenant General Crane did not order. The Navy can only stand honestly. Repelled by the sea, the transport ship and the pirate ship collided with a bang. A group of pirates quickly fastened the two ships together with ropes. Not long after, a large group of pirates walked off the pirate ship, led by a number of Don Quixote family caterers, followed by the pirates, who were not weak in punching, and smiles appeared on everyone's faces. This is not nonsense. The sky is closed to you, so much wealth is placed here quietly. You only need to wait for them to move. As for the Navy here, they have not paid attention to it. In their opinion, these navies didn't do anything, but if they did, they wouldn't mind sending them down to the sea. Dover, Master, Captain. A large group of people shouted in unison with different names. Torple, who looked like a scruffy uncle and disgusting at the same time, glanced at this huge transport ship. Dover, your plan is really good. It is so simple, you can get the gold without much effort. The mission shrank a bit. The disgusting nose, that was more than 10 centimeters long, praised. Dover, you are a man who wants to be the king. The corner of Ming's mouth ends and he waved his hand. Torple, stop talking about me here. Don't you think you should go first to see how much wealth Taiyan Shangjin is, and then tell me the good news? Hee, I said Dover, you are the main point, then I will go in first, and I will come out to tell you the good news later. After finishing speaking, regardless of the Navy's eyes outside, he directly led the pirates into the cabin to see what was there that shocked the world. Seeing everyone entering, Ming-Ji turned his eyes to He, and he found that his face was still extremely calm, as if nothing was worn, and a trace of puzzlement flashed across Ming's face. Lieutenant General Crane, didn't you ask me why I was so troublesome? Just enjoy the wealth of heaven alone. Yes, Crane nodded and asked curiously, are we the clown ready to say it? Brother Ming directly admitted, of course, don't you think this world has been a bit too quiet recently? Without vitality, one or two major events should occur to make the world shake again. Hearing what Brother Ming said, Crane did not answer. He was silent for a while before he replied in a deep voice, Brother Ming, you are a kind of alien among the pirates. Perhaps it is more appropriate to use the name scum on the sea. I regret it. Did not send a scum like you to Advance City. Although the tone is steady, everyone can hear the anger hidden in Crane's words, because your brother Ming said that the world is too peaceful and countless people have entered the battlefield for this bullshit, and innocent people have died here. In the event. Brother Ming laughed and said coldly, scum, in comparison, I am just a person who does not hide the darkness in my heart, unlike your Navy who thinks of justice every day and those innocent ordinary people. People on the surface are just unkind. But you have hidden the darker darkness in your heart. Your kindness and innocence are just pretending to be humble in front of a strong man like me, and the darkness in the hearts of people who are weaker than yourself will be exposed. It is even more terrifying than I am now. What is the use of keeping this world filled with lies and deceit? Brother Ming's words shocked everyone. Whether it was the Revolutionary Army or the Navy, in the dark, everyone didn't know what to say. Only Long said in a low voice, this is a person born from evil, a person who also grows up in evil, the fire of evil. Regardless of everyone's shock, Ming-Ji raised his fingers and tapped his head and said to himself, today I told you so much, but fortunately you all have to be buried in this sea anyway. After that, Brother Ming had a ferocious smile, his right hand turned into a beast's claw and slightly raised to face the Navy below. Just as Brother Ming was about to attack, a figure rushed down from below with great speed. Standing on the mainmast, he eagerly said to Ming-Ji, Dover, we were deceived. There is nothing in this transport ship, it's all empty, not even a single figure, and heavenly gold is not here. What? Brother Ming looked angry, and the blue veins on his forehead were full of anger and bullshit. Very scary. Torple, what is going on in the end? After listening to Torple's words, Ming-Ji became more angry in his heart, and his whole body was full of anger. He turned around and said to He, Lieutenant General He, let's talk about it, why is there nothing? Hearing this, a smile appeared on his face. The reason she knew was that only 2 of the 4 transport ships had something, and the other 2 had nothing. Calm, Tilda, and Ming and the others chose it. That one didn't. But he understood how could it be so simple to tell Brother Ming, shrugged, and calmly said, how do I know that the transport ship is under your feet, and we are only responsible for transporting? Really? Ming-Ji chuckled back in anger, turned around and said to Torple, Torple, you sent someone to the other 3 transport ships to see if there is any. Yes, Dover, I'll go over and take a look myself right away. After Dover's reminder, Torple also reacted. It is impossible for the Navy to waste such great efforts for a few empty ships, otherwise the Navy is really showy. Since the ship does not exist, it is likely to be on another ship. Torple turned and rushed down, called several caterers to lead a small group of pirates, sat in the small boat, and rowed towards the transport boat on the side. Seeing Brother Ming, he understood immediately. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He was not surprised that Brother Ming could realize this. He would be surprised if he didn't show him. It's just that it happened so quickly that the idea of making Crane prepare to delay a little time for this was shattered. To be continued. On the side, the Revolutionary Army and Lin Tian hidden in it, using the opportunity of the confrontation between Mingji and the Navy, carefully broke through the encirclement of the Navy. A novel equals less than equals less than. Although the Revolutionary Army wanted to see what kind of ending the King Jin would end in the last day, they all knew that there was bound to be a war between the Navy and the pirates, and if they continued to stay here, there would be a risk of exposure. As a result, the Revolutionary Army had to take the opportunity to take all the golden souls of the heavens and leave. After all, the things are already in hand, so everyone should not make any mistakes at this point. But in the end, Long, Zion, Bangkok, and Lin Tian stayed behind and watched the incident quietly in the distance. Long and the others stayed. In addition to wanting to see the final result of the event, there was also Lin Tian. Lin Tian knew that Grandma He was not an opponent of Brother Ming. Brother Ming, who is afraid of anger, will vent his hatred to the Navy when the time comes. Q's support does not know when he will be able to rush over, and then Grandma He will be in danger. Lin Tian didn't want to watch Grandma He get into danger like this, but he was not Ming Brother's opponent. Therefore, Lin Tian hoped that Long and others would stay and be able to help at a critical moment. At that time, Lin Tian thought that Long would consider it because it was very likely to expose that the Revolutionary Army had stolen the gold from the sky, but who knew that Long actually agreed immediately. This also meant that Lin Tian owed the Revolutionary Army a favor, but if he could save Grandma Crane, Lin Tian would pay no matter how high the price was. After seeing Garp left, Brother Ming turned around and stared at the crane below and said gloomily, "It seems that your Navy has not yet recognized the situation. Now your Navy lives are in my hands. I wanted to be late. I have solved you. Since you are so ignorant to promote, then I have to move a little bit and give you some color." With that, Mingji had a ferocious smile on his face, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared over a warship. He raised his right hand in the form of a beast's claw, and without a word, he immediately grabbed it. Boom. The Navy who reacted quickly raised their hands to fight back, but this kind of thing to deal with ordinary little pirates was of no use to Brother Ming. The 5 hands pointed out 5 transparent silk threads, such as piano silk threads, and followed Ming's right hand and cut them towards the Navy ship below. The huge warship was instantly divided into several pieces under these silk threads, and there was a huge sound of wooden planks. Many Navy soldiers who did not avoid were directly cut in half by these sharp silk threads, and blood flowed down the broken deck. On the sea. In an instant, another huge naval warship disappeared into the sea, leaving only a lot of wreckage and the blood-stained sea surface. Seeing this scene, the surviving Navy suddenly became angry, and the command of Lieutenant General Crane could be controlled. At the same time, there was a burst of gunshots and several cannons. Brother Ming just flashed his figure and avoided these attacks extremely quickly. He appeared in the sky above Lieutenant General Crane's naval warship, and looked at the female soldier full of chips, with a trace of disdain on his face. Unexpectedly, Lieutenant General Crane actually carried these female soldiers. The battlefield is a man's patent. The female soldiers should not come. In this case, I will send you on the road for free. The right hand behind Brother Ming stretched forward, and a string of lines glowing with red light cut towards the naval ship below with a sound of breaking through the air. Classic whip. Seeing that it was another move, the female Navy soldiers on the warship showed a panic on the face. Everyone has seen the power of this move just now. One move turns a huge naval ship into 2. An old figure appeared in the air. It was Lieutenant General He. Faced with a strong attack from Brother Ming, he did not hurriedly stretched out his hand and grabbed it towards the thread pillar. This line of thread made a Navy ship into 2. One can imagine how sharp it is, but Lieutenant General Crane actually wanted to grasp this line of thread with a pair of ordinary palms, without using the domineering force of arms. At the moment when Crane's palm touched the string, the extremely fast string instantly slowed down and turned into an ordinary silk thread, which was held tightly by the Crane. Brother Ming made a strong blow and was easily solved by he lightly, showing that Lieutenant General he was extraordinary. Lin Tian saw that Grandma he blocked Brother Ming's move, and his hanging heart suddenly came down. Although he knew that Grandma he was good at strength, but had never seen her make a move, he was a little worried. Brother Ming said calmly he was not surprised that Crane was able to block him. Lieutenant General Crane, I haven't seen you in a year. Your strength is still the same as before, and you haven't dropped much. He threw away the silk thread in his hand and said sarcastically, it seems that in the New World these years, you have become more and more arrogant. Brother Ming, you didn't know who it was, and we were chased by female Navy soldiers everywhere. Hearing the irony in Crane's words, Ming's face couldn't help but grow gloomy. This is something that Ming has always been reluctant to mention. After all, being chased by a group of female soldiers running around is really embarrassing. In a blink of an eye, Brother Ming left. However, after today, I think you will have no chance. I didn't expect that the only female combat organization in the Navy would disappear in my hands. Really? He asked back, and replied without showing weakness, although I have been older in the past 2 years and my combat power has declined a bit, I can't need it at will, let alone you were chased by me back then. Shanling guy. It's not up to you to decide whether you can do it or not. Just let me try. How is the combat power of Lieutenant General Crane? As soon as the voice fell, Brother Ming disappeared in place, and he immediately became cautious. After all, he hadn't played against each other for more than a year, and he didn't know the specific strength of Ming Brother. He turned his right hand into a palm and turned around without much thought. The gathering power was just a slap. Brother Ming, who appeared behind him, hurriedly backed away. On the left-hand side of the beast claw, 5 thin lines like piano wire, glowing with cold light, cut towards the palm of the Crane. Without evading, he still patted the backing Ming-Ji. The sharp silk thread touched his palm as before, softened again and fell down. This is the ability to wash fruits. It can turn people and things into clothes and dry them after washing. It can wash any items. The washed items will lose their shape, and the living body will lose its strength. It can also make people evil. The heart is washed away a little, and the evil of the person is weakened. This is also the reason why Ming-Ji backed up and didn't want to be touched by he, but he approached with his palm very quickly. Armed and domineering. Brother Ming raised his pitch-black fist and showed no weakness to the palm of the Crane. The two met like meteorites, with a loud bang. An invisible shockwave was generated under the strong power of the two, and vented in all directions, and their capes were blown loudly under the shockwave. Crane, who was simply older than his strength, could be the opponent of young Brother Ming. He persisted for less than a few breaths. As soon as Brother Ming used his strength, Crane was knocked out. At the moment when Crane flew out, Brother Ming stopped in his footsteps and almost fell from the sky. This was because of Crane's devil fruit ability, which caused Ming Brother to temporarily lose his strength. After several steps back, he relieved the power and took a deep breath. He continued to meet the attacking Brother Ming. Bang bang. The two figures were attacking each other with extreme speed, and the domineering physical skills and devil fruit abilities were smoothly used in the hands of the two. Crane is not weak in strength, and coupled with his familiarity with Ming's fighting methods and abilities, he is even more matched in a short time against Ming, who is stronger than himself. Bounce the line. Brother Ming raised his index finger and created a thin line from his fingertips that shot as high as a gun, pushing the Crane back. Only the body to keep up, raise the arm downward and swing downward. The rogue line. Each of the 5 fingers produced a thin, almost transparent thread, forming 5 fork-like threads similar to the deciduous rake, which suddenly cleaved toward the Crane below. Crane evaded quickly, but at such a distance and attacking so fast, Crane's arm was still rubbed by a silk thread, and a scar of more than 10 centimeters appeared on the arm, and blood kept coming out. 5-color line. Without letting go of this opportunity, the beast claw in the left hand, 5 transparent thin threads sticking out from the fingers, slashed towards the crane. He hurriedly stretched out his hand, grabbed the 5 silk threads, and the ability to wash the fruit played a role. Mingji's silk threads softened and he was caught in the palm of his hand. At this moment, Brother Ming had already appeared on the side of the crane and kicked towards the crane. The crane couldn't avoid it, so he had to cover his arms with his arm color and domineering to block the kick. Brother Ming smiled lightly. 8 transparent silk threads emerged from the toes, and the straight kicks released by the sharp silk threads directly kicked Lieutenant General Crane, and several blood stains appeared on his arms. Foot shaved line. This move, but a new move, created by Mingji, was so powerful that even the armed and domineering could not completely resist it. He stepped heavily on the void with his right foot, and with the help of the elasticity of the thin lines all over the air, Mingji suddenly shot out, more than twice as fast as before, and instantly caught up with the inverted crane. Lieutenant General Crane, it seems that I haven't seen you in a year. Your combat power has dropped a lot. Now even I am not an opponent. The Navy is no longer suitable for you. Reading www.kanshu.com, let me relieve you. Brother Ming, it seems that for your pirates, the New World is really a place where you can quickly increase your strength. Although I don't know what you are doing for grabbing the heavenly gold, after today you will be hunted and killed by the whole world. Treasures are not so easy to take. Brother Ming raised his right hand, facing you with the palm of his hand, and said nonchalantly, "This is no longer what you should be worried about. Even at that point, you won't be able to see it. Take it to death, Lieutenant General He." A thick thread emerged from the palm of Brother Ming's palm and pierced towards Crane's chest. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian's face was full of anxiety, and he quickly looked at Lon. Needless to say, Lin Tian. Lon also knew that it was the last time to take action, and it would be too late if it was late. Just when Lon was about to rescue the crane, the steps he had taken suddenly came back, and Lin Tian said in puzzlement and eager eyes, "I don't need to take action, someone is already here." On the calm sea, a white line suddenly appeared and arrived forward. The degree is extremely fast and windy. The temperature where the white line passes, the temperature drops linearly, and it drops below 0 in an instant, and the sea freezes immediately. A band of ice more than 1 meter wide spans the sea. To be continued. Brother Ming's palm, like a sharp sword, pierced the heart of Crane with crimson light. It was obvious that Brother Ming already had a mentality to kill. One small, say equals less than equals. At this moment, a hand stretched out from the side, grabbed the string column. The string column stopped immediately, and the crimson light gradually disappeared. With a hand as the center, a cloud of white cold air rose, and the cold air dissipated, and the string was frozen into a section of icicles, and the ice continued to derive upward, straight to Brother Ming's hand ice. When Brother Ming saw this, he didn't hesitate, and immediately separated the string from the palm of his hand, and his figure exploded on the silk thread in the void. Brother Ming, who was suspended in midair, looked at the figure that appeared, with a trace of caution and anger on his face. "I thought I had gathered up the rubbish, and the pirates, with good strength, could stop the Navy and buy myself a lot of time. But I didn't expect that the garbage was so useless, and it was solved by the Navy so quickly. It was a waste of my energy to gather them together and provide them with intelligence. This was solved by the Navy so quickly, and the garbage is garbage." But thinking of the bargaining chips in his hand, Mingji showed a confident smile on his face. Hey. I didn't expect the Navy to solve the pirates so quickly. It seems that the naval headquarters, dispatched this time, is not ordinary. I sent you out to Lieutenant General Cusin. Cusin ignored him and took a deep breath of cold air. When he hurried over so quickly, Cusin was also very exhausted. With a light pinch, a karaoke sounded, and the icicle several meters long split into several pieces and fell to the ground. Turning around and looking at Lieutenant General Crane on the ground, he asked, "Lieutenant General Crane, are you okay?" "It's okay." Crane slowly stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth. It's just a little hurt. Fortunately, you arrived in time, otherwise my life will be handed over here. Oh, by the way, how about your side? Did the pirates solve it? Crane asked. I couldn't help thinking suspiciously. According to the time calculation, they should be still fighting over there. Why did Kyuzen rush over so quickly? Did he give up the fight over there and rush over? Now is not the time to explain in detail. Kyuzen just briefly told Crane what happened. After the explosion, Kyuzen received Crane's distress signal. So Kyuzen quickly shot and sealed the sea again. Those powerful pirates who survived the explosion also suffered minor injuries from the explosion, and many pirates were directly sealed by ice. Even if some pirates broke free from the ice, they were defeated instantly under Kyuzen's full force. Solve these powerful pirates, and the Navy is enough to solve the rest, and hurriedly came to support Lieutenant General Crane. In order to be able to drive over with the fastest speed, Kyuzen directly used the power of the devil fruit to drive the road, build an ice belt on the sea, and then turn into ice and drive in the ice belt so that he can come so quickly. Seeing the invisible ice zone on the sea, the color of Mingwu flashed in Crane's eyes. No wonder Kyuzen was breathing heavily when he appeared. In midair, Mingji looked angry. The two navies in front of him thought that they did not exist, so they didn't put themselves in their eyes. After the explanation, Kyuzen turned around, looked at Brother Ming in the air, and spoke for a long time. Doflamingo, the leader of the Don Quixote pirates, is extremely vicious, offering a bounty of 340 million shells and destroying 3 towns with his own hands. However, today I have added one more, an extremely clever thief. One plan has turned the entire Great Route upside down. The entire Navy and pirates have been deceived by your plan. Pirates like you are only offering a reward of 340 million. The Navy's estimate is very low. Brother Ming smiled and said, Hey. I feel very honored to be evaluated as a pirate by the Lieutenant Admiral, but it's not just how much money I should offer. Hearing Mingji asked, Kyuzen shook his head. You don't need the bounty anymore. Oh? Because after today, you will not be a pirate, but an ordinary prisoner, a prisoner who can only stay in Advanced City in this life. Brother Ming smiled lightly and said calmly, Really? I don't think at this point that Pushing City can accommodate me. Besides, can you catch me? Only after hitting me will I know. Although it showed that there was not much change on Brother's face, his hands were already ready to resist Kyuzen's attack. Just after a short fight, Brother Ming realized that he was not yet an opponent of the Navy in front of him. Without saying much, Kyuzen didn't want to say anything to this pirate. As long as he caught him, it would not be too late to ask. Kyuzen leaped vigorously, his hands turned into ice cubes, but Kyuzen did not attack Ming, and in the eyes of everyone, a large cloud of ice popped out from his hands and rushed into the sea. Ice Age! With a low drink, the moment the 2 ice cubes hit the sea surface, the entire sea surface centered on that, and it froze in an instant. How is it possible? Brother Ming looked shocked and couldn't believe it. The Navy and the pirates on the scene were stunned at this scene and iced the sea. Is this still something human can do? Even those with a devil fruit ability can't be so powerful. This is completely against the sky. Relatively speaking, Mingji, who saw this scene for the first time, was shocked, but Mingji was so strong-willed and his face immediately returned to calm, that he looked more cautiously. Looking around, there was a vast expanse of whiteness everywhere, and a lot of giant ocean beasts that appeared on the ice were still in front of them. Fortunately, the Navy that had fallen into the water was rescued. Otherwise, the survival rate would be extremely low. The temperature was also falling sharply under the ice. The air that was still a bit hot and cold suddenly became cold, and many Navy and pirates trembled with the cold, but in this situation, who cares whether it is cold or not? How is this possible? Although the Lieutenant Admiral can have one enemy 1,000, how can there be such a strong combat power? Only the Admiral has this kind of power, right? Ivankov covered his face with an unbelievable expression. If the Admiral's combat power is like this, the Revolutionary Army is still a shit. Even the Navy can't beat the Navy, let alone the world government, if you know that there are more than a dozen lieutenants in the Navy. Even if it was a bear whose face had not changed, his face was slightly moved at this time, and there was a prudent look in the dragon's eyes. Obviously everyone who Ivankov was worried about understood. Lin Tian said, "Relax, Lieutenant Admiral Cusin is considered the second alternative in the Navy, but the rank of Lieutenant Admiral has the power of Admiral. This naval operation is directed by him, and at the same time he is preparing for his promotion to Admiral. This is also a secret in the Navy." Cusin glanced at the frozen pirate ships and transport ships. The reason why the sea was frozen was to prevent these pirates from leaving, and also to prevent these pirates from perishing together and sinking the gold in the sky. Ice Cube, Storm Pheasant Mouth. The right arm that turned into an ice block suddenly stretched out, releasing a huge ice bird, flapping its huge ice wings and flying towards Ming. Wherever it passed, the air was frozen by the temperature of the polar region. A light blue the color trail appears in the air. Spider Silk Mist. Brother Ming waved his left hand and countless threads emerged, instantly forming a spider wall in the air. The ice bird spread its wings and slammed into the spider wall very quickly. There was no loud noise or earth-shattering movement. The ice bird hit the spider wall, and the body, made of ice, was directly cut into countless pieces by the sharp spider thread. At the same time, those spider threads were also frozen by the ice. Ice Crystal Arrow Ring. Cusin's figure flashed and appeared on top of Ming's head. A cold whirlwind emerged from his hands. The moisture in the air was immediately frozen and finally condensed into countless blue ice arrows. Pushing with both hands, the countless ice arrows floating in the air under the moonlight shot out a light blue cold glow, carrying an invincible potential and shooting down at Brother Ming. Watching the attack from above, Brother Ming took a deep breath, stretched out his hands, and a string of threads emerged from the palms of his hands and went upwards. Cross the whip line. It's not that Brother Ming didn't want to hide, but the attack range was too large, and the sky was filled with light blue ice arrows. Just like the name of the move, Ice Crystal Arrow Ring couldn't escape. The two string pillars in his hand were in the hands of Brother Ming, like two long whips, rushing straight to the sky. Wherever they passed, the ice arrows were instantly cut into several sections, and a channel was directly punched out to Cusin. Classic whip. Without saying more, his right hand suddenly wanted to stretch forward, and a thicker string of thread emerged from the palm of the hand, glowing with a crimson light, instantly appeared in front of Cusin, and then passed directly through Cusin's abdomen. This line of thread did not stop, but continued to fly into the air, even the huge cloud shattered by the blow. Unfortunately, this kind of attack is of no use to Cusin. What pierced is only an ice block. The broken ice fell from the sky and grew bigger and bigger, instantly turning into a small iceberg, and Cusin's figure slowly appeared on the iceberg. Ice. Iceberg. What www.com, the Navy and the pirates who watched looked shocked, and the expressions on their faces were also different. The Navy was shocked and excited, and the pirates were also worried and fearful in addition to shock. 5-color line. Brother Ming gave a low drink. His right hand turned into a beast's claw, and he grabbed the iceberg above, cutting into the huge iceberg with 5 sharp and thin silk threads. The tall iceberg, without the slightest obstruction, was cut out of 5 huge gaps. As the cut went deeper, the sharp threads were also frozen tightly. Under the control of Cusin, these gaps healed again and the iceberg returned. As it is, it's even bigger. Colorless wire, great twist whip. Even if Brother Ming attacked with all his strength, these powerful moves had no effect in front of this huge iceberg. It was like a pebble falling into the sea, just raising a little wave. On the contrary, under the control of Cusin, the iceberg kept growing. Now the iceberg has become a behemoth several hundred meters high, and the moonlight has been blocked by this behemoth. and this behemoth is smashing towards Brother Ming with a potential to destroy the world. To be continued. The power of the devil fruit is awakened. Brother Ming whispered in his heart. A novel? Greater than? Suddenly, with Brother Ming as the center, within a few 100 meters, there was a sharp change in this ice, and the pieces of solid ice became countless white lines under the ability of Brother Ming. The entire ice sheet suddenly turned into an ocean of white lines. Under the control of Brother Ming, the waves of white lines rolled over, and Brother Ming was the master of this area. 1,000 arrows piercing heart feather strike line! Ming yelled. Thousands of white lines rose from the sea of white lines, enclosing the huge iceberg in midair and fusing in the shape of flamingo wings. In order to strengthen the lethality, Ming was armed with domineering, cover the sharp end of the wire. The thin thread that is already extremely sharp, and the cover is armed and domineering to increase the attack, and it is still in the number of thousands, even Fusion's scalp is numb. Ice shield. With his arms stretched out, a huge ice wall derives from the iceberg, and the ice wall tens of meters later tightly wraps Fusion. If it was an ordinary physical attack, it would be completely inadequate due to the nature of the fruit, but it would be different with the arm color domineering, and Fusion had to deal with it carefully. Looking at Fusion, who was wrapped in ice and invisible to anyone, Ming-Ji sneered, Lieutenant General Fusion, do you think you can avoid my attack by hiding in a turtle shell? This trick is not so easy. Avoid it, die. The awakened Brother Ming had a sharp increase in his combat power, approaching the Admiral's combat power, but he knew that there was a world of difference between being close and owning him, and he was facing an opponent who had the power of a general. Ordinary attacks are of no use to Fusion and will consume his own physical strength, so Ming-Ji is his strongest move when he comes up. Thousands of silk threads were glowing with dark glow and pierced towards the entire iceberg without any effective blocking. These threads cut the ice directly. Ming-Ji's strongest move was not a boast. In an instant, this hundreds-meter-high iceberg shattered suddenly, and countless ice flew away in all directions, hitting the entire ice sheet. It is conceivable that the several tons, dozens of tons of ice cubes fell from the sky at a great impact. Countless cracks were distributed across the ice sheet. The entire ice sheet collapsed instantly. Is this the power of the devil fruit ability awakening? It's really powerful. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian sighed, eyes full of yearning. I have always heard how powerful the devil fruit's awakening ability is. Today I saw Brother Ming act it out, and I didn't brag about it. The awakening of devil fruit's ability has more than a little improvement in combat power. Brother Ming had a cautious look, his eyes kept sweeping around. Although he broke the entire iceberg, he didn't force Fusion out of him. Ming knew that Fusion must be hidden in the ice. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came from behind. Ming-Ji didn't even think about it. He quickly turned back and saw that in a piece of ice behind him, he was holding an ice skate in one hand and cutting towards his back. Brother Ming kicked out, and 8 thin black threads came out toward the toes. The straight kicks, with sharp and arm-domineering silk threads only kicked this piece of ice away without any cracks. Knowing this trick is enough to cut a building in half. But there was a smile on Brother Ming's face, which was enough to prove that Fusion was hidden in a block of ice, otherwise how could a block of ice be so hard? With one kick, Ming-Ji burst into the ice very quickly, and the countless white lines on the ground also moved in accordance with the direction of Ming-Ji's movement. Tens of thousands of transparent white thin lines are arranged horizontally, forming a wave of violent attack-like waves, which surges up from below the opponent, and gradually moves closer to the ice block in the middle, finally forming a huge twist-shaped white line of waves. The ice cubes were trapped in the line, and finally smashed into pieces, with a clicking sound. Seeing this scene, Ming's face changed, and he hurriedly avoided it, but at this time it was too late to react. Fusion did not know when he came out from behind Ming, and he held an ice skate directly on Ming's arm. The bitter air immediately invaded Ming's arm along the ice blade, and Ming's arm was immediately covered by ice. Brother Ming shook hard, and the ice on his hand shattered, but in a blink of an eye, the entire arm was frozen again. Kyuzen opened his mouth and said, "Don't think about struggling. The air conditioning has entered your arm. Unless you remove the air conditioning from your arm will still be frozen." Brother Ming glanced at frozen right arm and said sarcastically, "I didn't expect the Navy to use sneak attacks. This seems to be inconsistent with the justice you said." After breathing out a cold breath, Kyuzen raised his right arm to face Brother Ming. "As a pirate, you should know better than me that there is no shameless means in battle. Besides, I didn't attack, it was just your observation. The force is too bad." The ice storm pheasant speak, an ice bird flew out of its arms and grew wildly like a bulging wind, instantly turning into a giant ice bird with its wings spread out over 100 meters. "It's this trick again. Do you think it can be strengthened when you get bigger? It's useless if you don't hit it." Ming-Ji flashed, standing on a rising high-density white line. Kyuzen didn't say much, still expressionless, pressing with one hand. The ice bird spread its wings, rose into the air, opened his mouth and straight at the Brother Ming below. A huge air conditioning storm came out of the ice bird's beak, swelling into the wind, carrying countless ice particles and rushing towards Ming-Ji below. Shield white line, several huge white lines, emerged on the ice, holding Brother Ming among them. The huge icy storm, carrying a huge whistling sound and invincible momentum, is like a meteorite crashing into the ground. With a loud bang, the storm and the white line begin to have intimate contact. The violent cold wind blew from a distant battlefield, and many Navy and pirates fell directly to the ground. They could only hold on to something to prevent themselves from being blown away by the wind. The others could only stand barely with their hands in front of their heads. After a few seconds, these people couldn't stand it anymore. This storm was formed by air conditioning. The temperature in the air dropped sharply, and within a few seconds, the squally wind was mixed with blizzards with goose feathers, and there were heavy snow and storms everywhere. Not to mention, seeing people clearly, it was extremely difficult to even open your eyes. Everyone had to rush to the cabin. Avoid this blizzard. In such a cold temperature, if you stay outside, let alone whether it will blow off, it is inevitable that it will freeze into ice. For the sake of life, the outside war will not be watched. On the other hand, Lin Tian and the others had no place to hide, and their shields couldn't stop the temperature, and they couldn't use the shields at this time, otherwise they would definitely be spotted by the fighting Ming-Ji and Kyuzen. In the end, the dragon made its move. Without seeing any movement of the dragon, he stomped lightly with his right foot, and a whirlwind expanded around it, like a wind wall. The huge snowstorm outside had to stop before the wind wall. In the battlefield, at this point, the two stood fighting and reached a white-hot place. The ice bird above was still spitting out the cold wind, and Ming's shield white line did not withdraw. But the two have entered the most intense close combat. In the blizzard, two streamers are flying everywhere, sometimes in the air and sometimes underground. Brother Ming swept back and directly hit Kyuzen, but only a block of ice was hit. Brother Ming was not discouraged about this. If this Navy solves this problem so well, he would have awakened the devil fruit ability without fighting for a long time. His figure flickered and escaped Kyuzen's counterattack. Kyuzen flew up, and two ice arrows appeared in his hands. They threw them towards Brother Ming. Brother Ming couldn't avoid it and was hit immediately. But Kyuzen quickly turned around, covered his fist with arm domineering, and faced the black fist sneaking from behind. Crack, crack, crack. Bang! The ice-bound cabin door on the warship was kicked open, and the crane figure walked out, followed by a group of female Navy soldiers. On one side, the pirate ship, the Navy and the pirates on the warship also came out, stepping on the fluffy snow, making a rustle. Even though the sight of the night is very small, everyone's eyes are white when they come out. Even the huge warships, pirate ships, and transport ships are buried by the snow. Everyone quickly glanced, looking for the shadows of the two wars. Not far away, there was the only place that was not covered by ice sheets and exposed the sea. Many huge ice floes appeared on the sea, while Ming-Ji and Kyuzen were standing on the ice, looking at each other. although it is too far apart, plus it's nighttime, my vision is very dark, but from the posture of the two, Ming is bent over and his figure is a bit swaying, while Kyuzen is standing up right there, obviously out of Kyuzen. Upper hand. On the sea, Kyuzen's white suit vest was broken in many places, and there were a lot of bloodstains on it. Under the white background, it looked more vivid, and only half of the righteous cloak was left behind. In the battle just now, even Kyuzen was affected. A serious injury. After wiping the blood off his mouth, Kyuzen said calmly, "You shouldn't have much power to fight anymore now, so don't hold on here, and surrender honestly." After patting the bloodstains on his clothes, Kyuzen looked strange and continued, "I don't know what you pirates think. If you can't win, you have to fight. If you lose, you still don't give up. It seems that I still have to do it myself. It's really troublesome." Opposite, Brother Ming was sweating profusely, was physically exhausted, and there were bloodstains on the corners of his mouth. Compared to Kyuzen, Brother Ming did not have many wounds on his body, but there was ice everywhere on his body, and his mouth kept breathing cold. The whole person was shaking slightly. The blood vessels in these icy places have been frozen, so Ming can only try to keep himself standing now. If he wants to move freely again, he can only melt the ice and let the blood vessels inside. Unlocked. Hearing Kyuzen's words, Mingji laughed. "I said that the advancement of the city can't shut me down, and the navy can't deal with me. I can flow with noble blood. How can you mortals attack my god?" Kyuzen frowned, and Mingji's words made Kyuzen feel unexplainably bad. Mingji still said such things at this time, he must have a strong confidence. Although he didn't know where Ming's confidence came from, Kyuzen decided to take action as soon as possible to prevent Ming from being embarrassed, and let Tai and Shangjin return to the navy. Just when Kyuzen shot, a sound of "baloo" sounded, and he only carried the naval headquarters phone worm. At this time, the Navy headquarters had to answer the news. After taking a look at Ming, Kyuzen took out the phone worm and connected. Suddenly, Kyuzen's face was shocked, but Mingji was smiling. To be continued. "Hey, is it Lieutenant General Kyuzen?" A calm voice came from the phone worm. Greater than one novel less than. Kyuzen knew who the voice was coming from, and quickly replied, "Yes. The Marshal of the Warring States period, I am Kyuzen. Now the plan is completed very smoothly, and only..." But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the Warring States. "Lieutenant General Kyuzen, I don't want to ask what the plan is. I want to ask, Doflamingo, the man behind the scenes, have you played against each other?" Hearing the inquiry of the Warring States period, I glanced at the smiling Brother Ming. Kyuzen's face became more puzzled. Why did the Marshal of the Warring States period suddenly ask the pirate what he was doing? Zan seemed to realize something. "That's right, Marshal of the Warring States period, Doflamingo saw through our plan and snatched the real heavenly gold, but now I have defeated him. I am about to catch him and the heavenly gold back. No, retreat now. We can't deal with Doflamingo. All navies retreat immediately." Kyuzen was shocked in an instant. He managed to defeat Brother Ming, and he was just one last step short of sending this notorious pirate into Advanced City, which never saw the sun. But now the Navy headquarters gave itself such a message to ask the Navy to retreat and don't deal with Doflamingo. At this time, even Kyuzen, who had been lazy and calm, couldn't calm down anymore and couldn't help but ask angrily. Throwing the entire Great Route into turmoil, countless naval soldiers and ordinary people sacrificed their lives, but at the last moment of the arrest, let us retreat. Does the Warring States Marshal know the consequences of this order? After a pause, Kyuzen said again, "Marshal of the Warring States period, if there is no reasonable reason, I will not abide by this order." It can make Kyuzen, who is famous for slacking in the Navy, angry and say such things as not complying with the order. You can imagine how angry and puzzled Kyuzen is at this time. But for this, the Sengoku heart was also helpless. It was not that the Sengoku didn't want to do it, but the identity of Brother Ming. The Navy, even the world government, was not qualified to do it. The Warring States period said in a deep voice, "Doflamingo is a celestial." What? Cusan exclaimed, his tone full of disbelief. How could the Tianlong people, who are world nobles, be pirates? They are world nobles, and wealth is just a number for them. Moreover, this heavenly gold was originally a tribute to the Tianlongren, and as a Tianlongren to grab something that originally belonged to him, how could this be possible? I was saying that since the Navy headquarters knew he was a Dragonite, why did they send reinforcements and let them make such a plan? In an instant, Cusan's heart was filled with why. Although he was not by Cusan's side, the Warring States period could understand Cusan's feelings and confusion, because he also had this expression when he heard the news. Cusan asked again, "Marshal of the Warring States period, are you sure this news is true?" "Yes, this is true. It has been confirmed by the Holy Land Mary Joa." The affirmative tone of the Warring States period came. Ming's identity is a bit tortuous, but his identity as a Tianlongren is certain. As for the specific reasons, come and ask me the Navy headquarters. Cusan said in a low tone, "Yes. But what should we do next after we withdraw?" "There will be nothing about our Navy next. Ming's identity is not for the Navy to intervene. At that time, there will be specialists from the world government and representatives of the Tianlong people to talk to him. Our mission is now complete." The voice of the Warring States period came. "Yes." Cusan hung up the call bug and stared at Brother Ming. Brother Ming said with a smile, "How about, Lieutenant General Cusan? I'm right. Advance City is not qualified to shut me down. Oh no, no one in the whole world is qualified to shut me down." The fists were clenched and clenched, loose and loose. A trace of struggle appeared on Cusan's face, and finally he loosened his fist and said in a deep voice, "Unexpectedly, you actually have such an identity. This should be your confidence." After speaking, Cusan didn't say much, and several leaks rushed towards the Navy ship. Since they couldn't do anything to Brother Ming, why were they still standing there, looking at the disgusting smile? All the people present were puzzled when they watched Cusan give up dealing with Brother Ming and then approached the Navy warship, including Lin Tian and others, in the dark. Everyone only saw that Cusan answered a phone call, and then Cusan gave up on arresting Brother Ming and couldn't help but became curious about the call, whose call could make Cusan give up. The pirates cheered immediately while the Navy looked puzzled and angry. So many of his companions died under Ming-Ji, but Lieutenant General Cusan released the pirate at the last minute. How can everyone do this? Calm yourself. With a bang, Cusan stood on the deck and looked at the expressions on everyone's faces. A hint of helplessness flashed on Cusan's face, and he said in a deep voice, "This matter will be handled by the world government. It is not under the control of our Navy." The army retreats. In the face of everyone's confusion, Cusan had to use this kind of reason to explain, and he can only use this kind of reason, all for the face of the Navy. When the Navy heard this news, their expressions improved, and they were reluctant to go to their posts. On the ship, this kind of reason was immediately seen through in front of Crane, but Cusan must have a reason for doing so. Although he also wanted to understand the reason, this situation was obviously not suitable now, and he could only bury the puzzle in his heart. The huge sail swelled, and under the Cusan road, a road with no ice appeared, and 2 naval ships headed away. Lin Tian and the others also left. The Navy was gone, and it had no effect in staying. It was just that the last scene left all 4 of them puzzled. On the ice floes, Brother Doflamingo, seeing the Navy leaving, opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, but the ice on his body slowly began to fall off, and Brother Ming's devil fruit could not only attack but also heal his injuries. Just when Brother Ming used Fred to heal his injuries in secret, the cadres of the Don Quixote pirates rushed over. When they arrived, Brother Ming's injury was much better. With a light leap, he leaped under his hand. Seeing their silent and bad expressions, Ming-Ji frowned, and a lot of premonition flashed in his heart. He asked, "Everyone has this expression on their faces. What happened? Have you found all the gold in the sky?" But no one answered Ming-Ji's question. After a while, Torpal hit his head and replied, "There has been an accident with a heavenly gold, and the 4 transport ships are empty and there is no heavenly gold." What the casters is going on? Mingji asked with restrained anger, the blue veins on his forehead bulged. Diamante moved 2 steps forward and whispered, "Dover, when we rushed onto the other transport ships, we searched them all. There was nothing, not even a single one. Tian Shangjin was taken away by Lin Tian and others, and the people above were also taken away by the revolutionary army. Lin Tian worried that the angry brother Ming would kill them all. Lin also took a fancy to those navies. Those who were sent by the crane to guard the gold in the sky were all elite naval forces. If these people were to bring the revolutionary army closer, it would be of great benefit to the revolutionary army. Transported away, dragged to the revolutionary army education." Brother Ming was frowning in his nostrils, his brows were frowned into a word, Chun, and he stared at Torpal. "So we were all deceived by the Navy. The real heavenly gold is still in the naval base and has never come out." This inference, Brother Ming did not believe in his heart. If this place is not heavenly gold, but just a few empty ships, how could Lieutenant General Crane desperately guard and Lieutenant General Cusin rushed over in such a hurry? It all shows that this place is really heavenly gold. No, the Navy protects the real heavenly gold, but someone before us, under the Navy's nose, secretly transported all the heavenly gold away, Torpal explained in a low voice. In fact, Torpal didn't want to believe this explanation, but the fact is that there are discarded boxes everywhere in the cabin, broken safes, footprints all over the floor, and some gold coins falling in the corners. These are all explanations. The group smuggled away the heavenly gold. So everyone's face is not good, and they don't know how to tell Dover. Torpal knows how much Ningji has paid for this plan. Apart from other things, it is to let the 4 Emperor Kato take the shot. A high price, and offending so many pirates at the same time. Now all of this is in vain, paying such a price, but making a wedding dress for others. The most important thing is the subsequent plan. The ring of grabbing the heavenly gold has failed, and the subsequent plan has also been abandoned. "Hey ho!" Brother Ming screamed, and the entire ice surface suddenly turned into an ocean of turbulent waves formed by lines, and the tumbling line waves swept toward the transport ships frozen on the side. There was a creaking sound, and under the wave of the white line, the solid transport ships instantly broke into countless small pieces, not even a large wreckage. After Brother Ming finished venting, Torpal asked in a low voice, "Master, the sky is like that, what should we do now?" Brother Ming thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "According to the original plan, using heavenly gold as a bargaining chip, forcing the world government to let us join the QC. But we..." Torpal prepared to say that now that we have snatched the heavenly gold and there is no bargaining chip in hand, how could the world government talk to us about cooperation, but was interrupted by Ming. Brother Ming was unwilling to say, "That group of rats sneaked away the heavenly gold. They will definitely not say that the heavenly gold is in their hands, so the world government will think that the heavenly gold is still in our hands. www.talnavu.com, we still have chips." Now that heavenly gold is robbed, Brother Ming can only come up with this method, otherwise he will pay such a high price and get nothing. But once they do this, then the heavenly gold is in their hands, and the whole world will think that they have taken the heavenly gold. Even if they said that the heavenly gold was not in their hands and was stolen by others, no one would believe it. It means that Brother Ming has offended the world for Lin Tian and others, but Lin Tian and others are a little bit wrong. Nothing got the heavenly gold. What made Brother Ming most embarrassed was that he still had to recite this black pot. If they tell the world that heavenly gold is not in their hands, let alone whether the world believes it or not, the QA qualification must be gone. And no one believed it. In front of a lieutenant admiral and thousands of navies, the wealth of the 2 ships was taken away, and no one had discovered it. Who would believe it? So, Brother Ming knows that this gangster himself is backed. Furthermore, Dover, we also found a note. To be continued. On the calm sea, the rising sun from the east shone on the entire surface of the sea, thousands of miles of dark clouds. It was indeed a good weather, and a small boat was driving slowly on the surface. One small, say greater than, less than, Lin Tian had a pack on his head, looking angrily at Cooper, who was sitting in front of him with his eyes closed. He kept swinging his oars, with his hands moving towards the east in the direction of the rising sun. I was very angry, for Lin Tian's scars and forgot to hurt, and the act of snatching the heavenly gold was very angry. If he was discovered, Lin Tian would be finished in the navy, even if he could not keep him, let alone life and death in danger. But Lin Tian had already done it, and it was useless for Garp to say anything, but it was really hard for Garp to get rid of his anger without doing anything, so Lin Tian was beaten. Although Garp's eyes are closed, he still thinks about heavenly gold in his mind. Although Lin Tian didn't say much, Garp understands that there will be a group of people behind heavenly gold this time, otherwise Lin Tian alone will be able to participate. How could it be possible to win heavenly gold? It's just that Lin Tian doesn't say anything and Garp doesn't ask, but Garp is still very worried about this. No matter who those people are, they must be against the world government. If Garp knows that Lin Tian is cooperating with his son, I don't know what to think. With a bang, under inertia, Garp suddenly fell forward, and Garp, who opened his eyes, didn't react to anything. With another bang, Garp hit his head directly on a boulder. The whole boulder was as high as one person, and it broke apart. Countless rubble flew away from all directions, making several plops and splashing countless waves. Lin Tian waved lightly with one hand, and a shield came in front of him. Whether it was the waves or the gravel, they were all blocked. Looking at Garp, who fell on the beach, Lin Tian laughed. A silhouette flashed by. With a bang, Lin Tian suddenly screamed, flew towards the sea, stepped a few steps into the air. Lin Tian stopped the regressive figure and looked at the Garp on the boat with his head angrily. General. Blowing the stains on his fist, Garp cursed, "Buddy, you dare to calculate me. It seems that you are getting bolder. I must teach you a lesson." Hey. Seeing that Garp was about to do something, Lin Tian said quickly, "Smelly old man, you told me to go all the way to the east. This is the east." "Really?" Garp whispered in doubt, looked up to the sky, and glanced at the position of the sun. Sure enough, it was indeed the east side. He quickly scanned the surroundings in his eyes and distinguished a lower position. Pointing to a cliff a few hundred meters away from a small hill, he said, "Climb the cliff next to it and you will see a small village along the coast. That is the destination." After speaking, Garp took a seat in the small boat, did not speak much, and leaned on the side of the boat and closed his eyes to rest. Hey, Lin Tian sighed deeply and could only helplessly walk towards the boat. This was the end of insufficient strength. Grabbing the oars, Lin Tian turned his back to Garp and rowed in the direction Garp said. After thinking about it, Lin Tian asked, "Hey, old smelly man, why are you taking me there?" "Smelly boy, why do you care so much?" Garp said with his eyes closed. After a while, Garp said again, "I will take you to see someone this time, my grandson. You are almost 3 years younger than you." Speaking of, a nostalgic smile appeared on Garp's face. Garp loved his grandson very much and always wanted him to be the strongest naval soldier. "But I didn't expect that I didn't come back 3 years ago. I was spoiled by that Shanks. I actually wanted to be a pirate. I still want to be a pirate. I still want to keep him there. That stinky boy's mind should have changed," Garp secretly thought. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't answer, sitting in front of him paddling without saying a word, Garp flashed through his mind, opened his eyes and asked, "Smelly boy, why you haven't reacted at all?" Lin Tian turned his head, looked at Garp and said, "Do you want me to have any expression, shocked? It's not normal for you to have a grandson, old man. Isn't it normal for you to have a grandson? No, it makes people feel abnormal." "That's right, brat." Caputo lightened his chin, then continued to lean on the ship's edge and close his eyes to rest up. In fact, Lin Tian didn't answer just now, but was thinking about what kind of scene will be the first time he meets Luffy and what will happen between the two. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but start looking forward to it. Turning over the tens of meters high cliff, a shadow of a village gradually appeared in front of Lin Tian, and in front of him was a plain like an emerald embedded in a forest. This is Foxia village, a great village. Perhaps it is not well known right now, but one day it will be famous all over the world. Scattered houses are scattered on the plain, and there are many huge windmills on the plain which are slowly turning under the force of the wind. Near the sea, there is a small pier. Near the sea, several fishing boats are fishing nearby, and a few people can still be seen faintly standing beside the boat with fishing nets. Looking up along the pier, it is a small street, but in this kind of small village, it is already pretty good, and it can be regarded as prosperous. There are still many people on the street, standing on the street stalls, picking the stalls on the items. It seems that this village is still very peaceful, and there are no pirates or bandits attacking. Lin Tian looked at it and thought. But think about it, since Garp will put Luffy here to grow, it also indirectly shows that the village is safe and peaceful. The boat that Lin Tian took was neither big nor small. It was also several meters long. A small boat a few meters long suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea and headed towards the village. Those offshore fishing people are instantly visible. I was afraid that the companion who was pulling the fishing net on the side said, "Hey, what is that? It seems that someone is coming towards us." Hearing the words of his companion, the village name quickly followed the direction of his companion's finger, and a small boat was slowly approaching here. Rubbing his eyes and taking a closer look, he can still vaguely see two figures on the boat. One of them is still paddling. The villager lowered his body, picked up the homemade trident that was specially used to pierce big fishes, and said to his companions nearby, "Go ahead and see who it is." The same several fishing boats on the side also appeared in this scene, making the same action, and also driving the fishing boat in the direction of Lin Tian. "Hey, everyone has something to say. We are not malicious, just come to find someone." Surrounded by several fishing boats, Lin Tian stood on the small boat, raised his hand, and explained with a wry smile to the villagers who were holding various fishing gear and staring at him tightly. Seeing the fishing boats coming towards him earlier, Lin Tian still looked happy, thinking that they were here to welcome him, but he did not expect that this was indeed the case. Lin Tian could only describe it with a wry smile. If he really takes action, Lin Tian can solve these villagers in an instant, but Lin Tian understands that these villagers are just in case. In fact, they are not malicious. After all, in this era of great pirates, there are many pirates. Seeing that these village names were still unbelievable, Lin Tian scanned his eyes to see if he was a good person, and immediately saw Garp, who was still sleeping behind him. Lin Tian hurriedly turned around. Seeing Lin Tian's actions, these villagers thought that Lin Tian was going to do something, so they couldn't help but grasp the weapon in their hands and looked wary. "Hey, the smelly old man is awake, here we are." Lin Tian yelled into Garp's ear, and Garp was awakened immediately. Drilling through his buzzing ears, Cap yelled angrily, and at the same time, patted Lin Tian with his right hand. "Smelly boy, what do you want to do?" Lin Tian slipped back and escaped Garp's attack, and quickly said, "Smelly old man, we are all here, hurry up and explain like someone else." Garp looked up and saw that they were surrounded by several fishing boats and pointed at by several fishing gears. The anger on his face quickly turned into a smile, and he said, "Everyone, I haven't seen you for 2 years, are you all okay?" Seeing the appearance of this person, these villagers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, put down their weapons, and said with a smile, "It turned out to be Master Garp. I haven't seen you for 2 years. You have grown a lot older. Why do you have time to come back today?" "Hey, I have been busy for the past 2 years, so I haven't come back," Garp said embarrassedly, touching his head. After speaking, he turned around and shouted at Lin Tian behind him, "Smelly boy, I'm not here yet," and everyone introduced Lin Tian as a direct student. The villager smiled and said, "Sorry, I blamed you just now, but thought you were a pirate." Pirates often pass by this sea area recently. I didn't expect you to be a disciple of Master Garp. Lin Tian waved his hand and replied with a smile, "It's nothing, this is actually new to me, so I didn't make it clear in time." "Hey, Master Garp, you actually came back. It's been a long time since you've seen you. I will be back this time when I have time. This is my student Lin Tian." "Hello, I am Lin Tian, a disciple of Garp." "Hey, Garp, you are finally back. You owed me a drink last time, and you have to pay it back this time." "Okay, I will give it back to you this time." "Hey, who is this?" "My new student Lin Tian." "Hello, I am Lin Tian, a disciple of Garp." Although it was a bit tired to face so many people answering, Lin Tian liked this kind of warm atmosphere very much, and he was still very happy. "Hey, Garp, you will come back again." An energetic old man wearing a striped hat wearing a pair of eyes and leaning on a cane, squeezed out of the crowd and knocked directly at Garp's head with a cane in his hand of it. Touching the bag on his head, Garp smiled bitterly. "The village chief, why are you knocking on me? I just came back." Hearing Garp's words, Lin Tian couldn't help but look at this old man. This man is the village head of Finch village. In his previous lives, there were many discussions about this village head. Many people thought that he was a huge foreshadowing of One Piece. Several people who know Luffy's life experience angrily said, "Chap, you are ashamed to say that it has been 2 years, you are only coming back now, do you care about flying?" "Luffy, what's wrong with Luffy?" Garp looked at the village chief and asked eagerly. "In the past 2 years, Luffy hasn't changed at all. Every day, I was arguing with a guy named Ace to be a pirate. It was a mistake to ask me to say, Garp, you gave Luffy to those bandits." Garp clenched his fist and gritted his teeth and said, "That stinky boy is still arguing to be a pirate. See if I can teach him this time." To be continued. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel, and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.